All right, let's go.
I
Let's go.
cheers to you, Dan.
Hey, I got to crack mine open here real quick. I
already cracked.
got a hazy little thing, Sierra Nevada.
Ooh, Sierra Nevada, very good choice.
Pour it into my Hunter S. Thompson glass here.
I'm doing a dual shout out to the state of Wisconsin where this was brewed.
Yes.
And to the Chicago Bears, the official beer of the Chicago Bears, Miller Lite.
Which is ironic because their longtime rivals played in Miller Park for the longest time.
Yes, but the Chicago Bears, the Detroit Lions, the Green Bay Packers, and I believe the Dallas Cowboys are the only 4 teams. I think there's one other team. It might be the Vegas Raiders, who are all with Miller Lite. The rest of the NFL is with Bud.
Oh,
actually, no.
I did not know.
One other team. No, the Raiders are with Coors Light. And then
okay,
it's something like that. I can look up the specifics, but you know when the NFL like every fall like releases the Bud Light Grab Your Team pack with your like logo on it. You can't get that with the Packers, the Bears, the Lions. I think the Vikings. So I think it's like the whole NFC North. Maybe it's not the Vikings. I know the Bears, Lions, Packers, Cowboys are Miller Lite.
Right on. It is a good beer. I'm and Yuengling has now come to Illinois. Have you dabbled in any of that?
Oh yes, of course. And right. I didn't realize Yuengling had all these different other things like the amber, they have this thing called Flight, which is like the light version of Yuengling. It's kind of like to compete with like Michelob Ultra, I think, or whatever. So no, I'm a big Yuengling guy. It is weird though. Like I was drinking Yuengling. Oh God, it was a couple weeks ago here in Illinois when it got released. It just felt like this is wrong. Like this is my vacation beer. Because I think it was like a cooler day. I'm like, no. I drink Yuengling when it's like 90 degrees out because I only ever have it when I'm on the East Coast, which is usually like Florida or in the Carolinas, like in the South. And so I'm used to like when I'm having a Yuengling, it's because it's like a Yuengling. I'm warm and I need something to cool off. I have the Reese's Bunny.
Yes. You did.
We'll dive into
that. So I'm glad you've pulled through.
I also, Dan, I saved my quarterback. Look at this chicken scratch. This is my notes on the quarterback. So
okay,
when Shedeur gets picked, when obviously we feel Cam Ward right away, I got some go-to stats. Obviously, when you're watching the draft and watching us joining along, you'll have all that access. Speaking of which, I probably got to start sharing this. Are we live so I can start sharing it and all the things?
We're live. We are live.
All right, I gotta share it.
Yeah, welcome to the watch along. We'll probably say this a few times throughout, but we are here live during the NFL draft. We're going to be talking and reacting in real time. So feel free to come join us, talk a little bit. If you want to join the show, shoot us a DM on social media. I'll be monitoring that throughout, and we'll send you a link to come join and talk shop with us for a little bit, for as little as you'd like. Just excited to sit back, have a beer, and watch the show on NFL Network. Mark is watching the ABC broadcast, so I'm on different broadcasts we're listening to as well.
I'm on ABC. Shout out News Channel 20 here in Springfield. I gotta find. You're being a real pro here. I'm trying to share all the. I'm gonna try to get it on all socials here.
Dig it. John goes beer, chocolate, and peanut butter equals puke. Yeah, I don't know if you did think.
No.
That's a lot of chocolate and peanut butter, though.
And this is when it's one of to me, the few weird cravings I get when I drink. I love like peanut M&Ms,
the saltiness of it a little bit,
just a little chocolate. It's a little chocolate sweet.
John, if you're still watching along, I'm curious what you think your Panthers will be doing here coming up in a little bit. I forget which pick the Panthers have. I should probably pull up the draft order here too.
Panthers are pick 8.
Pick 8, yeah. So
they do not have a second round pick tomorrow night, though. That still belongs to as for now, the Chicago Bears. Who knows? Did you see the FanDuel odds like jumped? for the Bears to like -1 something to get Genty. Everyone's saying now Bears and Jags trade
there you go. Yeah.
looks almost imminent.
Top risers there. Yeah, John thinks Walker. That would be a
Yeah.
good pick. That would definitely be a good pick there.
In the
And that's who we've got in our mock. So
yeah, I picked Walker in the mock.
yep.
You know, listen,
I'm interested, Mark, because so this was our mock that we did earlier this week. I am interested, of course, to see how this plays out. And for those watching, I'm going to be looking off screen a lot throughout today here, but I'm interested to see what happens with this Shedeur Sanders thing, because so much over the last few days has gone all in the direction of everyone thinking he's going to the Steelers at 21 and that he's going to drop. And I haven't really heard any talk about the Saints. And I just don't know. Like, is there stuff that I just don't understand? Because I would think there's at least a little bit of buzz about Shedeur going to the Saints, because it's a fit and a need for them.
It's honestly the betting market. The betting market really shocked me, because the Saints were like a ridiculous odds to draft Sanders. So they must know something that we don't. And or maybe again, you know, listen, that's what's so funny about all of this, right? Is that when you are trying to figure all this out, you don't know what's a smoke screen, what's not a smoke screen. That's what we're tasked with. That's what makes it so fun to watch, right? I said today on my newscast, I got to talk a little draft this morning, and I said, to me, what makes this night so special is this is the thing that you have the most questions about. We ask more questions than you have to draft than we do during free agency, right? Like, it's not like during free agency, everyone's like, who are you going to get? Who are you going to get? Who are you going to get? Who are you going to trade with? Who are you going to trade with? We just like react to the crazy news as it breaks. Oh, they're not re-signing. They're tagging, you know, when we react to it.
Sure.
For the draft, though, since once the season ends, it's nothing but question. Are you going to trade up, trade back? What are you going to do? If they're there, will you pick them if they're there?
Well, it's funny you asked that, John, because we did have actually our first trade today announced. It was trading. What was it with the Texans?
And the.
I double check this. We are not breaking any news here, folks, and it's not exciting. It's the Texans were giving away their fifth this year and seventh, or a fifth this year and a fifth next year for
a fifth in 2027
or in 2027, and then for 2 sixths and a seventh this year. So
basically, they're giving
kind of lends credence though to people talking about how this is a really good depth draft, and maybe the Texans are trying to make that play where we feel confident we can get some good players late, whereas next year maybe they don't feel as strong about that.
I gotta start on this thing. So we I'm not guaranteeing a finish already. I just
hey, you were guaranteeing a finish on the show
and then
earlier this week, and all of a sudden
then I ate a really big dinner, and I ate a big dinner. I was like, I really don't need 500 calories of Reese's peanut butter.
You know, I took my wedding ring off to cook dinner. I got to go grab it real quick because I am a married man watching the draft.
Go get it. First bite into the bunny for everyone out there watching. It's so good. Shout out to my wife for purchasing this bunny for me.
There you go. Very nice.
I know she's not watching, so I'm not worried about that.
I went with the chicken fajitas for the draft day dinners.
Very nice.
Had to go all out with the draft meal. Although I guess pizza or wings would have been more applicable, but I don't know, man. Doing the show with a belly full of pizza and or wings seemed like that could be a little rough.
I think well, yeah, I'm in Springfield, so I like to call it I'm in my satellite location. And so the pickings for me when I'm here are as slim as they can be.
Yeah, that's true.
Lot of turkey cheese, sandwiches. But that's not a complaint from me. I'm the king of sandwiches.
Hey,
And,
I mean, whatever works, man. That's it.
Well,
Gets the job done.
My thought was so my normal bedtime to get up at 3 a.m. to start my day is usually like I'm head on pillow, shutting electronics off by 8 p.m. So that's Central Time. So that's in an hour from now. And so I've done this before. Like I worked election night and I can do things on short rest. I'm not really worried. And we don't know how long we'll go and how long this will all go. We're definitely going to get to the Steelers at least into the pick 20s.
Yeah. We'll be on here for a couple hours for sure.
Oh, the bunny doesn't stand a chance. The bunny's going to be gone.
I was going to say, we've got some time here, and who knows, man? You might be nervous eating the head of the bunny come the Bears pick when we're on pick 9
or pick 5 when they trade up,
or pick 5.
So I do want to.
Okay, because there was all that stuff about the Bears trading up too. Like, what if they're trading up? They're not. Are they really going to trade up for Genti? Like, so what do you think? Because I know you don't want them to, and I don't want them to either. I don't think you trade up for a running back, especially because in the top 5, the price is very hefty, even if it's just 5 spots. So,
from what I'm seeing, and that's again, so obviously all we can do is speculate. From what I've seen, for the Bears to go to 5, it looks like they would get Jacksonville's 4th round pick. So they would go from 10 to 5 and also get a 4th rounder, which the Bears don't have a 4th rounder. They have 2 seconds, a 3rd, and then a 5th and a 6th and a 7th, I think. 5th, 6th,
so they'd pick up a 4th, but what else would they have to give up?
But I think they would give up 10, a second round this year, which would probably be the Carolina pick because it's closer to the front of that draft.
Yeah.
And then I think something next year, a 3rd or a 4th or something next year. If that's the price, I don't hate it. I saw a lot of talk on Twitter today about the possible Genti trade. I keep going back to the biggest and best thing to happen for the Chicago Bears has already happened. They got Ben Johnson. He is the head football coach of the Chicago Bears. And if you're telling me that Ben Johnson, through all his draft prep and his beginning of the playbook he's putting together for this version of the Chicago Bears, you get Joe Thuney, the best guard maybe in the NFL. You get Chris Dahlman, one of the top 5 centers in the NFL, and he takes a less contract to come. You upgrade it at right guard with a guy who has had some injury history, but knows Ben Johnson's system, and you hope, he's still in his prime, 26 years old, young. This is the start of maybe a healthy year or two. You have Braxton Jones at a left tackle spot, who's a very just average NFL left tackle. And then 2 years ago, you picked a 10 to get your right tackle out of Tennessee. And so for me, I look at all this and I say to myself, the biggest needs for the Chicago Bears, edge rusher, offensive line, either left tackle elite / just offensive line depth, and then wide receiver number 3, tight end number 2, and running back number 1. And if you're telling me that Ben Johnson sits there and tells Ryan Poles, I want Genti, I can build an incredible playbook with this rebuilt offensive line that's not perfect. This is not the offensive line for the next 10 years. This is this year's offensive line and most of next year's offensive line. But Darnell Wright's going to be there. Dahlman's going to be there. Thuney's going to be there, you assume. But pieces can move. And you say, hey, this is the guy I want. Then I have to trust in that. I hate it.
Yeah.
What I hate is giving up the second rounder. Because
that's not ideal.
But without trading up, you look at this thing for the Chicago Bears, and I'll tell you what, Dan, you say you have a 1st and 2 top 10 picks in the second round. You get 3 picks in the top 50 in this draft, where Adam Schefter said again today that the disparity in talent between pick 9 and pick 60 is minimal. And you're telling me I can get 3 of those guys? Those should be 3 quality starters for a team that needs 3 quality starters. What did I say? A left tackle or an edge rusher at 10. And then offensive line depth, defensive line depth. We don't need a running back. You have DeAndre Swift under contract, who had a career year with Ben Johnson in Detroit. You also have Roschon Johnson still. It's not like the backfield is barren. But if the guy that this coach says, this is the guy that's going to change our fortune, and Ashton Genty, and they're going to have to respect the run game, we'll see what they do. I'll justify it. You know me. I'm an eternal optimist with my Bears. I'll justify it. But
yeah.
It certainly seems early on right now, there's a lot of smoke. There could be fire.
It seems like Ian Rappaport has also been reporting that the Jaguars are the team to look for, potentially trading up to number 2 to take Travis Hunter. So if that's the case, then we'll see, are the Browns going to be trying to trade back a second time? Which they very well might, because if they just stockpile picks, we're talking about a team that still could get pick 10 in the draft and have 5 day 2 picks to
it's really interesting you bring that up, because let's just say Jacksonville goes from, and Goodell's on the stage here now, they rode the bikes, and kind of cool, honoring the tradition in Green Bay of riding the bikes. James Jones on stage, Lil Wayne, Green Bay Packers fanatic. Let's just say Jacksonville trades to go from 5 to 2. They get Travis Hunter. Let's just say then Cleveland trades with the Bears to go from 5 to 10. Cleveland just gained a plethora of picks for a roster that's in a rebuild, and they would have all the ammunition and all the picks necessary to take whatever guy they wanted to if they see there's a future quarterback, whether it's Shedeur. At 10, you say, hey, we get him at 10. We like him, and he's going to sit behind Joe Flacco for a while or whatever, and we like him, and we add all of these other picks within the top 75. It's a really interesting strategy. We'll see how wild it gets. Ryan Poles at a press conference earlier this week kind of hinted at things getting wild. We'll see if
potential smoke screen for sure, but you never know.
Goodell.
Also, I wonder how synced up we are with our streams. Right now, I'm seeing the wide shot, and then now it just cut to the low shot of Roger Goodell at the podium.
I have Roger Goodell saying, but first, let's hear a noise for your Packers greats. Please welcome Clay Matthews, Jordy Nelson.
You might be ahead then. Yeah, I'm.
Mason Crosby. Who's that? Ahman Green. Oh, he looks good, Ahman Green. He was a great running back. James Jones. You're streaming? That's why. I'm on cable.
Yeah.
Over air. I got the rabbit ears. I'm like Robert Duvall in.
And he's just now announcing the Clay Matthews. So yeah, you're gonna be the spoiler for me today.
I'm ahead. Mason Crossbar looks thick. I'll just say that. That's a good. I mean, he's retired. And he looks big. Clay Matthews is saying, he asked me to pass along a message, all 32 franchise. So hear what it reads. All right. The Bears still suck. Okay. We need to get the draft back in Chicago now that it was there the first 2 years after New York.
Yeah, I was there.
You know what? We're in their head.
2016
Bears are 1-0 versus the Packers in 2025.
I'm so glad that even looking back,
the Green Bay Packers to do this. I mean, that's beneath. I thought, I'd expect that from the Bears because we're the lowly Bears. We can never beat Green Bay. This is very beneath Green Bay. So we'll see here. It's time to get the show started. All right, it looks like Goodell is about to put the Titans on the clock. Let's start talking about Cam Ward here a little bit. Everyone fully expects Cam Ward to be the pick.
Yeah.
Cam Ward, from a lot of what we talked about earlier this week, a lot of different experts say, listen, he wouldn't have been Jayden Daniels. He wouldn't have been Caleb Williams, but he would have been above guys who we saw have really productive years last year.
Bo Nix and
Michael Penix when he played later in the year. And so I ask you, Dan, Cam Ward was a 0-star recruit. He had to work his way from a junior college to Eastern Washington to Miami. And he leaves Division I college football with the most touchdown passes. His 6'2", thick, big arm, probably the biggest arm or second biggest arm in this draft. Definitely not a concern about arm strength, hand size, mobile enough. My notes on him, too, when I'm looking at what I had about Cam Ward, bigger Jordan Love. When you watch the tape, the arm angles, that's what really kind of stood out to me. That looked like Jordan Love. It's kind of that weird elbow, little bit of weird elbow throwing, almost Lamar Jackson-esque, where they have that almost elbow leads first throwing motion. But it's working for a lot of guys in the NFL. And I'll just say this, Tennessee getting a Cam Ward to add with Houston having CJ Stroud, plus Jacksonville having to make Trevor Lawrence work with that giant contract. The AFC South could get really interesting with three young,
no doubt,
high-ceiling quarterbacks.
I mean, we kind of thought that when they drafted Will Levis, too. We were like, oh, it's going to be this CJ Stroud and Will Levis and Anthony Richardson and Trevor Lawrence. And, Richardson and Levis haven't certainly panned out at this point. But Cam Ward definitely at least projects to be a guy that's going to likely be a multi-year starter before you kind of, write him off. So he'll get all the opportunity in Tennessee for sure.
Yeah, and did Will Levis sign anywhere else, or is he still with Tennessee? I think he's still with Tennessee.
He's still with Tennessee, yeah. It's just going to be the backup because Mason Rudolph's back in Pittsburgh. So,
which makes sense. And if you're Will Levis, the preseason will be huge. Like, go put on a show and make a team trade a fourth round, fifth round pick to Tennessee to go get Will Levis. I'm kind of shocked Tennessee hasn't signed. Like the Bears, they signed Case Keenum.
Yeah.
To say, hey, this and that I feel is like a Ben Johnson influence. Hey, how stupid were you guys last year? You had a rookie quarterback drafted number 1 overall and no veteran in this locker room to just talk football with. You had him going with a D2 school guy, second-year player in Tyson Bagent. Like, what are we doing? And I'm kind of surprised Tennessee hasn't done the same thing, right? Like, if you're Tennessee, feels like you should maybe bring in a guy this offseason. Yeah, I love it, John. Yeah, you can. John,
the best job in the world. The best job in the world.
Who just signed? I think someone signed this offseason as Patrick Mahomes' backup. I've said it for years that if I was like a Marcus Mariota or someone, I would just say, give me a contract the same length as Patrick Mahomes and just give me $3 million a year, $5 million a year, and I'll just be his backup and just cash checks.
Absolutely.
I need to look that up now.
Of course, I tried to do my best to.
Did you screw your stream up?
To refresh the stream by backing out of it, and then now it's just been loading. But now we're back. Mine's got 5:50 on the clock. What's yours at?
Oh, Gardner Minshew is Patrick Mahomes' backup, which is sick. Mine's at 5:29, 5:28.
Okay, so I'm not far behind now. Now I've refreshed it. Now I'm only 15 seconds behind or so.
On ABC, I'll mind you, it is the college crew. So I have like Kirk Herbstreit and Field Yates. I don't have Mel Kiper. He's on ESPN with, I would imagine,
Todd McShay.
And no, McShay is now with the Ringer. And
that's right. That's right.
and Mike Greenberg is hosting that coverage and all that.
Ah, man, it froze now. Dang it. Shoot.
Oh God, damn it, Bobby. Laura Rutledge
really
in all red.
This one.
Laura Rutledge looks like she is the senator, Republican senator from Alaska in that outfit. What do we do, Laura? Laura's a beautiful woman. I don't understand the outfit. I mean, she looks great. It just looks very. Honestly, she looks like the Republican senator from Wisconsin. That's the better way I should say it.
There you go.
She looks like yeah. She looks like I'm the school.
You got a good day, I will say. What do you do, man, if it's downpouring? Like, how do you? That whole crew.
Notice, they've built this. So what I'm seeing where the prospects are, they've built the stage, right? It's a giant traveling stage.
Hold on, wait. What's Ian?
Oh, I got to check Twitter too. I don't have Twitter pulled up, which is dumb. Shout out to
all I heard was Ian say something about they were in play but no deal or something like that. And it was fragmented. It may have been nothing.
I got Nick Saban talking about how important the quarterback position is.
Wow, the Green Bay Packers posted they're at max capacity, so entry has been paused. Imagine being a fan trying to get in now and can't get in. The event venue has reached maximum capacity.
I think that's why they're sending people to the stadium. I think the stadium was meant to be overflow because it's right next to the stadium.
That makes
the pick
sense.
Is in for the Tennessee Titans.
That's what happens when you host a draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. You're not going to have enough space.
Now, the sea of people is enormous. By the way, remember last year the story was Goodell had back surgery, and so don't pick him up.
Mm-hmm.
Goodell looks fit. He looks ready. He looks ready for contact. I'd go in on him.
Here we go. Here's the announcement to the Boo Birds.
Cam Ward, quarterback, obvious. Makes a lot of sense. As we've said, what I liked about Cam Ward too was 57 starts in college. So you're getting a guy who is not like what we saw from that kind of COVID draft class, like Zach Wilson, like 1 year starter. You had guys like Trey Lance, who had played 7 games as a starter since he was a high school senior. Sure. If you're Tennessee and you're the offensive coaching staff, you're getting a guy who you believe is, first off, physically, you watch him walking in now. They've traded. Cleveland has traded the pick to Jacksonville. There it is.
Oh, baby.
There it is.
Dude.
So Jacksonville is going all in on Travis Hunter, which is
Trevor Lawrence is going to be throwing the football to Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter. Just a massive transformation from just a year and a half ago.
Well, yeah, when they were trying to make veteran,
and Gabe
fine
Davis.
Players.
Yeah, but this is next level to two superstar caliber players here, and a guy that they can use on the defensive side of things, which they need help on too. So that makes all the sense in the world for Jacksonville. The new regime, new GM, new head coach. They're going after it.
Oh, the Chicago Bears tweeted, by the way, the Cairo Santos walking off with the kick from them to beat the Packers.
Yeah.
Kudos.
Nice.
All right. The Browns and Jaguars have agreed to a blockbuster trade to give Jacksonville the number 2 overall pick. Cleveland gets number 5. That's from Rappaport, but no more. Okay. Schefter promised fireworks. Barcel Big Cat said he delivered. The Browns are trading number 2 and number 104, which is a 4th round, and number 200 is a 6th round to the Jags. The Jags get the Jags are giving up 5, a 4th rounder, and their 2026 1st rounder.
Oh, the Ian Rappaport's reporting a different take. He's saying the Browns get the 5th overall pick
Yes.
They also get the 36th overall pick.
Yes, that's a second rounder. A fourth rounder.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you say the second rounder.
I don't think I said it. You're right.
Okay.
And they give him so Jacksonville loses next year's first rounder, but Jacksonville still gets number 2. They're picking they still get a fourth rounder and a sixth rounder. I mean, they must have listen, you have to make Trevor Lawrence work, Dan. And this just listen, we've been talking about Cam Ward going to Tennessee for forever. You know, we've kind of known that totally upstages his moment too. As he's walking up, you see the move on the bottom of my screen. At least ESPN, ABC had it of the move. Now the talk is all about Hunter, and now it's really in play, I think, for the Browns and the Bears to make a trade. Let's keep our eye out for it.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot the Browns got. I mean that is a really good to drop 3 spots in the draft. That's great.
And listen, the Browns probably really like Travis Hunter, but again, Travis Hunter, I don't think he's a true wide receiver number 1 in the NFL. I think he's a really elite number 2.
We have disagreements there for sure, but
so it's like you're giving up in my opinion, an elite number 2 and a spot corner. Because from the sounds of it, they wanted him to be, and remember the Jags, young coaching staff, young GM there. That GM is like in his mid-30s. He's our age.
Yeah.
And obviously, what's his name? The new head coach, who is the Bucs offensive coordinator, Liam Cohen. This is exciting already.
This is. I'm glad that we got some stuff happening early because I wasn't sure, how much movement there was going to be. We knew there were going to be trades. There always are, but to have it right away is pretty neat. Cam Ward also kind of like reminds me, like obviously it's hard for me to make this comparison because he's much more mobile and bigger, but it's kind of like CJ Stroud-esque in terms of like how he navigates, I think, the pocket well.
I can see it.
He stands tall. He's a big body in there. He's just obviously more mobile than CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, I've said
CJ's not mobile.
I've said that CJ Stroud is a better Jordan Love, or Jordan Love is like a B version. So,
and Jordan's a little bit more athletic, but way less accurate. And
100%.
Shad Khan just looks like a Bond villain, dude. Like it really doesn't matter. He's always like wearing some like crazy outfit that you've never seen before.
Oh, that's awesome. I love this drama already.
Yeah,
good for I'll say this. If you're the Jaguars and you're a Jaguars fan, the last 2 years have been brutal. You made it to the playoffs. First year with Doug Peterson. Trevor Lawrence, you thinking, oh my God, we got our guy. We had him right up there with the top 6-7 guys in the league. And in the last 2 years, he gets injured, Lawrence, and the season is just brutal. And I think if you're Jacksonville now, you can look at this and go, we have a guy who we are now committing to. He's going to be a wide receiver. If you're trading up to get him, you're trading because he's going to be a weapon for Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen, who's a really good young offensive mind. That's so crazy, the overhead shot with the houses there. If you've never been to Lambeau, you're literally driving through a suburban neighborhood and you make a right turn at what would be like a park. Is a giant open space with a giant NFL stadium in it. It's the wildest thing. Because even in like Kansas
City. When you were there, were you like, damn, this is a sweet stadium? Oh, I've never been. So like
when I went to the game when I was in middle school, I remember thinking like, this is awesome. Like, especially because I'd been to Soldier at that point already. And Soldier is such a bummer to get in and out of. It really is fantastic.
I mean, yeah, Soldier Field's not a cool venue. It's not.
Yeah. It really is.
Write home about.
It really is fantastic. And I will
John
say,
thinks Jacksonville is going to be getting their new stadium in 2028. That is unless John they end up moving to London or elsewhere. I don't know. It's seeming more likely that they're going to stay in Jacksonville the more the year goes by. But I mean, that's not out of the question.
I would think they're going to stay in Jacksonville. Eric Armstead is a gigantic man.
He is so big, dude. He's so big. Huge. I think
He's
he's like,
just-
isn't he like 6'8"? His neck.
Dude, that you have. Imagine you're like, I gotta block that guy. What?
He
the
looks like one of the
fuck?
Veggie Tales from the back with his haircut and his neck, dude. It's just like,
How do you be like, I gotta block that guy? Listen, I'm 6'5" and on the wrong side of 250.
right. Yeah.
I mean, what are you supposed to do? Like, what are you supposed to do?
How do you play football professionally? Can someone explain this to me? How does one do this?
It's so true. Okay.
Yeah,
Listen, John's on it.
I did not know this about the stadium already. So
Good for them. Listen, the Jags, they'll probably play it like UCF. My guess is they'll go to Orlando and play it like UCF Stadium, that giant stadium they have. Because that's built
I mean,
for
they're not. I think are they not far from Gainesville?
Yeah, you could do University of Florida too. Travis
In terms
Hunter.
of like venue size, that would make more sense. But
If you're Travis Hunter,
have they made the pick?
yeah, there it is. He's in pink. He looks sick. So wait, can we get an update on Travis Hunter's girlfriend who like tells him to do all the stuff? Do we have any update on that?
Who tells him to do all this stuff? What?
Remember, his girlfriend is controlling his life. He's like,
no,
did you
I
not
didn't.
hear
I
that
didn't hear any
story?
of this.
Yeah, there's like look up Travis Hunter girlfriend concerns. Like it was like a real thing. She apparently used to go to parties and make him drive her to the party, wait outside the frat house. He would sit in the car, not drink because he's like, I'm trying to become a great football player, like study the playbook, do his homework or whatever, and then drive her home.
Huh.
And if you're Travis Hunter, listen, Jacksonville is historically not a great place to be drafted, but anytime a team trades up for you, that's got to be an insane feeling. He's busting all the moves.
No, I mean it's like anything in life, man. Like people want to be wanted. So like to know that someone was pushing really hard to get you, that's always,
and to be basically the number one pick, right? Because you're the first non-quarterback taken. Like the quarterback's going to get taken. So that's got to be such a wild feeling.
How you doing on beer one?
I'm on beer two.
Oh, you're on beer two? Nice.
I sneak.
I'm gonna have to go grab beer two pretty soon here.
He's got a tailor that he must go to all his events. The Heisman Trophy jacket is the same jacket.
I think this guy can definitely be a number one wide receiver in the league. But the fact is, he won't even have to be. He doesn't have to, because Brian Thomas is already.
That's why this pick is so smart. Like
because he can be the guy who makes the crazy acrobatic, like big play moments where Brian Thomas gets the more,
and think about what you'll be able to do with
production.
him. You know what he's going to play defense on is stuff like special teams, I think.
Yeah.
And I think he'll play in certain packages. He'll play corner. I guarantee it. But think about that type of unique body, but who's also built to tackle. Like he knows how to tackle, because that's the problem. Like when you see a lot of wide receivers, they don't block and they don't tackle when they have to. The dude's a tackling machine, and he loves football. So the character is extremely high quality. The girlfriend's a concern. I will say, I'm excited for Jags fans. Really, really excited for Jags fans. Brian Thomas and Travis Hunter is your wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2. Trevor
with
Lawrence,
Evan Ingram, with Brenton Strange.
Trevor Lawrence, third head coach. It's got to work. It's got to work. And listen, let's be honest too. Tank Bigsby was nice at the end of the year, but Jacksonville also probably should try to draft a running back in this draft, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, with it being so deep, they can get a guy in third round, fourth round that could be a true starter in the
You got to
league.
push ETN
That's how
and
deep
Bigsby. You got to
class-
push those guys because ETN has been a little bit of a bust. As a
Yeah, and he's just
first-round
getting
pick.
hurt. He's getting hurt too often. You
Dude, his
can't
ball
rely
hawking.
on him.
ESPN is showing him playing defense. His ball hawking skills is insane.
We got Bobo entering the room here.
Bobo.
Yeah, I don't know who Bobo is.
Bobo. Who's
Should I put him on?
Yeah, why not? Who's the Giant? The Giants pick is in.
Bobo the Bears. Who we got here?
Duh, Bears.
Hey, that's Kevin Clark. That's Kevin Clark.
Bears.
That's 1,000,000% Kevin Clark.
It's your favorite Brandon Psalm, dude.
Oh, that's what's up, Brandon.
No,
man.
Stall, you got me.
Let's
you
go.
got me. That was such a Kevin Clark move to just go, "Da Bears."
Bears.
Bears.
I got Brandon Psalm. Welcome to the show. What do you think of the Travis Hunter trade? The Jags moving up.
I got to be honest. I think the Browns really made out on that one.
Yeah. Well,
they did get a shit ton. They got a massive amount.
Next year's first is going to be great for them. What I will say that's a great point, because if the Browns don't take a quarterback this year and they're willing to just go kind of with Joe Flacco and be kind of like end up with like the 5th or 6th spot in the draft next year, if Jacksonville doesn't make the playoffs, you have 2 first-round picks to try to move up to go get the guy who you really want in the draft next year. It's a pretty good opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and they got a bunch of other little things sprinkled in too. If Jacksonville really wanted them, I think everyone wins here. So,
absolutely. Oh, we got Adam Rosso joining the show now too. What's up, Adam? You're over there at the Star in Dallas, reporting on Dallas's pick.
Yep, here. Just tight out until we get some more movement, but Cowboys at 12. We're talking here just even a little before everything got going. The last few years, the Cowboys have had success when they haven't overthought the pick. They've taken the best available with Micah. They took the best available with CD. So depending on how it shakes out, I think you guys probably talked about the lack of kind of first-round top-end talent. So maybe they sit at 12 and, an offensive lineman falls to them, or cornerback Will Johnson. Do they just take him, snap him up rather than reach for, receive like Matt or technical? I don't know. I'm interested in what you guys think, what they're going to do with that. That was kind of the vibe in the media dining area.
Really quick, Adam, let's get your reaction to it. Penn State, Abdul Carter goes to the Giants. He's now in the division with the Cowboys. Thoughts on that really quick?
I mean, you got to be able to get to Jaden Daniels. You got to be able to get to Jalen Hurts, like Dak Prescott, I guess, too. But they got to get better in a lot of places. But I think, getting to the quarterback, you saw obviously what the Eagles did with down in the Super Bowl. Dan Quinn's revamped that Washington defense to be able to do the same. Obviously, when the Cowboys are healthy, Micah's as good as any getting to the quarterback. So I think they needed to do that. They need a quarterback too, but I think obviously at 3 they weren't going to look at Jackson Dart or Shedeur. That's too early. Maybe they trade back in later the first, but kind of to me, the first 3 players that have taken were kind of the first 3 that we all knew were going to be taken. Obviously, we didn't know Jacksonville was going to pop up there, but I think pretty sound pick considering this is probably the make or break a year for the Giants GM.
Yeah, seriously. It really is. What do you think about the movement we've seen here right now with Jacksonville trading up, giving a haul to Cleveland, but getting Travis Hunter, and now they got Hunter and Brian Thomas? Like, it's a pretty solid duo on the outside for Trevor.
At first glance, I saw they gave up another first next year. Am I right on that?
So yeah, they did.
That's an interesting thing to me. I mean, you're betting that your team's going to be a lot better than a top 5 pick, obviously. And, they got some players, like you said, Brian Thomas. Obviously, Trevor's been inconsistent, but, a guy that they're still going to ride with. I don't know, can they protect him? I think they struggled to protect him quite a bit. He's been banged up too in the last couple of years. They gave up a lot. I mean, Travis Hunter, he's a program changer, right? Program changer at Jackson State. What should do a program changer Colorado? Can he change what's been a not great locker room and a not great, not well-run organization for a number of years here now, probably going back to before the Anderson era started. So we'll see what Liam Cohen and them can do. I would assume he is going to be incorporated into that offense, or they wouldn't have taken him, right?
Absolutely. Adam, in our mock, we had the Cowboys taking the first wide receiver off the board, waiting and getting McMillan in Arizona. Does that make any sense to you? Are you hearing that the Cowboys, I mean, listen, I think they need a wide receiver 2 next to CeeDee Lamb, like desperately, and someone who can just give Zach a weapon. It also is like a splash move if they're able to get the first wide receiver. Does that make sense for Dallas?
Adam, can you hear us?
I can hear Dan. Danny, I can hear you. Mark, I lost there mid.
I was asking about wide receiver at the pick for Dallas. We had them taking
to the entryway here.
Dan, if you just want to ask,
I'll relay the question because there might just be some mic issues, but Mark's wondering, we mocked McMillan to Dallas at 12. Does wide receiver make sense for the Cowboys? Because in Mark's view, obviously they need a wide receiver 2 desperately next to CeeDee Lamb. Or is that something that just given the class would still just be considered a reach at 12? Or is it something that they just have to do?
See, I feel like it makes the most sense. I put out there on Twitter, my feeling kind of was they gotta get out of the night with a playmaker, whether that's a receiver or a running back. I think probably their best option is to trade back into the mid-20s and take a Matthew Golden or take a Emeka Egbuka or maybe take a Hampton from North Carolina if they want to get a running back. I think 12 is an interesting dilemma for them, which is kind of what I said at the beginning. Like, do they just sit and take the best player available? Because I don't know that maybe McMillan you could say is worth the 12th pick. I mean, he definitely is a consensus number 1 guy, but not a burner. He does give you something that CD doesn't. He gives you size. He gives you a red zone threat. I get all that. I don't think, one thing I'll say about, Jerry and Steven and the time I've covered them is that I don't think they just take a guy to take a guy necessarily. They maybe Mozzie Smith 2 years ago, you could say they tried to do that at the end of the first round and address the D tackle need. But other than that, whether it's, going back to Zach Martin, who just retired, he got talked out of Johnny Football. Yep. They take Zach, he's a Hall of Famer. You go with CD. They necessarily didn't need a receiver at that time. They got him, and now he's one of the best in the league. Micah was, we were seeing more thought of as an outside linebacker to begin, and obviously he's turned into a great pass rusher. But they had Van Der Esch at that point, So it's interesting to me that I just think they need playmakers, and I think that
for sure,
obviously Genty is going to be gone by then. Do you reach for a running back at 12 and say, hey, we need a bell cow type of guy? I don't think they're going to do that because obviously Zeke was great, but then they paid Zeke and he wasn't great. And I don't know if Jerry's got scar tissue from that or what, but it just seems like they haven't valued running back since. I mean, they're bringing back Zeke obviously last year. That tells you how much they valued running back when he clearly wasn't a starter, was never going to be a starter, and they tried to play him, and the run game was terrible. Yeah. So I think they're perfect scenarios. They trade back to mid-20s, early 20s, 21, 22, 23. I don't know if your Steelers will be a dance partner with them if they got somebody they want to do, but I think that's where they get a skill guy. I think if they sit at 12 and their draft board says, hey, we got a guy that is ranked 6 on our board, we're just going to take him and we're going to plug him in and play him, whether it's one of the offensive tackles. That to me is an interesting thing. If I think Will Campbell, I don't know if they've picked yet. Everybody thinks he's going to the Patriots, but what if Campbell or the guy from Missouri drop and you're sitting right? The Cowboys' offensive line wasn't great last year. They've taken the offensive line in 2 of the last 3 drafts in the first round, but
there's going to be an O-line run. It's going to happen.
And do you guys think they can get it? Pick whatever they are, 33 or whatever, 44 or something in the second round. Can they get a Travion Henderson as their first running back? Can they get one of those Luther Burden at receiver? Can they get somebody that could still be a wide receiver 2 or an RB1 while also adding a plug and play starter on the offensive line? So that to me is since they have one skill guy that you'd say, all right, he's a playmaker. That's CD. There's nobody else on this team where you're worried. You're game planning around. Hey, if they get him the ball, we gotta figure out a way to not get the ball in his hands. And
I just need a skill guy.
Yeah,
they do. They really do. Can I quickly ask, just from your perspective, being close to the team, who really makes the decision in that room, do you think?
I think it's a collaboration. I do think that Jerry still has the final say, but in talking to them, even the pre-draft presser, they'll say little nuggets where you can kind of get hints. That's why I bring up O-line. Like I think they want to address that. I think that he's delegated to Steven, but I think he's delegated to Steven only in terms of maybe like a roster composition. I think in a big first round draft pick like this, I think Jerry gets input from everybody and then says, all right, what do we think? Here's what I think. Here's who I want. What do you guys think? And that's kind of what he said they did with Zach Martin and Johnny Manziel. Jerry wanted him, and everybody else in the room was like, no, we're not feeling it. So they took Zach. So I think it's funny because obviously after all the Lucas stuff down here, it looks like Will Campbell goes to the Pats, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
His arms look short.
Maybe more the pinstripe suit to make his arms look longer.
Yeah, the length. You want the vertical length.
Dan, he's a funny case. Do you remember Tristan Wirfs, all the talk at Iowa coming out was, oh, they got to move him to guard. He's not a mean football player. He's, that reminds me of Campbell right here. Like this dude's tape is as impressive as anybody's from all accounts. And yet they're nitpicking on stuff where I get it. Short arms matter when you're a tackle, but he's not playing in, the Division II league and the upper Midwest. He's playing in the SEC and he's putting on great tape. That's how I felt with this one. I felt that way with Tristan. When Tristan fell, I was like, oh, okay, you're taking these guys that are on potential where you got a proven guy he's going to start day one. No question. Obviously.
What I loved about Will Campbell is his deep Southern accent. He's just like a strong country boy.
He's got derived from Coach O. He's got the Coach O, not the deepness, but the twang for sure.
I love it.
So yeah,
hey Phil, I see you've entered the backstage, but I can't put you on because it says your device isn't connected. So I think you need to try and connect your mic or your cam before I could cue you up. Just a heads up there. But yeah, no,
I'll try to.
We'll
get closer to 12, and maybe there'll be some movement where I can jump on. Here's how it happens for people out there. So when you're here at the facility, you're here. We're watching just like everybody else. And then literally, I think the first or second thing these guys do is they'll jump on a conference call with us within 15 minutes of getting picked. So we'll just all get around a speakerphone. And for me, being on TV, I'll just take notes on my phone, listen, and kind of paraphrase what he said. And then at the end of the first round, Jerry and Steven and Will McClay, the director of scouting, they'll come out and talk about the pick, but not until the round is done. So not until 11:30 Central. So, and then we'll be back here tomorrow when they bring the first round pick in. So that's kind of the layout here. I don't know. They even said they want to be active. They want big trades in the works. But we joked, do they trade up to get Genty? Like, are they going to make a splash? That's not the Cowboys. That's not the way they do it.
Right.
What's the spread like? What's the spread like at Jerry's World?
They take care of us. It was Cowboys mac and cheese, brisket sliders, cheesesteak quesadillas.
Oh God.
Some brisket queso chips.
A little bit better than the University of Iowa, I take it.
Yeah, a little bit.
They want those questions to come in like half asleep, like food drunk, and kind of like softball questions.
No joke. I'm half surprised they don't have draft beer out here at the Cowboys. AT&T after the game, they put on there's tap beer for media. I don't know.
Hell yeah!
I don't know if that's inside pool, but that's
TV in Springfield, Illinois. I got to get down to Dallas, Sarah. I got to get down to Dallas. That's what you're telling me.
Say, Dan, what did you think of the facility up here? How much did you get to be around when you were?
I didn't actually end up going, dude. Yeah, no. So, but that would have been cool. I mean, obviously, it seems like it's amazing, but I didn't end up going.
I don't know if you can see like the chandelier crystals up top. It's quite the place. So it's cool. It's obviously the whole reports about the tours coming around here, and we see them all the time. Press conferences, media availabilities, where there's people in here getting tours talking about the the 5 Super Bowl championships that are right over there. So it's interesting, man. It's a different. It's a business. This isn't. It's not all football all the time. I mean, for the guys it is, but for everybody else, it's definitely a business.
Oh yeah, no, it's a brand for sure.
Yep.
It's everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll like I said, I'll keep in touch. I'll pop on again here, hopefully one more time here during the first round. But good catching up with you guys.
For sure,
Hey, we
absolutely,
appreciate it.
Adam. Real quick, with you being a Minnesota Vikings fan, of course, and a Minnesota native, just curious, like, real quick, do you have a wish for them? Meanwhile, the pick is in for Cleveland. We'll find out what they've got. But yeah, give us a quick thought for the Vikings.
I keep seeing, obviously Harrison Smith's back. They lost Cam Bynum. I keep seeing that safety from South Carolina. I'm fine with that. Obviously, off the charge athleticism. So I'd like that. You can never obviously have too many offensive linemen or defensive linemen. I know they signed a couple offensive linemen, but anywhere on that. But I think they can draft for need, especially with, I think, 2 of the best coaches in the league with KOC and Brian Flores defensive. I'm worried the Vikings after this year will lose Flores again, but we'll see what they can do. But another piece for him to kind of move around and do that would be my preference.
Yep, can't go
Sounds
wrong
good.
there for sure. All right, Adam, thanks so much, man, covering the Dallas Cowboys over there in Dallas for Spectrum News 1. That's correct, right? Still Spectrum News 1.
All right. Appreciate it, guys. We'll talk to you later.
All right. See you, Adam.
Meanwhile, Mason Graham officially going to be a Cleveland Brown. I love this pick for
Okay.
Cleveland.
All right.
He's
you were
Ohio
hammering the defensive line, pick for them. So
Ohio is going to get a Michigan boy, but they're going to love this kid. He's just like, he's the one pick I truly feel like so far in this top 5. I almost feel like there's just no way he's a bad player. There's no way in 2 years from now, 3 years from now, we're saying what happened to Mason Graham? Like, he will be, I'm not saying he's going to be an all-pro. I'm not saying he's Aaron Donald. He will be an NFL player, an NFL starter for 10 years maybe, if he stays healthy.
So we did get the first 5 picks in terms of the players, just obviously not the order.
Yeah, there hasn't been a surprise as far as the names go.
Phil says it's his device isn't connected, so I don't know if you want to shoot him a text real quick. He might. Wait,
Hello,
Phil, you
can
there?
hear me?
We got you.
He's there.
I didn't know it was going to be a part of the action. I was just listening.
you
in,
can be a part of the
must be a
action.
part of the action, sir.
All
This
right.
is,
Mason
a
Graham.
requirement.
Listen, the Raiders already the pick is in. That's got to be Ash and Jenny, right?
So I missed the first 4 pick. Oh, here we go. First 4: Cam Ward, Travis Hunter. Okay.
Yeah, and
They moved up.
the Jacksonville Jaguars traded up with Cleveland, and they gave Cleveland a haul. They gave them next year's first. They gave them this year's second as well. And Cleveland only had to move back 3 spots.
And they get Mason Graham.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get a stud D tackle out of it. But yeah, dude, if the Raiders picks in that quickly, Mark,
It feels
I
like
fear that
Jenny.
Ashton Genty is gone, unless they feel really good about another tackle or something. I don't know. I'm gonna go get another beer real quick.
Phil, if the Bears aren't, I've been saying it for forever. I did not want the Bears to actually trade up in this draft. I lost him. We lost Phil, my brother Phil, former college football player, offensive line guru. I'll say this: I'm pumped for Cleveland. Cleveland gets a next year's first. Cleveland gets added picks this year in the 2nd and 4th round. And Cleveland gets, in my opinion, maybe a can't-miss prospect. I mean, 1 a night for the Cleveland Browns. The thing with Cleveland will be now, do they use this extra ammunition to actually trade back up?
I mean,
and
they
maybe go get a quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Like now you wonder if they do that. Oh, man, what are the Raiders going to do? No. Let's see here. We have an offensive lineman. We've got a defensive lineman. No edge rushers yet. No corners. Obviously, no running backs, no wide receivers. Kimberly Graham getting interviewed on ABC. ABC's got the mothers. Every mother's been interviewed so far. Every father.
Oh yeah,
has
it's
been interviewed
wholesome
so far.
content over there.
The Mason Graham's dad got his suit at Kohl's in Green Bay today. I'm just going to say it. There's no way he didn't go to Kohl's and just like, what do we got for $100? The NIL must have not have been that great at Michigan for Mason Graham.
No, it was all about he's investing. You know, he's being smart.
What are the Raiders
yeah,
doing?
I mean,
Pete
hey,
Carroll.
interesting choice there. But I don't hate it for sure.
It's been a fun first round so far. I mean, that trade has made everything extremely interesting.
Well, John's not wrong here too, because if the quarterback draft is going to be great next year, and they just acquired another first round pick, then that may be the move, John. They'll have the capital to go up and get whoever they want at that point. If they want to trade up and go get number one,
I'll just say this. Chris Sims tweeted after the Will Campbell pick, Will Campbell is a guard, period. Ashton Jenney, he's going to be a Raider. All right, Ashton Jenney's a Raider.
All right, there you go.
So
now the Bears pick becomes very interesting.
Listen, when we did the mock, I said I thought there was smoke with Ashton Jenney being a Raider. What it turns out is that the Raiders are actually looking to be what we said. Remember, I was like, what I loved about the Raiders coach and getting Pete Carroll, offensive coordinator and getting Chip Kelly, and then getting Geno Smith and signing Geno Smith. But what we loved about it was they were saying, listen, we know we can't beat Mahomes and win a Super Bowl, but we're sick and tired of being losers. If we're going to be losers, we're going to be the best goddamn fourth place team in the league, and we're going to be a hard out. And right now on offense, when you look at what they have with Ashton Jenney and what they have with the tight end Brock Bowers, those are two absolute weapons. There's Phil. Jenney is a Raider, Phil.
Oh, bummer.
Are you behind me? I have actual live. I got the rabbit ears up. I'm like.
Mark's playing spoiler for all of us because I'm streaming it on the NFL Network app.
I'm like Robert Duvall in 4 Christmases. Don't touch my rabbit ears.
Yeah, I'm definitely behind. I'm on like Tubi or something like that. I'm watching the free one.
Yeah, Mark, they haven't even made the selection for me yet.
Dude,
Yeah,
I got the Jets pick is in. Listen, what are we doing here, guys?
What is going on, dude?
You got to get your rabbit ears.
NFL Network, it's your
that's
Fire Stick. Come
That's
on.
a bummer about Gianti though.
Yeah.
Gianti. I'm not bummed. I'm bummed he didn't fall. I'm not bummed that we didn't trade up. I really am not, because
Yeah,
the
that's
Bears,
fine.
the Bears need multiple starters and depth at multiple positions, and you have 3 picks in the top 10 through 50. Like, you're good. Those 3 picks should be.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get what's his name from Ohio State, the kid Travion Henderson, or one of those kind of
early in the second round.
I mean, I wouldn't hate the kid from North Carolina, but I think he's going to be gone by then.
And I don't think the Bears. I don't think the Bears take.
He might go way higher than any of us think, though.
Dude, he's a stud. He's a stud.
He's very good. He's like he kind of reminds me of the longtime Bengals running back who's now on the Joe Mixon.
Yeah, a little bit like that. Yeah.
He's kind of got a Joe Mixon vibe.
I could see that. Yeah, but good for Jim.
He could be in play for Dallas, honestly. I mean,
well, he could be in play for Dallas. Marion Hampton.
How do you not give him an 83 in athleticism? Who are the people giving these ratings?
Where did you see that? What channel are you
I'm on the NFL Draft Center within it's on Tubi, so it's gonna be NFL Network. It's like
Are you
Bucky.
poor?
No, I just got rid of YouTube TV. I just got rid of it.
I got rid of it like 6 months ago or whatever myself.
Yeah, I couldn't do it anymore.
Best thing you do is go out and buy rabbit ears. You get local channels: ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox.
Yeah,
it doesn't even work for me, dude. I got trees everywhere around me.
And
there's no good reception.
There's probably less EMF at that point too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, if we want to go there, we can. No, it's not this kind of podcast, but we can get there.
You invite Phil on, and all of a sudden we're talking about
we can get deep in the rabbit hole.
It's not about the grassy knoll shooter; it's about the driver. Do you see the driver turns his head?
Hey, I didn't say that. You brought it up.
The driver did turn his head, from what I saw.
It's incredible.
I'll say this: the Jets are interesting here now with the players off the board.
I still feel Tyler Warren, dude. I still feel like that's going to be
like,
it.
Will they give Justin Fields a weapon, or does the new defensive head coach say, "I'm going to go get myself an elite weapon to add to this defense"?
I think it's either Tyler Warren or Membu.
No, they're
or like a dominant tackle. Like I just don't. Like who would be the?
They need
a go with
receiver,
Walker or something, right? They
go
could get
early.
another edge, but
they need an offensive lineman.
Yeah, I think
they took the kid out of Penn State last year, Fashanu.
Right.
Yeah, that's not a bad move.
And so if
I
you
think
could
Membu,
get a Membu or the offensive lineman from Texas here, and you say, hey, now we got our tackles, you might be in good shape.
John says, how are the Jets going to screw this up? That's the real question. What will they do to screw this pick up? Yeah,
they're going to take Jackson Dart. Did you see? So John Gruden's been doing the Gruden camp on Barstool.
Yeah, the snap count.
Dude, that's alarming. Jackson Dart was on the Gruden camp, Phil, and John Gruden goes, "Let me hear your snap count. What do you got for your snap count?" And Jackson Dart just goes,
yeah.
And John kind of looked at him and goes, "That's it?" And he's like, "Yeah, all we do is clap.
Yeah, well,
that's all we do."
I mean, but that's also not Jackson's fault at all. Like, no. But I think how he handled it was he was almost surprised at Gruden's reaction. I'm like, if you're Jackson, you should have the awareness to be like,
that this
but
is
like
come
I'm,
up.
you know, and then he followed up with like, but I can definitely do cadences and stuff. You know, I'm all about, you know, adapting to stuff like that. And I did it in high school. Or you say something as a follow up. You know, it's an interview. So that wasn't the best look.
But I wouldn't like him early, obviously, in the draft. I heard a lot of like the Giants were gonna maybe go for him early, and it's like that would be really stupid. But if you can get him later on, I think he's got a good arm. But I don't know. I don't worry as much about that stuff unless the kid scores really low on the intelligence test or something like that too. If you combine it with that, maybe. But I don't know.
If they can throw a football at a professional level and they are athletic enough and can make all of the throws, they can learn how to do a cadence or go under center. Like, you shouldn't be worried about that if you're an NFL.
If he just has to add words to his knowledge of being able to put the ball in the right spot, then I think you.
Now, if they're a mute, that might be difficult. But you know, that plays into.
I'm trying to find the confirmation, but I'm pretty sure Jackson Dart and Zach Wilson went to the same high school.
Really?
Okay.
And I think they come from the same background, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, they're. I have teammates that went to that high school. Valor Christian is that? Or no, is that the McCaffreys? That might be the McCaffreys.
That might be the McCaffreys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It says Jackson Dart. Just
you're talking about like his belief system. That's what you're talking about.
I'm just saying. I'm
concerned. Jackson Dart's a Mormon.
There's some concerns.
Well, so was the lefty from San Francisco. You know, so
there are some concerns for me with Jackson Dart. I don't think I would not touch Jackson Dart in the first 2 rounds.
Hey,
no,
you know who also went to BYU, Mark?
Well, a punky QB named
the punky QB, yeah.
Well, and the other,
but he just played ball. He just balled.
That's true. That's very true. Yes, he's definitely not the model.
Oh, Membu is the pick for the Jets. Membu for all you streamers.
We'll talk about. I called it.
That's a smart.
He is not in Green Bay. Membu. He is not in Green Bay.
That's good.
I don't think Membu has girlfriend concerns like Travis Hunter does.
So we got 6 of the top 7 correct in terms of the players gone.
Oh wow.
So Tyler Warren is still. We didn't get him to the correct places.
I can't believe Will.
Or no, we got 5. Sorry, because we didn't.
Will Campbell's shoulders are small. I think he really is a guard. He looks like a guard.
But you put him at right tackle, I think, if anything. Where did he go?
Dude, he went to the Patriots at
Yeah, you put him as
right Vrabel just was like, I want a guy. We got to protect. They had a terrible offensive line last year. You got to protect your quarterback. Yeah. And Campbell will do it either at guard or tackle.
Mark, since you're our resident, you're our resident insider, aka person that's like 25 seconds ahead. Is the pick already in for Carolina?
Pick is already in. What do you
Dang, dude,
think?
these people, they're moving fast.
I like that because the bunny's already gone. I'm just gonna say it. The bunny's already gone.
I hope the Bears just
Jesus.
trade now.
I would say trade back, or I'm interested in Tyler Warren, or Colston, the
Warren
tight end
falls,
from Michigan. Either of the two tight ends, I kind of sold myself on. Ben Johnson over the last 2 years used the second most 12 personnel in the NFL with two tight ends, and so I can sell myself on him saying, listen, Cole Kmet and a Tyler Warren, let's fuck some shit up. We don't even need a wide receiver 3. We can have some fun with that.
I mean, talk about mismatches for defenses. Like, you can't really go nickel because if Tyler Warren and Cole Kmet are out there, someone's getting, beat around. Like, they're going to run the football down their throats. And then if you go in base, they're going to fly by your linebackers and stuff. So that's going to be tough.
I like the 12 personnel. I like having multiple tight end sets if you're able to run the ball. Like, I'm all about that. So, and that's where if they can draft a tight end here and then get a running back later on too, that'd be cool.
Also,
there's so many good running
was
backs.
Good with Ben Johnson
be
in
able to
Detroit.
do it.
Like, I don't get why we're totally writing off DeAndre Swift.
No, we shouldn't. He's a stud.
He was solid with Ben Johnson in Detroit.
Yo, what up, Brandon?
Brandon is back. Psalm is back on.
Hi, Brandon.
And we got actual camera view of Psalm.
Got the camera set up.
You got a nice little studio there set up, Brandon.
Oh yeah, I fancy myself an audiophile a bit, so
All right, can I ask
you?
you?
He built this camera and this mic with his bare hands. Actually.
Bare hands.
Yeah.
So that's pretty legit.
No, I'm just.
I was like, you got a robot in there too?
Next thing comes out just like this robot maid who serves him a cigar on a platter. Hey, Psalm. So we're trying to figure out. I'm watching on actual like cable, so I see the Panthers pick is in. What are you watching on? Because Phil and Vasco are way behind me.
Our streaming is brutal.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on the Panthers here. So,
okay, so you're with me. The Panthers pick is in.
Yeah,
Mine's in commercial right now.
Hey, Brandon? Are you happy the Bears didn't trade up?
it's hard to say. This is probably one of the drafts that I've researched the least with how busy I've been. I'm kind of doomer pilled at this point on the Bears. I just feel like anything we do is going to end poorly, and it doesn't matter if it's the right pick or the wrong pick. It's just going to always not work out for us.
I think
sometimes leading
you
with
got
pessimism.
to have faith in Ben Johnson, though, man.
2 years ago we picked at 10 and we got Darnell Wright, and he's been a very, very good 10th overall pick so far early in his career. So I think they can get it. Ryan Poles, that was his first draft pick. I think he can get it right here at 10. I'm with you a little bit. The problem, like my biggest problem with trading up, and it's kind of like you live in your own Twitter world for which team you follow. Because I'm a diehard Bears fan and I do Bears content. Everything time I open Twitter, it's like Bears talk, right? So it's like I live in this world where it's like, dude, if the Bears trade up, they're going to be a laughingstock. They're going to get embarrassed. And so I do have this sense of kind of relief off my chest that I don't have to go on TV tomorrow morning and justify giving up what we gave up for a running back. You know what I mean? Like, I really do feel that way. But I also will say this. If Ashton Genty runs for 1,800 yards and 15 touchdowns, I'll be like, what the fuck? Why do we not trade up? Like, what are we doing?
Right.
So it's a kind of a doom or gloom situation, but we're not going to be beat up on Twitter like we were with like the Mitch trade or the Mitch draft, in the sense that Ashton Genty was not available for us to draft. It's not like we chose someone over Ashton Genty. You know what I mean? So that's what that's the thing you kind of start to worry about.
Or the Bears can be the Chiefs in this equation, and Genty was the Trubisky, and really it's Omarion Hampton or something that was the true.
Dan,
stud.
I like your positivity there.
I'm just saying, hey, it could happen. It could happen. Grace asking the real tough questions here for Brandon. Brandon, where's the baby? Soon to be father. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. We're waiting. I mean, she can go into labor, and if it's during the draft, we can just tell her to hold it in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's any day now. So
Do you
We're
know
excited.
the
Heck
Do
yeah.
you know the gender? Or are you waiting for her first grade teacher to decide the gender for her?
Wow, the top row.
We picked an old school name. It's my great grandfather's name, so we had to go with an old school ideology. So as soon as it comes out, we'll know.
Oh, okay. So Phil did the same thing. Both of his kids, they didn't know till it was born.
No,
Okay.
I like the surprise. Yeah, it was a good surprise.
I
For sure.
tell people
Oh,
that
we-
and they freak out. They're like, "How the hell did he do that?" I'm like, "I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah.
It was not me."
That's,
Yes.
yeah, that's
The
Yeah.
Panthers
We
pick
know.
is in, and the selection is McMillan, wide receiver, Arizona.
Oh
So the
my,
Panthers are
really?
a little bit of a surprise.
Wow.
They give Bryce Young
him
another
a weapon.
weapon to go along with
The kid from South Carolina. Yeah.
who's
Legit.
got the
Xavier Leggett.
Leggett, who's got an amazing accent, and then
He's
you
amazing.
have
Yeah, he's awesome.
Oh yeah.
And then-
I can't even. That was terrible. I
no,
can't
no,
even-
do it, do it, no,
No,
do
let's
it.
do that. Let's try it one more time. I thought you were drinking or in the middle of a drink.
It's like,
You're gonna go.
just talking like,
I'm like, I'll eat
country
raccoon. I'll eat raccoon.
Yeah, that's. I mean, now we're
So
now we're
this is-
borderline.
This is a surprise. We could get canceled here, but
This
is falling
the
Yeah.
For Frequency Sake Network did not sign up for this.
Yeah.
We're gonna
He's
lose our
from-
Miller Lite sponsorship, dude.
He is, speaking of
Freaking
which,
cool.
I do need to go to the next one. He is from the 4th largest island in Hawaii, says ABC.
Okay.
What an impressive statistic.
At least they're not talking about all their family members that died. Remember a couple years ago when ESPN was just like, the next pick is, and it's just like his mom died 2 years ago, and his girlfriend's mom also died. And it's
Yeah.
like, what are we doing here?
No, it's
They're trying to shape a narrative. You got to give it to them for trying, but it's a downer. It's a big downer.
yeah.
Big
Also,
downer.
the Hawaiians historically, football players, they're known for their interior linemen, like having a
Mhm.
stud wide receiver.
Like Samoans, are really good linemen.
Oh yeah, they are.
Maybe we got the Hawaiians now can capture the wide receiver market.
Well, hey, Tua, was
Barack
Was-
Obama,
one of the first non-linemen that I can remember.
Talking about it.
Hawaii guy,
Um,
big Hawaii
No,
guy.
McMillan probably was the number one consensus wideout. So I don't hate the pick. They did need weapons too. So
Yeah.
if I were them, I would have gone Tyler
Well-
Warren personally, though.
Hey,
Yeah.
keep an eye out. Keep an eye out if now that the Saints, the pick is in apparently already for the Saints.
Jeez, dude.
See if
Well,
see
this
if
is it. If Shadur Sanders doesn't go here,
then it's
then-
Shador watch. Then it's the drop. Where's he
Yeah.
go? Because there's no one in the teams really should be taking Shador Sanders.
Leave it to the Bears. We're gonna just throw a curveball.
I would puke. I'd puke up the Reese's bunny I've eaten over the last hour.
Brandon, what jersey is that? Is that 33? Is that Tillman or
83.
83?
Oh, I thought it was gonna be a 93.
David Terrell,
No, older.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
83.
Willie Galt.
Willie Galt. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
There
shit!
you go.
And I knew that too. I remember you told me about that.
And I think
yeah,
Terrell
shit.
was 88. I think Terrell was 88.
Yeah.
So
That's why
now
I
this
think I'm like, yeah.
No, David Robinson or Marcus Robinson was 88.
88.
David
Back
Terrell
to
was
back,
80, I think.
back-to-back NFC South teams. What do we think the Saints do here? What did we project the Saints do?
I mean,
had
we
Shador.
projected them to take
Well,
Shadur.
you
Like
did.
that's what
you had.
we've
You had the odd numbers.
we had. This was our mock here.
They
So
need a
we had
quarterback.
Walker going to the Panthers there. We got that wrong. We had Shadur going to the Saints. Yeah, if Shadur doesn't go, then I don't see anyone taking him before Pittsburgh minimum, unless somebody trades up.
And the only one with the ammo to really trade up that would want him would be probably Cleveland, unless the Giants were
Cleveland or
the New
Yeah,
York Football
yeah.
Giants.
yeah, you're probably Those are really the two
Hey,
teams.
keep an eye in the backstage for another person to be joining us. Maybe here.
Okay.
My weather guy,
Saints-
Nick Patrick,
Saints
is
fan,
a
right?
diehard Saints fan, and I sent him the link a while ago, and we'll see if he joins in and lets us know his thoughts. He was very, very adamant he did not want Shedeur Sanders because he's already in the Ache for Arch campaign. He wants to lose a lot of
Ache for
games
Arch.
and get Arch Manning.
It's kind of
I get
amazing that tank for Trevor, tank for Tua, ache for Arch. There's like they've all panned out.
I told him
to
the
go
better way
perfectly
to
with
say it.
a slogan.
I told him the better way to say is "Ain't no wins, Arch Manning." Ain't no wins. We got no
That's-
more wins.
It's not better, Mark.
It's
not better.
It's not
It's
Um,
lengthy.
better.
I will say though, would that be the first ever time a grandfather and grandson,
Played
were
for the
the
same team.
but in the same position too?
Right,
You know what I
right.
mean?
Damn, that would be pretty epic.
I
Yeah.
mean, you got to think
I
one
mean,
of the offensive linemen. No,
Okay.
maybe what?
Is there something going
For
on in your guys'
quarterback. Oh yeah, you said same position. Yeah.
Is there something
Yeah,
going
that's
on
true.
with your
There's
guys'
probably been a
stream
line
right
there.
now because ABC keeps cutting to like aerial shots earlier in the day, and I think it's because they're trying to avoid like a sign or something.
Well, I'm seeing a fan cam on Shedeur Sanders right now.
the pick is in.
I'm still watching them announce Teatro McMillan. So
All right, here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
You better spice
Roger
up the
Goodell.
announcement a bit if you're going to be the one to break the news to me. You better make this. Oh,
do you want Shedeur?
who is it? Who we got?
I didn't freeze. Kelvin
look like
Banks
you
Jr., offensive tackle from
Oh.
Texas. That's a bummer for the
Alright,
Bears. I
Yeah.
had Kelvin Banks circled for the Bears. He's got a child, by the way. He just kissed a girl who's holding a newborn baby. So that's man strength.
Yeah, he's got a
He's
lot to
got
play
dad
for.
strength.
He's got a lot to play for.
Brandon, you're about to learn the strength you're about to get is insane.
It's starting to come in. I feel like it's coming a little earlier. I've always been like an early, early adapter.
I actually lost strength becoming a stepdad.
Yeah.
My muscles weakened. It was the opposite effect. Very.
Yeah, there's a rise and fall. There is a rise and fall. So you'll
Okay.
feel it, and then it'll go away, and then hopefully it'll come back.
And then your second born gives you the strength.
Oh,
The Bears. The pick is already in for the Bears.
That's awesome.
you
What
think
do
they're
we
taking
think, guys?
Warren?
What
I
do
think
you
they're taking Warren.
Listen,
I hope so.
Membu,
That'd be
Banks, and Campbell, the top three tackles are off. So I don't think they're going offensive line.
You knew that the tackles had to go off. Oh, we got Nick here.
Nick Patrick, your
Yo,
Saints
guys,
have taken an offensive tackle.
I saw.
How do you feel?
I was just putting my daughter to bed, literally walked out, came in, all 4-time starter. I like it. I don't love the fact we not went offensive line, but I don't hate it either. So I can live with it.
I'll say this.
It's not
Nick,
Shedeur. So
Right.
Nick, did
Thank God.
you see Kelvin Banks Jr. kissed a girl who was holding a newborn baby? So he's got dad strength.
Oh, there you go. That'll work. That'll work just but there he is.
that'll play.
Oh, yeah, brand new baby right there.
Yeah, +3 strength. Yep,
I'll take it.
right off the bat.
+3. How late are you staying up on paternity leave? Are you going to watch
That's
the
the-
whole thing?
No, I'll probably go to bed after the first next 5 picks or so.
Okay.
I've been,
so you could be working right now, is what you're saying?
He's on paternity leave.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
on paternity time, so it's like it's okay.
I'm just sure.
This is way better. This is way better.
Well, yeah.
No, Joe, I get it. Respect.
we'll
Who did-
see.
Who
The
did
Ba-
Carolina take? I missed.
The wide receiver from Arizona. They were the first
Good.
ones to take a wide receiver.
Good. Okay,
The
that'll
Which
Bears-
now also Mark is going to tell us that there is going to be at least like three to four wide receivers that go in the
Okay,
first
hold on. Wait. They're doing some sort of Laura Rutledge is out there with another woman, and they're doing the schedule release marks a pivotal moment in the calendar for a stage or thrilling season
Let's
where we
read the
get to
whole thing.
geek out. Well, you guys are 8 picks behind because you're streaming. I'm
like-
on News
I mean,
Channel 20.
I can.
Well, that
see
means
the
I get to
Bears
see it
pick
twice
in,
now. That's
but
great.
It's
I
we've
want to know
got-
what they're going to announce here. Now, who's the other woman?
Yeah. Okay. Actually,
Yeah,
I'm not
from
that
the
far
sub-
behind because they're just walking up to the podium right now.
Are they announcing schedule release day?
Of course, it'd be right like to delay the Bears pick.
You sons of
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Oh, schedule release.
I want
They're not going to
Steelers.
release it right now.
I
though,
want
right?
the Steelers to get Aaron Rodgers and play the Packers in Ireland. Packers, Steelers, Aaron Rodgers in Ireland. That would be electric.
That'd be cool.
Dude.
I'm
I
Every
would
game
love to go
revealed
to
May
that. Like,
14th.
I so bad want to go to a game in Ireland now because the Steelers are going to be the team that goes every year, like multiple times in a decade for sure.
Dan, every game revealed May 14th. So we're gonna have to might do a pod on the 14th or the 15th. There.
Might do. What are you like from South Carolina? What is this?
Say do it again. All right, let's go. Bears pick. Come on, Nick, what do you think? I think defensive line is up in play here. There's been no edge rushers taken,
Which is crazy. That's who I would have taken at 9, probably.
oh my god.
Yeah, and only
Bearman
one
Ward.
D tackle. I mean, it's such a deep
Bearman is
tackle
there.
class.
Bearman is there. Who's going to make the pick for the Bears? You think they're going to bring someone out to like boo and get the crowd cheered up here?
That's what I would do.
Hey, R.I.P. Steve McMichael. That we didn't even
rest in
talk
peace,
about that on the
Mongo.
show.
I met him.
Did
Oh.
you?
Yeah, with Mr. CLS. He was a judge.
That's right.
Damn.
Yeah.
He was the head coach for the Chicago Slaughter for a
Yeah.
couple years.
Yeah.
Remember
Ryan
Tone?
Tones.
Ryan
Shout
Tones
out,
took me to a
rest in
game.
R.I.P. Ryan Tones.
His stepdad was the GM. Who'd they pick?
He's alive, but he's
It says
alive,
pick
but
his
he's
in and
just,
they're all hugging and
he's
stuff.
got
but-
TDS. He's got TDS. All right. Oh, they're honoring Mongo, which is good.
Oh, that'll stop the booze. That's good.
You can't say these things. This
You
is
can't
live.
boo Mongo. If Green Bay boos Mongo, we declare war.
I missed the opening of the draft, but I heard it was pretty disrespectful.
Yeah, you know what? And you know what? We're in their head. We're in Green Bay's head. They had to do a cheap shot at the Bears
Yeah.
because they're 0-1 in 2025 against Chicago Bears.
It's true.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, these girls are talking about the schedule release right now.
You're really behind.
Hey, dude, to be
I
struggling.
think a refresh is in order, Phil.
No, dude, it's good. We're good.
50th anniversary of Walter Payton's selection. Oh, we should have drafted Genty. That would have been golden.
That would have been cool.
Did you say Thorts?
I'm so excited.
John Gruden said the Cleveland Browns got fleeced because they gave up Travis Hunter. And he can't
Dude,
coach.
come
I don't
on.
think he can coach anymore.
Maybe they got fleeced if they only like picked up a second rounder. They got next year's first. as
Extra
well.
first
Like, how
next
can you
year's
say
really
that's a
good.
fluke?
I'd make that trade.
Yeah, I
All right.
honestly think it was good for both. I think both.
Yeah.
like
What
it
do we
worked
do?
out.
What do we do? Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Well, that's kind of crazy.
Chicago Bears.
It's crazy to me they didn't take Tyler Warren, but
Yeah.
Colston
Wow.
I'm
Loveland,
shocked.
Colston
They
Loveland
like
is
the
also a
Michigan.
beast.
You know
Yeah, they
what?
like the
But
Michigan kid.
that's the graphic. That's going to be the graphic. Oh, dude. He's watching in his house. There are two giant dead animals hung up. He's got taxidermied moose, deer on the wall. This kid's a baller. There's a gentleman in a cowboy hat in his watch room too. He's going to lose it. 56 receptions in 2024, most all time by a Michigan tight end. One of 6 players from Idaho to ever play at Michigan. He's an Idaho boy.
Wow.
Very valid from John here. Who in Cleveland was going to throw to Hunter in the first place?
Well, it's going to be Joe Flacco. He's going to get the pass interference calls. Just hawk it up there.
They're just announcing Colston Loveland right now for me. Oh, look at Steven Rogers joining the show.
Rogers.
Rogers.
What's up,
in
fellas?
his car.
Did the Bears pick yet, or am I
It's
losing my mind?
ominous.
Steven Rogers, the Bears pick Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan. Bear down.
Okay, I literally just had to leave a bar to. I mean, we were home, but at the time it just didn't work out. But I'm in the car right now driving, so I don't even know what the hell I'm doing.
Well, just drive safe, and hopefully you've had
Don't get
some
it
water. Mix some water in there. It's Colston Loveland. It's the tight end from Michigan, Rogers.
Okay, all right. So who took Warren? Did I miss
No
something?
one. That's the thing. That's crazy.
What's
They had
available?
Warren on the table,
Bears-
and they
Oh my
took
God.
Loveland.
So
instead.
can I make the argument here? The argument that was made that I saw why Loveland over Warren was Warren, if you look at his career, nothing, pop year. Colston Loveland, build up. Last year when he had Harbaugh was incredible. And then last year without Harbaugh, still really, really good. So I think there was some, they're showing the celebration. Colston Loveland's a big boy.
Oh, no, I know. So was Warren. I just honestly was kind of hoping they got Warren because he was the more name recognition guy.
I also
take Bowers last year, but that just didn't happen either. So
he also is not kissing a girlfriend, so that's good. We have that going for us. We don't have a Travis Hunter concern here.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, hate on that.
Well, that is a cool draft room.
Yeah, isn't it? Look good, Nick?
Yeah.
All right, I can make this work. I can make.
I like that they went the route though. I like that they went. I mean, look, the tight end,
Midwestern, Big Ten, gotta love
Yep.
it. I think that's
This was a very rich D line, running back, and tight end class. Like that's what this draft is about. And so they got
Their guy.
one of the top tight ends, and in their case, they consider him to be the top tight end.
They got their guy.
Question for you guys: do you think that's Ben Johnson wanting what he had in Detroit? Like we need a guy that can be the dude.
Yeah. No, and Mark was
Sam
talking about it too.
Laporta.
He ran 12 personnel all the time in Detroit, so they're going to use Cole Kmet and Colston Loveland to shit.
Third most 12 personnel in the NFL over the last 2 seasons. Ben Johnson.
I can guarantee Arthur Smith was probably like number 1 there.
Okay,
Cole,
we got
I
some.
mean, Cole Kmet's a more stiff running, like upright guy. This guy looks a little bit smoother, a little bit
That's
thinner,
not
slimmed down,
like
smoother.
his ceiling's probably higher. Like he's probably more explosive or something. Komet's
Well,
good.
maybe he's got a little bit more Laporta to him. Hopefully,
Yeah, you gotta hope. That would be so sick.
Okay, I'm already seeing some really sick Colston Loveland highlights on Twitter, so I'm
Of course.
all in.
So
You're all in. All right.
Pig is in for San Fran. Meanwhile, Phil is going to tell us who the Jacksonville Jaguars picked with the number 2 overall selection.
yeah. I'll let you know.
Phil's just about to see it on his feed.
He's behind, a little bit behind there. So,
Hey, dude, I get a recap of what Mark gets to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. You get to see it in action. You get to react twice, essentially. Which is
listen, I'm just going to shout out to News Channel 20 electric service on time. It's been fantastic. I'm a true company man through and through.
That's true.
I mean, it legitimately is electric service. It's that's
Need the
that's
electricity.
that's
the
what
That's what they tell. That's what they
rabbit-
want you to think, Dan. That's what they want you to think.
Meanwhile, Steve Rogers, is that a cop behind you?
I'm pretty confident. I just picked up Raising Cane's, dude. So
yeah,
Nice.
that's pretty clutch.
Yeah, the woman in the car was like, "What the hell are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm on the phone." She didn't say nothing, but it's what it is.
She probably thought you were one of those people trying to like prank the drive-through, people.
Absolutely.
You probably only did the 3-piece too, right?
Nah, dude, I'm trying to bulk up now. I did the regular 4-piece, man. All right.
It's a one
Respect.
It's bulking. It's
About
bulking
how-
season.
It's
Yeah.
it's
bulking season.
April is, as everyone
just
knows,
thinking.
April into May is prime
Yeah.
bulking season.
Everyone else is trying to lose weight for beach bods. Rogers is bulking.
Hey, all right. Real talk though, I did balloon up a little bit. I've lost a little bit, so now it's tightening, like got to lift a little bit. Football season starts for us in a month. I got you ready
Well,
for
and
the summer
to
workout.
be fair, there's no beach season in Davenport, Iowa. Let's be honest.
Do that.
That's
It's
valid.
fair.
Yeah.
That's valid.
Lake life is a different bod. It's okay.
Well, we do have football in a month though. We start summer workouts like right when June, so I got to be ready to go.
What's the high school you coach at, Rogers?
Rock Island.
Hey, big rival of Quincy High.
Don't
Oh,
ask
yeah.
them.
Oh.
Don't ask them what the record was last year. Just don't ask.
Yeah,
Is
Quincy's was 11-1. They were really good.
Well, we were great. Does Quincy at Rock Island next year or Rock Island at Quincy?
I think we're going to Quincy.
I'll be
No,
there.
they're coming to us.
I'm coming. I'll make a note right now. I'm going. We're gonna watch that game, and I'll
That's
find
not
you
gonna
after
be
the
a
game.
bro. That's gonna be a scrimmage, man. We've lost to them by 40 like twice now in a row. Like they kicked the
Good,
crap out
because
of
I
us.
hope your players are listening. I hope they're listening. It's
I
encouraging
hope
words.
they're-
Rock,
Roger,
we
Roger,
have Dude, the Rock Island football team loves the football lounge. They're big fans.
Yeah. We are huge in the Rock Island, Illinois high school community.
Hey,
We
Brandon,
That-
can you clip that?
And in the Lions Den.
Can you clip that, Brandon? We're gonna send that. We're gonna send that over there.
Yeah, I already got locked in.
Okay, thanks, sir. Thank you.
At risk of like, I'm not trying to like actually get in a car accident. And this phone screen is kind of small. Like, so who is all in the chat right now? I can't see or read
So
anything.
it's Dan and I, and then my brother Phil.
Phil,
Brandon,
how you doing, Phil?
Hey, Steve, how are you, man?
Brandon Psalm, and then Nick Patrick, who
Okay.
is the weatherman. The weatherman,
Okay,
Nick Patrick.
the weatherman, and then
What's up,
Brandon's
Steve?
on there.
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yes.
Brandon.
Why do they
Okay.
call him the weatherman?
Because he's a legit weatherman.
I'm
We
a-
have most of
that's-
a newsroom right here.
I was like, that's my
He's the
job.
regular old Eric Matthews, bro.
Dude,
That's
wait,
so-
can we just make
that-
Colston Loveland's nickname the Weatherman now, just because I've never heard it used as like a nickname for anyone who's not a Weatherman? So we'd be like, "Oh, touchdown for the Weatherman!"
Yeah.
That's actually a sick.
I could live with that.
I do. I kind of dig it.
It's like Karl
49
Malone.
49ers, the
little
pick
different.
is in. No defensive ends. They need offensive line help. though.
Well, dude, where's Tyler Warren going to go now? I if he gets past Miami at 13, they're insane.
or Indianapolis. Oh, Mikael Williams, edge, Georgia.
Oh, all
There
right.
it is.
There you go. First edge off the board.
49ers get their guy.
Gotta love that edge, you know.
He is also not
I
in
get
Green
that edge.
Bay. It's a
These
very
guys are
different
edging
look.
all day. dude.
Very different look from Colston Loveland's house. This house looks like a club, and everybody's getting tipsy. I think I see Hennessy.
Oh.
I think it's there's no taxidermy.
There's no text.
There's
Oh,
no
wow.
taxidermy. Did you see it, Nick?
Where else are you going to get this type of comprehensive?
I'm
coverage?
just now seeing Cold Thurston,
mean-
so it's, I'll see
That
the-
house
I'm
might
seeing
be
the
at max
text.
capacity right there.
I think he's definitely at an Airbnb, and the guy's going to show up the next one and be like, "What the hell? What happened,
So you could have 10 people here.
sir? You're told you could have 10 people. You're told.
Dude, Michael Williams looks massive.
He's a big,
Big man.
6'5".
He looks like he's 45.
Dude, he is massive.
I was like, he's
He
marked
is
size
massive.
and weight.
Huge. I'm surprised
Well,
he fell this low. if I'm being honest.
You guys missed it when Eric Armstead picked the second overall pick when Jacksonville traded up. Dan and I were the only ones on here, and we were literally like, "How do you block that guy? He's 6'8". He's just bulging out of his suit." I'm like, how do you do that?
His neck was the size of my forearm,
Jeez.
Well,
like easily, like lengthwise. It was that long. Like his neck was like this long.
lengthwise.
I thought you were saying like your quad or something.
Yeah.
He's like the
Popeye.
opposite.
Length.
Dude,
Lengthwise.
Popeye.
he's the opposite of Mike
minutes.
Glennon, bro.
The classic lengthwise neck forearm measurement.
That's just standard. People do that all the time. That's you use your forearm for a lot of measurements.
Hey,
That's a gift to be able to use a forearm for a lot of methods, bro. I'm not really worried.
God, Rogers.
Yeah,
Rogers.
it's a gift. It's a
This is
gift.
a family program.
Hey, Nick, I do want you to. We can ask you this. You have a baby who's now what, 2 months old, a month and
He's
a
almost
half.
2 months old.
Brandon is expecting a baby right now.
Oh, congrats, Brandon. That's great.
You got to be there. So what is Brandon in store for in the first 2 months?
Just is this his first?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't plan for it.
Well, lack of sleep is really the big one. That's the killer. Sleep when you can. What do you think, babe? Just
enjoy the snuggles.
yeah, snuggle up as much as you can because they don't last that long.
Mhm.
So that's my advice.
Sure.
Nice. I like it. Yeah.
The Cowboys pick is in. Tyler Booker, guard,
Ooh,
Alabama.
Wow.
First interior lineman.
Ooh, all right.
I like
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Listen, when we talked to the Cowboys reporter earlier in the show, he
Adam
said,
Rosso. Hey, Steven, Adam was on earlier. Yeah.
Adam
shout
did
out.
join. I was trying to catch him, but damn man, I wanted to say
and he's now covering the Cowboys in Dallas, and he told us the Cowboys don't they're not making splash things. No matter what Jerry's saying, they're taking what they need and what's available. And I'm telling you what, this dude is an absolute beast. He is a guard, and with the retirement of Quentin Nelson, I mean,
he's moving quick.
Not Quentin Nelson. Yeah, he's running down the hall. Who's the guard for
Martin?
Yeah, Zach Martin.
Oh,
Zach Martin. You're going to be able to replace Zach Martin here now right away.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it is a good pick. It's a good pick. It's smart because their running game has suffered, but it's not just because of the running back. Their O-line has not been maulers.
They could also
years.
use an actual human being at the running back position.
Well, that would help. Yeah. Which is why go get him in the second round. I think Dallas has a second round pick. Go get your guy. Like this, you can get a first round talent in the second round here.
Dallas
Cowboys sign a running back in free agency, or are they still looking for one?
I don't think they signed.
Yeah, they got Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams.
Okay.
They may be signing Corey Dillon. I hear.
How hard is it to be a Cowboys fan? That's brutal.
That's
Cowboys.
Well, hey,
the
Javonte
Cowboys do have a second and a third round pick. Yeah.
They got to go running back again.
Yep.
And then probably a linebacker or safety after that. But
I thought they should have went after Najee, bro. But I guess they just didn't want it. Or
he's in.
Najee ended up in the perfect place for Najee, though.
In Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll do good there.
Just retire as Todd Gurley.
What, 2 years out? Todd Gurley, 2 best years ever, and then just disappeared.
Just disappeared.
Miami should take Tyler Warren here. I think.
Or they should take Tua's replacement.
No, because they just got Debo, didn't they?
We got Zach Wilson. No, they didn't get Debo. Washington got Debo.
Oh, Washington.
Well, or they can go with what we mocked and have Barron, the top corner off the board. Like get one of those. Get the number that no corner's been taken yet. Get the best one, or go. And
I will say ABC just interviewed Booker's dad. He did not get his suit at Kohl's. He looks great. He looks sharp. Mason Graham's dad looked like he looks like he did weekend weather in Peoria. I gotta be honest. Like it was not sharp, Nick. It wasn't sharp if you saw it. It was
little
not
baggy.
good.
That's
Yeah,
tough.
it just no flair.
That nice fit.
No flair.
That is
Meanwhile, I feel like we just experienced a car crash with the complete 360 that we just saw on Steven Rogers' cam. So Skylight looks great, dude.
He accidentally dipped the phone in the cane sauce.
That'd be tough.
No, it's down here, bro. It's next to me. It's in the passenger seat. Me and my future wife spot. One day.
No doubt.
No, I'm actually almost home, bro.
We're celebrating the birth of children, and Steven is hoping is trying to fill a spot. We got a roster spot open. We got a roster spot open in the right seat of the vehicle.
I don't have any third round picks though, bro. So I might have to get like a free agent signing or something.
Yeah.
We're compensatory.
Oh, that could be good. Yeah, let someone take another one,
Yeah.
But that's cool.
Absolutely.
I gotta lose one, Dan, if I can get a compensatory pick, bro.
It's true, Dan. Come on, Dan.
Shit.
I'm 2 years away from that, man. Maybe in 2027.
The Dolphins pick is in.
You might not know this.
Has anyone seen negative reaction to the Bears and Colston Loveland? I haven't seen anything.
Barstool Big Cat retweeted someone who said it's a perfect fit for the Ben Johnson system.
Colin Coward tweeted, "Go buy Chicago Bears season tickets."
Yeah.
Pete Prisco said, "Love the Loveland pick for the Bears. He fits in that offense." Dave Klug said, "Last year the Lions ran 32% of snaps out of 12 personnel, which was the third highest, as you've mentioned. They did that with Brock Wright as their tight end too. So now." Instead of Brock Wright, they're going to have Colston Loveland and Cole Kmet.
Okay.
Here you go, Mark. Carson Gordy. Not Tyler Warren.
Okay. When I ask you guys a question, are we all in agreement that Kmet's going to be the number 2? Do we like?
Yeah, he probably will be. Yeah,
he's kind of like, I'm not mad and I'm not going to say I'm disappointed in him, but I think he's got a ceiling. Like, I think
He's
his
a
ceiling
Notre
is-
Dame. Notre Dame
You know,
guy.
he's
Classic.
good. He's good,
But
but like,
Can I show something here? This is from when Kevin Banks Jr. got drafted. You know, I mentioned the woman with the baby. I'm gonna put some up to the cam here. This is the woman holding the baby's reaction to what we believe, allegedly, again reporting, allegedly, her significant other and the baby's dad, the Kevin Banks Jr. getting drafted. Watch the baby get absolutely rocked. He has
Oh,
no
God.
idea. The baby has no idea
Now I'm
that it
nervous.
just got
Wait, hold on.
it
Maybe
just
I can
got
find this
drafted.
video and I can play it. That's...
Oh. That's tough.
You know, it's like it just had no idea. Like the baby, mom got
He's still
excited.
asleep.
Their babies are resilient, dude. It happens.
Mom got-
you know,
mom
it's
got-
all
They
right.
are
excited.
tough. It does help.
Brandon-
lesson number 2 for Brandon: babies are.
Yeah,
resilient.
Brandon, when you get drafted, tell your wife not to clap.
Yeah.
Not just like like that.
Let me take some notes here. I got a pencil right here. So
Yeah. Alyssa knows when Nick does a great forecast prediction not to clap.
That's right. She just said, "What are you saying?"
I know. I can hear. Hi, Alyssa.
Hilarious.
the Dolphins are my second favorite team, believe it or not.
Why?
I don't
I
believe
dress-
it.
It's actually quite simple. I dressed up as Dan Marino when I was 5, and ever since then, I don't know. Like for Halloween,
You were just
And-
like, yeah.
Ace
I was
Ventura
sold.
fan.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ace Ventura fan, aren't you?
Yeah.
Next
All
question.
right. Go around the
Laces
circle.
out.
Everyone's second favorite team. Nick.
there you go.
Oh, definitely the Bears.
Okay. Rodgers.
I was a Brady guy, so wherever he was, but then now I really only follow the Bears. And if I had another team that I like to watch, I don't know, man. That's tough. I don't know.
Simple question.
I'm
Raising
no
Cane's.
fan of like. I don't know, man. I always kind of like the Niners, but not really big fan of Brock Purdy. Like, you know, they like their brand of football.
Agreed.
They hit people.
Phil.
I would do probably the Ravens.
Okay.
Because of Derrick Henry.
Vasco.
No, yeah, I like Lamar. And I've
Oh,
been
it's
a
Bears
big fan
hands
about it.
down. Bears
For
hands
me,
down.
I got to be honest. I the Lions. I love I just always had a soft spot in our for the
Mark,
Lions.
dude, the Lions have been everybody's darling the last 2
I
years.
That's
love
true.
Everyone's been
Well,
rooting
no,
for them.
but Dad grew up in Detroit. Lions. Kenneth Grant, D tackle, Michigan, is the pick for the Dolphins.
Okay,
Two
I
Could've used
Michigan
that.
D
I
tackles.
don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Two
He's
Michigan
really good.
D
That guy's
tackles
a
in the
stud.
first 13.
Dude, Goff laying an egg in that game was so disappointing.
Has there only Mikael Williams has been the only edge taken so far?
That's some
I'm
good ones.
man. I really would have. I thought Derek Harmon would have gone ahead, but he has fallen because there's some
I
slight
told
injury
you,
concern.
I'm not a huge Derek Harmon guy.
All right, I'm gonna log off for a hot second, guys. I might come
Nick,
back on.
All good.
All
Yeah,
right,
man.
wait, thanks
We'll be
for
here.
joining. Even if you don't
Good.
get back out, we appreciate
Good to
it.
meet you, bro.
No problem.
Good to-
Thanks.
Yeah,
guys.
I'm gonna get some snacks and I'll be on back in a little bit.
Snacks. All right.
Right on.
snacks.
All right, see ya.
Almost dropped the chicken.
Yeah, Kenneth Grant. All right, so that's
Rogers, you're killing me here. You're killing
No,
me.
you have no idea, bro. I literally am not trying to swear on your live stream, but I literally just
No,
opened
you
my
can
garage
swear.
door
Oh,
and
you can
caught
swear
the
all
chicken.
you want, man.
Mark, you would have been like, he's still an athlete. I caught the chicken on the way down with the flap side, ready to dump everything. I snagged it. It was incredible.
Dude, you're always mad. But can I say this about I'm watching Kenneth Grant highlight here on ABC. This dude is like he looks like Vince Wilfork. I mean, this is an earth moving big boy.
Oh,
he
yeah.
was a big boy.
He's huge,
He was
dude.
great.
He's
He
a
anchored
monster.
3 Super Bowl teams, man.
I mean,
You know what though? I kind of like
look
the
to
team
make
for the
the
Dolphins.
case. Yeah, I was gonna say to make the case for Miami, they have not been a team that's done well in the trenches ever. In the last
Well,
6-7 years.
You got to go up to Buffalo in the winter and win a game. You get him in the middle, like he played at Michigan, big boy. Like that's going to add a little.
and you're
bit
going to be
of-
going up against Mike Vrabel in New
Yeah.
England. Like they're going to build their offensive line. So
a little
yeah,
size, a little toughness.
you need a guy who can hold the line there.
I have the Colts pick is in. I'm going to take my first pause here. I got to go to the bathroom here.
All right, go get it.
If we could take a quick break from football for 30 seconds. Have you bragged about this eagle you shot when you were with me to all of your buddies yet?
Oh, dude, you know what? Actually, I don't remember if I said it on. Steven knows all about it. Steve and I on my the drive back from your place. We talked about it at length. I described the entire hole to him and everything.
Oh my god!
Here's
Yeah,
the thing. Okay, so yeah, like for if anyone's like watching or listening right now and isn't aware, I shot an eagle. I'm regularly like a 120 shooter at a typical golf round, and so yeah, this was by far my first eagle, and I've had like 2 birdies in my life. So yeah, an eagle on a par 4. It was epic. It was awesome. I damn near drove the green and then chipped in for eagle. That was sweet.
It's like a 300-yard drive, dude. It was insane. You just creamed it.
Yeah, I think it went 315, 320.
And whether you eagled or not.
Tyler Warren, Penn State is the pick for the Colts at 4.
Oh, all right.
So the
all right.
Bears and the Colts now.
Dig it.
It's going to be.
Dig it.
Listen, I think the Bears going to win this year 1 because who's throwing to Tyler Warren versus who's throwing to Colson Loveson. You know what I mean?
Well, sure. Yeah, that is a big part.
He
no,
competed.
I
He
think the pick
competed in the
there-
2015 Little League World Series.
To put a bow on, Brandon brought up the eagle. I didn't bring it up.
I brought it up.
The eagle that I successfully accomplished a little over a month ago on the golf course.
On a par
with
what?
Brandon.
Brandon,
on a par
Brandon,
4.
when he said that, dude, like I thought, wait, Danny, you killed a bald eagle? And I thought about golf.
Yeah.
You
You
were
know,
in Tennessee with Brandon. What'd you do to a fucking eagle?
But that just shows how poor I am at a golf, that Steven thought the likelihood of me hitting a bald eagle on the golf course was more likely than me getting an actual.
His line was, "Can we
Boring.
talk about how Dan shot an eagle?"
And
Not
Grace
just
knows all about
Grace
the
is
eagle,
repping.
too.
Grace is repping the Steelers gear. She looks good.
Thank
Yeah.
you. There's absolutely no reason for you to be talking about the eagle again.
I brought it up. I brought it up.
No, there is, because it's a life-changing moment.
No,
But
you don't know
I-
how many times I've heard about it, Steve.
I've never eagled in my life, and I've golfed 17 years. I
We-
birdied
we were-
today.
We were watching the Masters with our friends, and
The eagle.
someone
She
got
called
an
it
eagle.
the eagle. That's so.
Someone got
funny.
or Rory got an eagle on like the second day or whatever, and I was
Yeah.
just like, yeah, I know how he
Well,
feels right now. Like, look, I can put myself in that position, and really.
Wait. Grace, you watched the Masters?
We went to a fun place, and the Masters happened to be on.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Kudos.
But she was into the story. She was into the Rory story for a little
Well,
bit.
yeah. Listen,
Rory,
it's
but
compelling.
not yours, not
Correct,
your
correct.
Eagles.
Not your eagle.
I
But
heard
dude,
enough.
But Brandon, I lost the ball, man. I think I played with it like 2 weeks later on accident, and I
that's so
probably
dumb.
lost in the water.
We told
Listen,
you not to.
It's
yeah.
just an eagle ball. You'll get a hole in one.
Yeah, true.
No,
Eagle's almost more impressive. So he chipped it in, dude. It was nuts. Like
Yeah.
it is more impressive in some ways, man. And I know everyone's laughing, but 15 years from now, when we're all 50, this is the eagle. He'll never have another one, and none of us will.
49.
It's
I'll be
like,
49.
you know how many
I've
par
actually-
threes I shoot on? Like I have a chance at every par 3 to get a hole in one. I will never have a chance to have an eagle. I don't have
Yeah,
to
physically, you can't get an eagle on a
Yeah,
par
yeah,
3.
yeah.
Kudos. Yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah.
laughing
Well,
about
a hole in
it.
one- a hole in one
We're
would
gonna
be
have
neat.
that as a memory forever.
Yeah.
You guys
2025.
make my life so much harder.
She's
And
like,
Danny, you have witnesses
like,
that
case,
I will say.
case made.
I'll just say this. I am a vibes guy when we golf, and I drink beer and smoke cigars. The only time I smoke a cigar is when I golf. I'm a vibes guy. I cannot hit it off the tee, but I think I could actually get an eagle because my iron, like mid-range game, is surprisingly like silky smooth.
There you go.
I can't putt. I cannot drive, but everything else, it's like, dude, I'll go out golfing and people be like, that was pretty good. I'm like, listen, when you get like a 7 iron or like a 3 iron in the hands and I'm in the fairway, I'm just like,
You should
silky
just-
smooth confidence.
You should do what my dad does. My dad exclusively drives with like a 2 iron that he has.
See, but that's I've tried that, and that also doesn't work.
It just
That
doesn't
also
work.
doesn't work.
Ah,
What
Yeah,
my
yeah.
best thing to do off the tee is I have like this kind of hybrid. I would call it like basically like a 4-iron hybrid. It's got a little bit of club head to it, and I can hit that probably about 170 yards straight, just like straight. Like if I get a good contact off the tee.
Yeah,
But
it's
that's
not
like-
about distance. It's really about just hitting fairways.
Yes,
Like-
but even then, that's like once out of every 7 swings. I get that.
Yeah.
Off
Fair
the tee,
enough.
I just struggle. I struggle off the tee.
Brandon built a freaking awesome platform in his backyard with a net, and he's like hitting into the net. Well, he's gonna be a father soon. He's not gonna be able to golf very much, so he's
No,
he's
Dad's
got the
golf
setup in
before.
his backyard now.
Yeah,
Dad's
I got
golf.
I got like the launch monitor so you can like play simulated golf and stuff.
Oh,
I
sick.
pegged a house next to me that's a new construction. No one lives
You
there
did
yet.
what? How'd you miss
Yeah,
the?
it's not.
How'd
It's
you
not.
miss? Did it go through the net?
No, it ricocheted, man. It ricocheted off a metal pole like a piss missile and just went into the house. I was like, ooh. So I got a little bit of tweaking to do.
When
Yeah.
when did you get into golf, Brandon? I feel like in high school I wouldn't have pegged you as a golf guy.
You know, you could ask me 2 years ago. It's like, would you ever like consider yourself like, could you see yourself playing golf? I would have been like, no, that sounds fucking stupid. But we played 56 holes in a weekend for my brother's bachelor party, 3 rounds of golf. And I just fell in love with it, man. I'm like, this is so fun. Slam beers, like you said, smoke cigars, hit a ball with a stick. And that's all I wanted to do. But then, you play a little bit more with other people. And it's like, oh, I kind of want to get good at this, So,
Good enough to have fun.
right.
Not ruin anybody else's fun.
Exactly. Keep the pace. That's it. Keep the pace. Hit ball straight.
Rogers,
it's
what's
so
your
fun.
what's your golf season like? I mean, you're stuck in football season.
Brandon said I never thought we'd golf and stuff. I never thought I would golf either, but it became like that movement, Like it's weird, but like my golf season, I've golfed like once a weekend. Like that's what I do, and I've gotten good enough to shoot in the 80s when I play well and low 90s when I play okay.
Can I ask this question?
So you
for
golf
the-
once a week. So you golf like would you say you golf like 20 plus times a year?
Well, so let's just say this: I've already golfed 4 times in April, about once a weekend.
Jesus.
All right.
Now I don't
for you,
always
man.
golf every weekend, but sometimes
You
I'll
do
a
need a
Saturday-
girlfriend.
I'll do a Saturday Sunday round or something, And Dan, you've been out here. Like, I mean, Jake's a member, Hodge is a member. Like, there's people that that's what they do. So the friends that I have out here, they golf. So if I want to hang out with them, we go do that.
The Falcons pick is in. I'll
Also,
announce
Danny, just
if
ring a
I'm
bell.
still the earliest on it.
Oh yeah, dude, my old stomping grounds, my old
Where
bedroom.
Danny's
there.
marriage was born.
Yeah,
The
that's
old
very true.
stomping grounds.
Very true.
So what is that? Your guest room now?
No, that's my guest room's the shitty room. That's Danny's room.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still
There-
Danny's room.
It's Danny's room.
That's so
Can I-
funny. Adam called me Danny too when we were on the show earlier, and I was like, "Oh yeah, good times, dude."
You guys are just Danny. He'll forever Danny. Can I ask?
Yeah, well,
Since we are all in our mid 30s now, does anyone have an injury that's like awkward or embarrassing they're dealing with?
Well,
have a
I
bum
can't
ankle.
say Grace and I went running a couple days ago, and we ran like a mile and a half, and my quads were falling apart. Afterwards, I was actually like okay during the run, but the second I stopped running,
Your
when I
quads
stopped
fell
running,
apart.
is when it was really bad, and they're still sore. It's been 2.5 days, and they're still sore right now.
Rogers, what about you? What are you dealing with here?
not too much, buddy. I just messed up my ankle in college track and stuff, playing basketball and like rec spring stuff. So I have a pretty swollen up right ankle, but for the most part, I'm okay. Nothing too bad. Shoulders a little messed up. I think I tore my rotator cuff playing softball.
Dude, I'm all yeah. Walk. Oh, is John ahead of me?
John's got the great stream going. Unless that was a prediction of his.
Could be. I'm dealing with. I have a bunion on my right foot. My left foot. Excuse me. My left big toe.
Is his name Paul?
No, my left big toe is going like this inwards. It's awful. And I have the hip pain I've been dealing with, Dan. I got it diagnosed. I have a herniated disc in my spine.
Shit. Oh my god, dude, you do?
Ow.
Yeah. Jalen Walker, he was right. John's either ahead or he predicted right. Georgia.
Good call.
So
All right, I like that
they
pick.
list him as a linebacker, but he truly
He's
is
really
really
an
an
edge.
edge.
Yeah.
So
We had him going 8 to the Panthers.
the two first edges picked were the Georgia edges, right?
Yep.
Wow. He was the Butkus Award winner, nation's top linebacker. Yeah. So the final, so I have, like your tailbone. So your tailbone is technically called your S1. So my tailbone, and then the disc above my tailbone that connects to then your actual spinal column, which is L5. So tailbone, disc, start of the spine. So S1, disc, L5. That disc is herniated severely, which is why my right hip hurts and not my back. My back feels fine, but my right hip hurts because the hernia is just pushing on the sciatic nerve leading down my right leg.
You have to get that fixed.
So yeah, I have. I got to get some. I'm meeting with some specialists to either do injections or a surgery.
They can do with the injections are just to mask the symptoms, right?
Yeah, but so the problem is when you do the research on the injury, they say like it should just go away within 6 weeks. Wow. I've been dealing with this since late October. So and so that's why they're like, yeah, we gotta try something here. So the injections, if the injections like work to kind of quell the area, maybe it will heal itself, and then we'll do another checkup. And if it gets worse, or if the pain comes back, then we might have to look into surgery. So we'll see.
Mark, or did I miss that?
So Jalen Walker.
Mark, did you get hurt, or is it just something that happened over time?
It just happened. It literally just happened. I woke up one day and I was like, why does my hip hurt like this? And then like a couple months later, it was like, why is the pain shooting down my leg to my knee and my ankle?
Man, I'm not dealing with that. Just ankle pain, man.
It's all, and my ankle and my knee are fine, and my hip is fine on my right side. It's literally just a disc that's bulging that's hitting the nerve, and it's excruciating.
That's no fun.
That's life in our mid-30s, gentlemen. Brandon, are you dealing with any odd or weird injuries?
No, not really. Besides, like the occasional bruised ego. I do have my knees kind of go in and out. Like I have like episodes with my knees where I'm like, oh, is this old age? But that's about it. I've been pretty lucky so far.
When you guys golf, what's the most sore after you do it? Like for me, it's my ribs. My ribs are always the most sore from the twisting. But I know like some people have like really bad back issues after they golf or whatever. The more you do it, the less it hurts. But
to be honest with you, it's just my ankle from walking up and down the courses, hills, and stuff.
Really,
walking. You walk still a lot, even when you ride a cart. You walk up and down different.
Oh yeah, you end up getting like 20,000 steps in on a round.
I run around the course. Ask Vasco. He saw me jogging around the course. It pisses because anytime I'm with my brother, it just pisses him off. Like he sees me running around, he's like, "Dude, stop! Take the cart." Like I'll keep the car on the path and run out to my ball. He's like, "Why are you doing that?"
That's hilarious.
Like it's just as fast as the car.
Brandon's training for the Ironman while he's golfing. He's like double dipping.
It's funny. Dan, Brandon was telling me about how you were like, I think Nate would like golf or whatever. And the funny thing is, we both laughed kind of like Nate would not be good at golf at all. He would be horrible. But Nate, with like a group of guys on the golf course,
perfect for the vibe.
He'd be hilarious. But he would also like have those moments where he would get like butt hurt, where he's like, okay, I do really suck at this. Because Nate would always have those human moments where it's like, I'm not showing you my pain, but I am really in pain because I suck at this.
He would break some clubs on trees, I think.
Oh my God, absolutely.
Yeah.
But he would also, so growing up.
Nate tossed a N64 controller or two in his time. For sure.
So going off that, growing up, so this is probably about like I want to say like freshman year, sophomore year type like of range. Phil and I
John
wish
is so accurate. Wait,
Yeah,
John
it's true.
goes, you guys sound like a bunch of old men eating breakfast in a fast food joint.
It's true, John.
It's very true.
This is what you get with the football lounge.
Yeah. All Crystal
when-
Lake natives represented.
When Phil and I got really big into like Tiger Woods. It was like Tiger Woods 05, and I think we would play on PS2 or Xbox or one of the two.
Oh yeah, it was a classic.
We would make Nate play with us, and we would make Nate choose Colin Montgomery, not because Colin Montgomery was like good or he was fun, because he was the old guy on the game. So he was like the guy on the senior tour with like the gray hair. He was already like, he'd won like one major back in like the late 80s. And by the time Tiger Woods made the game, Colin Montgomery would have been like in today's golf, like kind of like Phil Mickelson, respected older golfer, but not good anymore. But let's put him in the game. And we would be like, dude, you're Colin Montgomery because he's got gray hair. And when we'd play the game, Nate wasn't great at the game anyways. But he also, it's like, I would be like John Daly driving at 300 yards, and Colin Montgomery could only with his driver go like 210, and he'd be like, "What the hell?" Like getting his eight.
Only 210. How embarrassing!
For failure.
You know. Cardinals go D tackle Walter Nolan.
Oh, dude. Fuck.
Oh,
Pick
wow.
is in.
That's what I wanted Pittsburgh to take. That's why I wanted. All
At
right.
21, I think that would have been good value. I think it's a reach there.
I still think I like Derek Harmon, so I think Derek Harmon would be a fine pick at 21 for Pittsburgh. I'm starting to wonder though.
Shador, dog.
Shador, like I really do think like that's absolutely in play.
I know
We've
you
got,
probably
what?
hashed it out, but can we at least acknowledge that there's collusion?
What do you
Like,
mean collusion?
Travis
To get
Hunter,
Shador to Pittsburgh?
Travis Hunter's like, I'm not going to Cleveland. So he ends up in Florida so he can go do whatever he wants in Jacksonville. Jacksonville needs to sell tickets. Shaka Khan's like, all right, cool, right? Whatever the hell his name is. And then
Whatever the hell
Steelers-
his name is.
I'm
Shaka
just
Khan.
saying, whatever his name is, the owner of that team. And the
Shad
well.
Khan.
Steelers need a
Shad
quarterback.
Khan.
Shad.
Shad Khan, yeah.
My bad. But like I think the Steelers are gonna want Shador because Mike Tomlin, Dion, all that stuff. There's just something about Shador dropping to a team that's competent. Like it's just
Joel Klatt made a good point earlier this week. He said the only coach that Shador Sanders has had literally his entire football life has been Dion, from Little League up through college. And Shador, after his visit, the interviews that he went on, he said Mike Tomlin reminds him a lot of his dad. So in terms of what Shador and Dion probably want is Pittsburgh, I would guess.
Sure,
I would
I
think for them, they want Pittsburgh. I think that he's sold on Mike Tomlin. The question is, are the Steelers really thinking that Shador is the franchise quarterback? Because literally they spent the 21st pick, the same exact pick, on Kenny Pickett, and they got burned, right? So like in a weak quarterback class, are they just dooming themselves to do the same thing? I'm curious. If they're sold on the guy, then hey, I'm gonna applaud the pick and hope for the best. I think, let's just be honest, like Shador is a better prospect than Kenny Pickett was in general, right?
I have a couple unrelated tweets that are just interesting. Jalen Walker just became the first player from the University of Georgia that the Falcons have selected in the first or second round since 1966. So the Falcons, who are right next to the University of Georgia, who always produce great talent, this is the first time they've taken a Georgia player in the first or second round since 1966. That's wild. It feels like a lot of teams take players closer to their region, and you have the University of Georgia right in your backyard, and you never take them in the first or second round. That's wild.
and
Also,
Pickett, so Shador.
that's true. Also, the Chicago Bears tight ends that they have taken in round one in their history. Anyone want to guess?
Ditka.
No, Ditka went to. Oh no, yeah, they did draft
Mike Ditka in 1961 was a first-round pick. There were two others, Colston Loveland, and who else did they take in the first round?
Well, Shaheen was a second-round pick, I believe, right?
2007.
Oh, Greg Olson.
Greg Olson.
Oh,
I couldn't think of his name.
Bear down. We have Greg Olson, Mike Ditka, and now Colson Loveland.
He came to the
kid's gonna be a
Costco
stud.
in Lake in the Hills on a day I was off to buy like a big billiards table or something like that.
When you
They
were
said-
making pizzas?
No. I was. It was. I was pushing carts at the time, but I wasn't at work that day.
Okay.
People told me about it. They're like, "Yo,
The
Greg
baby,
Olson
the
came by."
baby, the baby also throws up at the very end of this clip.
I was gonna joke and be like,
He's
I
big
bet
Gus.
the baby just like pukes from. Oh my god! Wait, what? You can't see it there.
It's a bad. Listen, I don't
It
have.
keeps looping. I don't know.
Thought that counts.
It just it kind of upchucks at the end of the clip. It's not great.
Oh man, this is interesting, man. Like I feel like Steve. Do you think for sure if Shedeur falls, then Pittsburgh's just taking him? Is that like in your mind? Is that a foregone conclusion?
Well, let's just say this. I'll be shocked if they don't. Like, I'll be shocked because it just seems like why
what does that
not?
mean
Like,
for Aaron Rodgers?
I know,
What
but
does that mean for Aaron Rodgers?
Here's one counterpoint, and I'm not even saying I think I'm increasingly becoming more and more convinced that they may take him. But here's the thing: first round picks for Pittsburgh always, not even predating the Tomlin era, they have always been guys that they went to their pro days, they went to their had meetings at the combine and
The
had in
Steelers
for
did
visits.
not?
Tomlin has only met Shedeur on the visit. He hasn't seen Shedeur throw live once. Neither has Omar Khan. So that would be a pretty
was that
that
shocking?
would be bucking a lot of history if they did it. But I'm not gonna say that they won't buck history either, because
Maybe
Omar
they
Khan.
history, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll be full
I'm not saying. Yeah,
Can I ask?
Or
Is the
that good?
city of Green Bay going to work tomorrow or no?
No.
no.
I mean, they're showing live shots.
Wait,
of
are
this
there
dude-
jobs in the city of Green Bay?
Oh, shots. They're just dudes just drinking in the backyard. They're zooming in from like the blimp shot. It looks awesome.
Okay, can I ask you guys something? So, just in general here, I want to go back to the Shedeur. I don't think Shedeur is going to be that good. Like,
No,
just my opinion.
I don't
He's got-
either.
it depends on where he goes.
But
But I
I-
agree. John
I think his
Burton makes a
ceiling
great
is Dak
point there.
Prescott.
Rodgers and the 49ers is interesting. Purdy is contract situation with 49ers. Very interesting.
Right. So what I was going to ask you guys then, to me, like I see like Shedeur Sanders at best being Kyler Murray, and I think Kyler Murray's not that good, and he's got moments, but like there's just something missing, and I think that's what's going to happen.
Leadership.
Shedeur's not as good a runner, so I don't know. He's probably a better thrower of the ball, but
I
Look,
will say
all I'm going to say about Shedeur, if you complete 70% of your passes at any level, it's
it's
pretty good.
good.
It's good.
Very good.
Like it's
the
good.
Cincinnati Bengals have selected Shamar Stewart, edge, Texas A&M.
Oh, dang. All right. So Mike Green's starting to fall a little bit here.
Yes. Also, we're at pick 18.
Oh my God, dude! So what's going to happen with the guy? Where's Henderson going? They just drafted his replacement.
Hendricks, Trey
No.
Hendricks.
Well, I mean, did they? Or if they can sign, like, ideally, they sign him and they've got their bookends now. They're
He's
going to
still
need
under
pass-
contract too, isn't he?
1 year, right?
He's
Yeah,
going
you
into
know.
yeah. I mean, he's in.
What's-
He'll
dude,
probably hold out. You know.
Shamar Stewart just walking to the stage. This dude looks insane.
He looks like AJ Brown.
Holy
He
smokes!
looks
How
like
do
he
you
could have a
block
good
this
rap
dude?
career. He looks good.
How do you block that dude? He's the show of dunking
Wait,
highlights.
did
We
he
got
just win the
dunking highlights.
Masters?
What is the DN, the white guy from the Bengals who led the league in sacks name?
Yeah,
Trey
Trey
Hendrickson.
Hendrickson.
Was I wrong? Did I say his last name wrong?
You said Henderson.
I think
Henderson. My bad. I meant okay. Yeah, my boy
you got
John.
Hendrickson. You got Aiden Hutchinson. There's a lot of Hetchin and
A lot of
Hutchin.
Germans. A lot of Germans in the
It's
league.
the
Yeah.
Germans. Yes, the Germans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
this guy.
We've got a German here on the call, guys. Okay, show some respect, please.
There's
I'm
nothing
German.
wrong with them, dude.
I'm very German. I'm like 75% German.
I got.
Are you really 70? You're 75% German?
Yeah, the Hespen actually was Hespen Hyde, and they dropped the Hyde at Ellis Island.
Wow.
Wow,
I knew you were, but I didn't know you were. Like,
So my dad
You're significant.
is basically like 100% German in his background, and the Hespens my lineage was like mid 1800s. They came over mid to late 1800s, post Civil War. And my mom side was like, she was like 50% Swedish and then like 25% German, 25% kind of Irish and some other things mixed in there too. So
all right. Okay.
when you do the math, it's pretty much like 75% German.
We dropped the second half of our name too. So like we were the Vasco Comets, Vasco hyphen
What?
Comets. Yeah. It was the Czechoslovakian and Polish and French. We had like the two-part last name, and then it broke off into just like the Vasco side and the Comet
That's
side.
right, because your dad is Canadian,
Yeah.
but your
Very
mom
Canadian.
is Italian.
My mom's Italian, so my mom's 100% Italian, so I'm half Italian. Then the other
This is-
half of me is Czech and like Mediterranean and French and all that stuff.
The Italian half's better, bro.
It's,
Better to be Italian.
got the za, dude.
No, I'm only 25% Italian. My grandmother was 100%. We were going to be Delordos until my
You
Which
have-
side? Which
You gotta
side?
have German in you.
my dad. Mark, my dad is 50% Italian. His mom, my dad's side, is my grandmother was 100% Italian, and then on my mom's side, my other grandfather was 100% Irish. You know, we were
So
sold.
you're
Your
basically
mom was the Irish. Your mom.
My mom is 50% Irish, so I'm 25% Irish. Maiden names for my mom's side was Sullivan, and then my dad's side before my grandfather came in was
Oh.
Delordo. Like so
Delordo.
Rogers came in
there's the vowel. You gotta have the vowel ending. Yeah.
exactly, and it's spelled with
Lord.
dude. Believe that. Okay.
Believe that.
Yeah. So my grandfather on my dad's side, Rogers, he's part. What the hell is he? He's some German, like some Dutch, and all those European mixtures over there.
Gotcha. I see Seattle. The pick is in, but they haven't announced it yet.
What are you
I
feeling
don't
for
know if-
Seattle here? What do you think they need?
Well, we said the North Dakota offensive lineman Zebel, and he's still available.
we had Gray Zabel going to the Colts at 14. If he's still available, I do think that's intriguing.
I had offensive line though. Oh no,
Mark picked-
Burden.
You picked the wide receiver Luther Burden, which I am surprised that another wide receiver hasn't gone off the board, because I thought with one going that early that there was inevitably. I think the back half here, we're gonna see 2 to 3 wide receivers go.
Dude, from 10
I think we're
on,
gonna see
it's
some
been,
straight.
Niners edge, Michael Williams. When you look at then the Cowboys, Booker, the guard, these are trench picks from 10 on. You have the 13, the Dolphins, Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle, Michigan. So this has been a trenches draft. Tyler Warren, tight end, Colts, Penn State. And Gray Zabel has just been announced as the pick. Seattle Seahawks guard, North Dakota State.
All right, I'm going to try and see how. That's a good pick. I'm going to try and see how far or how long that delay is, because I'm going to try and see how close we can
about
get caught
30
up,
seconds.
because I want to see the Pittsburgh pick in real time.
I won't say it to you.
Run like that.
I won't announce it. I will let you react.
Yeah.
I'll say this: Gray Zabel, North Dakota, going to Seattle, I think makes a ton of sense. You just signed Sam Darnold to a big contract. You have weapons. You have a
They have
stud
2 good running backs.
and a stud number 1 wide receiver in Jackson Smith and Jigba. A nice tight end. And you say, hey, listen, we got to protect Sam Darnold, the investment here for the next 3 years. It's a good pick. I think he could end up being one of those guys who's like, we're still talking about Zabel as a starting offensive lineman 10 years from now. I'd be like, yeah, do you remember that with
really
Seattle?
solid.
And,
Like, he
and
kinda
he's
reminds
just
me of
still,
like a Greg Zeitler.
yeah. And he's just still,
Or Kevin
just-
Zeitler. That's what
yeah, he's just
Yeah,
still
Greg
balling.
sounds better.
it does.
Mark,
Did you see the
look at this
Settlers
guy.
board out there?
What's
he had
that?
He had a copy of Settlers of Catan up on the coffee table there.
Oh,
I
hell
saw
yeah,
that.
dude.
I
Let's
saw
go, dude. This guy's out here stealing wheat all day.
I'm a fan already. Yeah.
I got one of those in my guest bedroom, not Danny's room, the other room right now. I can pull that out.
Not taser.
No, but
I'm gonna grab
dude,
another beer real quick.
that guy's 315 pounds. He's playing guard. He played tackle at North Dakota State, but he's gonna move to guard now.
Probably.
No, but that's just how big these guys are. It's massive.
Dude,
Guard.
they're all insane. I'll also say this. It is weird now. Like these guys are 22, 23, 24 years old.
Behemoths.
Being like a full decade older than a lot of these guys. It is starting to feel very weird.
Mark, do you remember I don't know if you heard, but like there was that D lineman that went to Iowa. His name was Logan Lee, and he plays for the Steelers. Do you know who that is?
No, I can't say I do.
Well, one of my buddies, Danny, you know Logan Lee, Danny from the Steelers?
Yeah, I covered him in high school.
No, but what I'm saying is, so
He's a
I
Pittsburgh
met him,
Steeler.
Cody, his cousin lives out here, Mark. So I went to the Masters. I watched Sunday Masters while Danny was eagling. I was hanging out with pro football players.
And
But this kid-
Logan was there? That's
Yeah,
fucking awesome, man.
He was there, so we were shooting the shit, and he was like, "Yeah, like TJ Watt's holding out for a contract a little bit. He was just talking about the team. He's like, I don't know what we're gonna do at quarterback. Mentioned Rodgers and all that stuff, but I wanted to tell you, this dude was 6'3", 275 pounds, brick shit house, and he's like, yeah, man, I'm not that big." It's just like he's like, I'm undersized kind of for what I do.
I mean, he
But
is
I'm
for
like,
the NFL,
He
but
is
yeah.
for the NFL, but he is a monster. I'm like,
and I'm sure that
40 pounds
273, that's like what I weigh, probably maybe a little bit heavier, like the 5 or 6, 10 pounds heavier. And it's like, I'm like flabby skin, like barely, like that dude is probably like cut.
yeah, he's shredded, and he talks about how he's a little undersized. And I'm like, the most amazing thing to me, and what my thesis, what I was trying to say is, being next to this guy, he's 275 solid, and he's like, yeah, I'm tiny. I'm like, it's amazing how big these
Dude, I'm 34 and my body is killing me, and I didn't play pro football for the last 12 years. Think about these dudes. These guys now, when you talk about like the Bears, getting a Joe Thuney, early 30s, and it's like that dude's been playing guard in the NFL for the last decade.
What, 3-time Super Bowl champ? Was that what
Plus
he is?
all those playoff games that don't really count on like we talk about LeBron. LeBron's played like more playoff games than like almost regular season. It's like it's actually like 6 or 7 regular season, almost like amount of games. It's insane. Not that many, but you know what I mean? Like it's almost like 1.5 extra seasons.
It's 3.5 seasons. They mentioned that. Yeah, I was watching.
It's crazy. Like you think about like if you are a guy like Thuney who played with the Patriots and now the Chiefs, like how much playoff football you add on those 3 or 4 extra games a year.
Brady played 48 playoff games in his career, which is the equivalent of 3 16-game seasons, was what we grew up with. 3 years. It's a lot. Mahomes
it's crazy. And that type of wear and tear, like I don't know how these guys, it's so funny because we do the podcast where we're like, oh, he can play. He's going to sue. He's a gamer. It's like, dude, I had to buy a memory foam topper for my mattress because it's like I'm dying here.
These guys are
Roger,
built.
you should have asked him if he like remembered any of the media people from his high school days, because I interviewed him several times. We had him in the studio for my show at least twice.
You know what, Danny?
He probably doesn't. Doesn't.
I show him a picture of you. He might remember you, but I didn't want to be weird because I was trying to be cool around the NFL prospect.
Can I say this too really quickly?
20 questions with
the Buccaneers pick is in after the Bucks is Denver, and what I saw from Schefter,
O'Marion Hampton,
and what I saw from Schefter and from Ian Rappaport was that Denver was receiving the second most amount of calls, like pre-draft, besides Cleveland.
Because for Sanders, right? It's
the idea was if Sanders is there could be like get ahead of Pittsburgh. So I think it's interesting to keep an eye out. We might actually have some action here coming up. I won't, and again, Dan, I promise you I won't spoil the Steelers pick. I want you to announce it for the pod. It looks like Buccaneers are about to announce here any second. I will say the crowd is still packed at Lambeau Field. there. It's like right outside of Lambeau. It's wild how crazy the scenes are here.
I gotta say what you want about the Packers as an organization, but their field, I was up there recently, and it's the site is very nice. They really
and Title Town and the Hall of Fame and all that, dude. It's incredible what they've
really
done.
Nice.
Okay, the Buccaneers.
They gotta go with the corner. They gotta go Johnny Barron.
Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State. This is smart. You have your two veteran old guys. You bring him in. He's really a slot guy. He's an undersized kind of slot guy. He can learn from
ACL.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised that no corner has been taken yet. Like Barron and Will Johnson are both considered really solid cornerbacks.
And there was debate who was the one, but we're at pick 20 and no corner.
And Denver's not taking them. Man,
well, what's going to happen?
Pittsburgh might be tempted
going to fall to Kansas City or something, and then they're going to get a locked up defense again or something. It's stupid.
I thought Kansas City was going to end up taking like another wideout or a tackle, but
their O-line's terrible. They need a new lineman.
They do, but you also can't like reach. Like a lot of tackles have already gone. We've seen the run happen.
Marky, I'll tell you something too in a second when Danny's done.
Well, Josh Simmons and Josh Connerly, and I think I had Connerly going to the Chiefs. So there's two more tackles available that are probably first round caliber that the Chiefs should go and snag. Otherwise,
I'm trading back. I'm really,
yeah.
Now, Mark, I got to ask you something. Did you guys give a shout out to Mongo?
Oh, we did earlier. Made sure we gave a Mongo shout out. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really sad day. I know we've been battling that stuff for a long time.
It was a long time coming. ALS is such a it doesn't make sense. Like it's just one of those diseases that you're just like, how can that happen to the human body? Where it's literally just completely like sucks it's like someone sticks a straw on you and is slowly sucking every day another like pound out of you, another ounce out of you. I saw what cancer did to my mom in such a short amount of time, and it's crazy how quick that works. It's almost more disgusting and evil how slow kind of with ALS is, the kind of slow deterioration, especially with the medicine we have to fight it, to keep people alive. It's just nasty.
Most brutal thing about it, bro, is the cognitive doesn't go away.
I know.
I'd rather just lose my mind if I had something like that. Like take it all.
But to know that if that happens to you, hey, sit me in front of a TV and I can watch the Bears lose on a Sunday and just lose shit in my mind. I can live with that.
Yeah, it wouldn't be about you, bro. It'd be about everybody else. That's so tough on the families,
Well, yeah, they got to they got to clean you. It's brutal. It's horrible.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say, shout out to Hall of Famer. He was a legend.
Mongo. Mongo.
Yeah, I saw the pictures of like Dan Hampton, like would constantly be coming by, Mike Singletary, all the dudes. Like it is, the 85 Bears are awesome, not just because they were like a team that you remember for being,
probably
like
the greatest football team of
but they
all
also,
time.
they were also like I think it was because of the fact that they were that 1 year, one team, and obviously they played together for more years than that. I think though that the fact that they had 85 made them like brothers, like they were all a family for life,
like a fraternity that's real.
Yeah,
and also you got to remember
cool.
back in that
really
day,
cool.
You didn't have the free agency and trades and people moving like they did today. I mean, Jimmy Johnson.
The only reason the Steelers of the 70s were able to exist.
Exactly. You got to remember, Jimmy Johnson didn't really start the idea of like the trades and the value of the trade until the early 90s. And so there's a reason why those guys were brothers and played for so long together.
The money wasn't what it used to be.
Well, that's sort of it too. But also, again, when you talk about how gross ALS is, look at Mongo, even just 10 years ago. The dude was still a giant dude, like a big man, a huge human being.
Dude, he was a tank, and he was hilarious. He was that guy.
Absolutely.
He took the guy with the best personality, the guy that was the funniest guy in the 30 for 30. Like, like everything he had to say.
No, if there was like HBO Hard Knocks back then, Mongo would have been the star. You know what I mean?
100%. Like he was.
Yeah. Dude, oh my God. Can you imagine what Hard Knocks, the 85 Bears would have been like?
With
Jesus,
Mongo
dude.
and McMahon.
Yeah,
would've-
well, and Otis Wilson, dude, and freaking, everyone. Like,
That
that'd
would
been
have
epic.
And then the angel on earth that is Walter Payton. Like the Tim Tebow of that Florida Gators team. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah.
Walter would have been the guy, like every year now they do the rookie who goes up and like sings a song. Walter would have been the guy that goes up and does like an epic dance and sets the tone, and then all of the other players look terrible.
Yeah, right.
Who does like Michael Jackson,
They took Walter in 1999. He was only 45. He'd only be 70. Like he'd be with us right now at the draft.
Oh
Yeah.
Personality. Like he'd be the Michael.
I will say it's the only good thing about Walter losing his life early is that the NFL had to force the NFL to honor him in a way that he deserved to be honored with the Walter Payton Man of the Year, where it's like,
that's true.
Now he lives on. It's almost like he's going to live on, and his legacy lives on longer than his planker. Now, to me, he's still the greatest running back of all time. I get the Jim Brown. I get the Barry Sanders. Those are the only two people that should be even in the conversation. I'll entertain you saying are better than Walter. I still think Walter is better than both of the pound for pound, full skill level, top down. But because he died early, having the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year.
Yeah, it makes it more of like a almost like the mythos.
The Broncos pick is in, gentlemen.
This isn't okay. So they're not the pick has not been traded.
No,
and
Sean Payton is off. Sean Payton is not center stage there. He's kind of off to the side from the ABC showing.
Do we have a prediction from you guys' draft order here?
I'm going to say Omari and Hampton.
You're going to go running back.
Yep.
North Carolina. I say they take
unless they go with
Luther
Josh
Burden
Simmons or
Luther Burden III. I think you could use a wide receiver.
Was that Peter Dinklage?
You talking about the guy next to Roger Goodell?
No, they just showed a Broncos fan that was,
Oh, okay.
Peter Dinklage.
I gotcha. Okay.
Is anyone watching the ESPN feed?
I'm watching the NFL Network stream.
I'm on ABC, which is like the college football guys.
All right, and I'm on ESPN, so they just showed a Broncos fan.
Well, okay, because the guy who's next to Goodell is a Make-A-Wish kid, so that's why I was like, Rogers, what are we doing here?
No, I'm not that guys. This isn't high school.
He's got more taste than that.
All right, my buddy Steven, here we go.
Oh,
Steelers.
yeah.
We're getting ready to go. Let's go.
Steven, don't reveal it. Dan is behind on the stream, so don't.
Oh, I'm not
say
going to
anything.
reveal anything. I'm still on the Broncos pick.
No, the guy. Now we're in trouble. The other Steven who's commenting. John, don't say anything either. We're going to let Dan react to the Steelers pick.
It's okay. I can make the comments go away for a short while.
Jahdae Barron, cornerback, Texas.
Dang, I did not think they'd go corner.
Wow.
So now they're going to have the two best corners in the league. Is that what we're saying?
Hey, that was the best team.
All right, dude. His
Damn.
watch party is ginormous.
That's how the Chiefs won the Super Bowl 2 years ago. They had two great lockdown corners and a pass.
That's
rusher.
true.
Jahdae
He's
Barron's
super
watch
versatile
party,
too. So he'll be a box guy. He can play.
There's like
slot.
300
He can do a
people
lot of
at
stuff.
his watch party.
Jahdae Barron.
It's
they're not showing his
nothing
watch
but
party
it's
on
nothing
my
but
feed right
kids.
now.
It's nothing but like 18-year-old looking people holding phones out.
No, I'm seeing the same thing you are, Mark.
It's just this phones. It's all I'm seeing is this.
It's all we got to live stream what's happening right in front of us. So stupid. Like, look at what's happening.
It's just a party.
But here's
And
the
then
thing: like, if you can't beat
Colston
the
Loveland,
Chiefs,
there's murder on the wall.
if you can't beat the Chiefs at their game, if you're the Chiefs, you don't have any amazing wide receivers,
No,
and now you got to
no.
go up against Patrick Surtain and Jahdae Barron. Like, this is giving the Broncos somewhat of a chance to like hang around, in
The
some of
Broncos,
those matchups. I don't hate it. I like this.
We might see a run on corners here now too.
Dude, what does Pittsburgh do here, man? What is
they're
Pittsburgh
taking
do?
Shador, bro. It's strip Ronnie
Hold
James.
I will. I'll be right back. But yeah.
Ronnie
This
James.
is Ronnie James stuff, dude. Like it's
Listen, I'll say this. I would not take Shedeur if I'm Pittsburgh.
Mark, you are a football guy, and I've known you've been one for 20 years. You're smart as hell. Like Shedeur being entertained as the number one quarterback in the draft was a joke. Like they just started like riding that publicity.
Listen, the thing that was alarming to me when you watch Shedeur's tape, what I like is this. Quarterbacks who thrive in the NFL are often quarterbacks not from Ohio State and big programs where they have everything easy.
Agreed.
He faced the most pressure of any quarterback last year and completed the highest percentage of passes. So
it's a good take.
He's got a lot, and his offensive coordinator for the last 2 years, I can't think of the guy's name, but he was a former NFL offensive coordinator for a long, long time. So there's a lot to like about Shedeur.
I don't hate him.
The problem with Shedeur is, where does Shedeur go and what is his support system? I don't love DK Metcalf yelling at Shedeur if it is.
But he's not. Is he that kind of receiver?
I'm just saying. If I was drafting Shedeur, I'd want him in Indianapolis.
Put the pick in, Danny. That was a quick pick.
All right. We're not saying
the pick that's in. That is a quick pick. That makes me feel more like it's Shedeur, unless. I don't know, man. They like Derek Harmon.
Who's on the board? Yeah, so who else is on the board?
Derek Harmon.
Jackson Dart.
Derek Harmon.
Jackson Dart.
I mean, I wouldn't even rule out Omarion Hampton, to be quite honest with you. Like, but I would think it's Derek Harmon or Shedeur Sanders. Those are my two guesses right now.
Can people super chat in YouTube to your channel?
What is that?
Yeah, if you super chat $100, you're allowed to ruin the draft pick ahead of.
No, we can't super chat. My bad.
Okay, sorry.
My bad.
I never heard of that before. Okay,
they're gonna.
Oh man, Lolita Vasco is tuned into the chat. So you.
Hello, young men. Hello.
Everybody better watch their mouths. All right.
Thanks for telling me. I'm really happy you did.
Hey, Lolita, we're gonna have live coverage of the Pope's funeral tomorrow morning and Saturday morning on ABC News Channel 20. Don't you worry. All right.
Conclave.
R.I.P. R.I.P.
Great movie, man. That was really good.
I want them to pick the Pope from St. Louis, the guy from Wisconsin.
I just hope he's Italian.
I just hope he's like a pope.
So, Dan, last chance prediction. Who you go? I know who it is now. I've seen it on my screen.
It's Shedeur, I'm guessing. It's Shedeur. All right, here we go. He's walking up to the podium, so you won't have to wait too long. Here we go.
A behind.
I know.
I've been behind Mark, and I've already got it.
All right, Derek Harmon. All right, let's go.
Aaron Rodgers just signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's my own breaking news.
No, honestly, man, I like this dude. I think it's a good pick.
Where's he from?
Oregon.
State. Well, and then he transferred then to Oregon.
Oh, Danny. I'm shocked that they didn't pick him. Shocked.
I thought the Dolphins were going to take this dude, to be honest.
I don't know, man.
I'm with you. Like I thought Harmon could have been earlier in the draft. He's a stud.
He's really good. He had like a little bit of an injury thing, and so I think like he started to fall a lot, and teams were like a little worried about it. Look, Cam Hayward is not going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler in 2027. They literally have no other defensive linemen. So
you got to stop Derrick Henry and Lamar's run game.
Yeah, they gave up 299 yards to the Ravens in the wild card round.
I like the pick, Danny. I'm not.
I like it.
You know, he's pumped. You can see his family. They got Nerds Gummies. He is pumped to be a Pittsburgh Steeler.
And Steven, is right. Like maybe they like Jackson Dart and they feel like they can move up into the second round and take him, or take him in the third round. Like I don't know how far these guys are going to fall.
Also, this opens the door. Let's be honest. This opens the door for Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers did not want to go where a first-round quarterback went. He did not.
Oh, did he really? I don't know. I mean,
he did not. He did not want to be.
How long did Aaron Rodgers realistically think he was going to play football?
Aaron Rodgers, I think, wants a 2-year window, and I truly believe he does not want to be Kirk Cousins. Aaron Rodgers, from reports that I've read, wants a little bit of the red carpet treatment. He wants the red carpet treatment.
A little bit.
He wants to know. He wants to know that halfway through the season, no one's going to go put the rookie in.
They don't want Eli Manning him.
Yes.
But
And
yeah.
if now the Steelers tonight can sign Aaron Rodgers or early tomorrow morning, and then draft a quarterback in like the 5th or 6th round.
You could take Will Howard in like the 4th round.
Yeah, screw it. Why not? That's
Quinn Ewers in the 5th.
Danny, you
you
don't
know.
want Will Howard, bro.
No, we don't. I'm not saying that I want them, but for late round picks, they're fine guys to take
Mason
flyers on to
Rudolph.
have to round out your
Mason
quarterback. room.
Rudolph.
Just let Rodgers join the team and see if you can have a one-off. And if not, next year's quarterback class is better. You'll be picking a quarterback.
Yeah, and the Pittsburgh Steelers have like 4 compensatory picks next year, including
Right.
a 3rd and a 4th, like 2
We're
third
right to
rounders.
do the same thing they did with Penny Pick. We're not just going to
Yeah,
draft and
no, next year's the year to make the move.
And the Bears did that. The Bears
but-
traded back, and I know everyone wants to hate on Caleb. I'm giving Ben Johnson a chance. I'm giving him a chance. to make
No
Caleb.
one's hating on Caleb.
Who's
Caleb's
hating on
gonna be-
Caleb? What do you mean? Like, who's
Caleb's
hating
gonna
on
be
Caleb?
elite.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm a believer that Caleb still got it. So the Bears trading
Yeah.
back and getting him the year later, I thought was smart. And the Steelers-
Yes, Caleb still has it.
I'll give you.
Caleb had a fantastic rookie season. As far as when you look at everything he dealt with and the numbers he put up,
No,
that
they're
is
terrible. It's not his fault. I don't blame him at all.
no. The numbers were pretty goddamn good. Go back and look at
No,
the numbers.
I'm Mark. I'm with you. I'm a big believer. Like I think he's going to be good. I think he's going to have a rise. Like Ben Johnson, the
Dude,
line upgrade.
he had no veteran quarterback. He admits to having no one-on-one time with the offensive coordinator, who was
Mark.
then fired mid-season.
Mark, their coaching was so bad, bro.
It's so bad.
They were going out there, Rock Island High School quality offense, bro. And we were 1-8. Next question. Like we were terrible. Also, I want to add another thing. The season was lost when Keenan Allen dropped the touchdown game 1 on the first drive of the season. Just want everyone to know.
Yeah, Keenan Allen was
He
a big
catches the
disappointment.
study. They go 19.
Keenan Allen was not. I should have been smarter than to fall in love with Keenan Allen. He was
Don't
not,
get me on my Keenan Allen horse, bro.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not a Keenan.
Stephen Ruffing. I agree. I think there's a lot of teams who look at Arch Manning next year. Now, Arch Manning may also stay in college because he only is going to get next year to start, and his NIL deal is legit.
Well, that's true. And next year's supposed to be such a big like quarterback class. Why would he want all of the extra competition?
And I think Arch is one of those guys with the Mannings that knows no matter what happens, like Arch, the money Arch is making is going to be great. Hey, old Mary game is wise. Jaden is listen. Tyler
it's also
Dawson,
like-
thank you for
Present to the
finding
chat.
us, entering the chat. Can we get Dawson? Can we get him to pop in here at any
Yeah,
point?
Tyler, if you want to join us here on the stream, send us a DM on our Football Lounge Facebook or Twitter, and I'll get you the link to join.
Also, Mark, Peyton and Eli stayed 4 years in college and started 4 years. So
That was also
Arch
a
has-
different. That was a little
Yeah,
bit
but
of
that
a
was
different.
like totally different.
No, but what I'm saying, Arch has not played more than 5 games in his career. Like he's got to get
No.
starts on.
I agree. I think Arch. Now listen, if Arch has an insane season and like wins the Heisman, he's gone. He'll go, right? But I think if Arch has a really good year and like Texas like makes the playoff, I think there's no reason why Arch wouldn't go back to school. I think Arch is there, definitely understands the idea of like, let's get some starts, let's get some growth, let's grow.
Well, where's Ewers going? I mean, they literally were like, Ewers, your ceiling was losing in the playoff. We got to give Arch a chance, right? We got to try.
Well, Ewers
Honestly,
is like
I'm just going to
Purdy
say
size.
this. I don't think Ewers is going to be like a great NFL quarterback. I'm not
No,
saying that at all.
Neither do I.
But
No, he's
But-
Brock Purdy size.
I'm just saying, for a guy who's probably going to get taken in like the 5th or 6th round, Quinn Ewers could end up being like he has the potential to be a Brock Purdy type of player. That's all I'm saying. Like
I would say like a Gardner Minshew. Yeah, like dude,
he's
that guy's kind of
He's
fun.
won.
Yeah, he's kind of fun for 2 or 3 games.
Yeah.
I'm in the.
Can I just say this? I'm getting a lot of ABC coverage of like Shador's draft party, and it looks like he's legit in like a homemade club. It's the coolest looking thing. And
Oh, I bet.
he also looks kind of sad.
Yeah, I'm getting a little worried for him, honestly.
Brandon, I agree. Like, what you now got to kind of hope for a trade back in. None of these teams that are actually on the board are drafting a quarterback from here on out.
No.
I agree
Yeah.
with trade,
Well,
but I'd be totally shocked if he fell out of the first round.
is
Man, can you
Shador?
imagine that?
I
if
know,
you took
but
if you took the under 1.5 quarterbacks taken, that was probably plus 1,000.
What are we at right now? 1?
one.
Well, yeah, we're just at
Just
one,
one, right?
number 1 pick.
And Dart's still on the board?
Also,
Yeah.
the Chargers have 12 seconds left, and they have not submitted a pick.
They're trading.
Actually, Mark, they have 50 seconds according to
No,
my.
some of
screen.
us, Danny, are ahead, bro.
4, 3,
I know.
2, 1.
I'm at 10, so I'm literally 10 seconds behind you. We just calculated. You counted it down.
Oh, now the pick is in. The pick is in.
To say pick is forfeited.
No, the pick is in.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Sanders. What if Sanders is a situation of the 2022 NFL draft? What if Malik Willis was? People were thinking Malik Willis could go top 6, and he didn't go till the late 3rd round.
Okay, well, if he falls into the Malik Willis category, oh my God, that's a bust.
Oh, for sure. But I'm just like, and I'm not saying that he's Malik Willis went to freaking Liberty. You know, like they're different prospects for sure. But I'm just saying, like, it could very well happen that Shador doesn't even, get taken early 2nd round.
Okay, I got you guys a question about him. Do you think people just don't want the smoke?
I think. All right, two.
Like he's got some Cam Newton
personality, leadership.
If his name was just Bill Smith, right? I think he'd
be
still. Well. Okay. Well.
I'm messing.
All right.
Not
All
if he
right,
was
his name-
Will Smith.
If his
Will
name was,
Smith,
if his name was Will Smith,
he'd be an all-star.
So here's the thing. My biggest thing with Shador was the size. He's literally like pound for pound the same size as Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy, what was Brock Purdy's trait in a Big 12 school at Iowa State? Dude's historically accurate, but can scramble, but not exactly like mobile like Lamar Jackson, right?
Or Kyler.
So my concern is that if I am taking Shador Sanders in round 1,
I think he's going to get hurt.
like that's a legit thing, right? Like I think that's a legitimate thing. I think round 1 quarterbacks, like look at last year's round 1 quarterbacks. She had 6 round 1 quarterbacks. Every single one of those dudes, though, you knew their body could handle the NFL schedule.
Oh, shout out to Caleb getting sacked 4,500 times and getting up the whole season, made it through.
Baller. Another reason why I think Caleb's going to be great. The Chargers selected Omarion Hampton, running back, North Carolina. So wait a minute. The Chargers signed, what's his name out of Pittsburgh? Najee Harris.
Najee, yeah.
And then they draft Omarion Hampton. That's an incredible backfield. That's Jim Harbaugh building his backfield. Thunder and lightning. UNC record 8 straight games with 100-yard rushing in 2024. Set 8 all-time lifting records as well. Okay, the Omarion Hampton highlights are electric. And also the blue.
Wait, that's who the Chargers took?
Omarion Hampton.
Really? Wow. So they
Bill
get
Thunder and
Najee
lightning.
Harris and they're getting Omarion Hampton. Holy hell.
If you thought they ran the ball a lot last year, buckle your chin straps at AFC West.
Jim Harbaugh's like, we're running the ball. I don't
Jim
care if
Harbaugh's
this
like, hey, Raiders, have you heard of running the
dude.
fucking ball? Because we're gonna do it.
Yeah, like we're gonna have 2 running backs.
Okay, so they're going to use Omarion Hampton on every 3rd down. They're also going to use Hampton on like the majority of drives. Najee's going to be the 4th quarter, grind it out, wear him down back, and then the goal line back for them.
That's going to
They
be
have Vidal. They have
Najee's-
Vidal still, right?
We got Tyler Dawson in the house. What's up, Tyler?
Whoa, wait,
What's
whoa!
up? What's
Hold
going
on,
on,
why
boys?
is- Okay, there we go.
Dawson, you're here now. So, as a fellow Bears fan with all these
Hey.
other Bears fans, Colston Loveland, what do you think?
I honestly at first didn't really know what to think, but the more I thought about it, the more I was like, if Ben Johnson's going to compare him to Sam Laporta, I think we got our receiving tight end, and we
Right.
don't need necessarily to go big in the slot in round 2, like I thought they might, because they got the guy from Washington. I can't pronounce his name, Zemeckis or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I honestly, I think I've grown to like it. And
2 tight ends is where it's
So
at.
so what I think
Right.
what I'm really feeling right now is like I feel like okay, they were convicted. They said, listen, we evaluated all these prospects. And if the draft fell the way it fell, which was pretty much like every guy we assumed was taken, except for the wide receiver from Arizona. So there was a little bit of
Right.
room, right?
Yep.
Hold on, real quick. They're reporting that the Packers are fielding trade calls right now to trade the 23rd pick.
So from
Just
what
wanted to throw
I'm
that in there real quick.
It's valid. What I'm seeing right now is they're still on the clock.
I
But
hope they
I'll say,
They are.
so I'll say this. I'll just say this. I love that they got who they think is their guy. And I saw multiple different draft experts say they weren't afraid to say Colston Loveland deserved a number 1 grade because of his whole body of work in college versus just the 1 year that Tyler Warren had this past year.
Right.
Ooh, somebody in the chat brought up Sanders to the Rams. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That'll-
John. And he was like the most Hollywood thing ever, he says. And I was like, yeah,
no,
you know,
John's right in the
he's not
sense that they're
wrong.
the only team left that has even an inkling of maybe drafting a quarterback.
Yeah.
Yes, the Rams did just restructure the contract, and they with Stafford, and they're looking to it's a 2-year extension, like fully guaranteed, basically.
Through 2026, yeah.
nobody has traded up except for the Jags from 5 to 2. Like nobody is trying to get into
or
the
no
late
one's
first
trading
round here
down.
right
No,
now.
there's no
This
trades
draft
at
is
all.
not top heavy. This draft
I
is
think they've
Exactly.
I think they all know more. Like they've known how the board's going to fall better than any of the media ever has this year for sure, because it's such a weird draft.
And they just know that
Think
like
about this.
nobody is crazy about any of the
right.
We're also
players
at-
from 15 to 80. Like they're not like, oh, I gotta get this guy.
Guys, we're also at pick 23, 1 wide receiver, 1 corner. Like that feels like such a
shift
buck
in
of
tone.
the trend.
And 2 running backs, which we don't normally see any running backs.
Well,
taken.
Mark, look at the Super Bowl. Look at the Final Four. All the teams that made it deep in the playoffs had great running games and interior attacks. Like they started zigging. Maybe the league's going back that way.
Well, certainly with Jim Harbaugh certainly saying, I'm going to run the ball 1,000,000 fucking times a game.
Sure. The Eagles ran it. The Chiefs could run it when they wanted to. The Chargers could run it. The Ravens, oh my God, they only run it. Like they're just running over everybody.
Do you guys think the Packers go DB with the Jair situation?
Maybe. They probably
could
should.
easily see that.
Also,
I actually thought that they were going to go wide out.
They could run it. They were good.
Yeah, wide out.
Also, Dawson.
Yeah.
Tyler. It's shout out to Trailwood, dog. It's good to see you, man. It's been a long
Good
time.
to see you too.
Shout out to
Absolutely.
Trailwood.
Also,
That's right.
thanks to Brandon for hanging with as long as he did. His baby was born during this draft. So that's
It's just
Oh,
not,
wow.
we're not breaking. It's just
Sleep is
inaccurate.
out. Yeah, he got off when the Packers were picking pro because he knew something was off. He knew
He's like, oh no, I'm out.
Green Bay, the next.
I was
legend.
actually like just about to like tell him that because we're in a dynasty fantasy football league together, and I was like the draft this year is going to be crazy because there's so many like running backs and
Could this be
interesting skill
Matthew
positions.
Golden,
I
wide
was just gonna
receiver,
say-
Texas?
It's gonna be
is
so
that who?
frustrating if it falls that way and he ends up being good.
Wait, is that who they picked?
No,
or you
I'm
just
saying,
Oh,
could
okay.
this be with one? I have 131
definitely
left
could
on the
be.
clock here.
Definitely could be.
So wait, listen to this. 2025 NFL draft, Green Bay, Wisconsin. Green Bay's population is 107,000 people in this vicinity right now for the draft. Over 125,000. There are more people standing there watching the draft than there are people in Green Bay. Which, by the way, I'm in Springfield, Illinois. We're 116,000. We have more people than than Green Bay, Wisconsin. So if you've ever been to Springfield, imagine driving to Springfield and on the west side of town, when you're going through all the big houses, there's just a giant NFL stadium there, not a Sam's Club.
Oh,
Well, aren't they hosting people
Why?
in the stadium too? So it's not
it's
even including those
overflow.
people?
Overflow is in the stadium. And
lot
they're
of
using the
people there,
stadium to
man.
house some media people too.
dude, if
nuts.
you've ever been to Lambeau, it's huge.
You see Titletown off in the background. Titletown is really cool. What they've done
Lambeau
with
seats
that brewery and
80,000
everything.
plus people, bro. Lambeau,
Yeah,
Field-
it's massive.
Okay,
Stadium.
not all of us have gone to Lambeau in a private jet, Steven. So.
I understand. I'm just saying it's huge.
Dawson,
And
that's
Lambeau
actually
Field-
real. Steven
You
has gone to
PJ'd?
Lambeau in a private jet like twice.
PJ'd?
Jeez.
I have a friend who is well off, and he's a Packer fan. So I've gone to Lambeau Field about 3 or 4 times, and it's a really nice place. I don't really like the Packers, but it is really nice and huge.
in a jet.
Makes me go back to the Bears need to build a new stadium.
In
Arlington.
Heights. In
Arlington. Do it.
I
Do it.
know.
Take
They
the
just
train,
submitted
bro.
their blueprints to Arlington Heights again, so it's in the works.
You know,
I always thought it was.
They got to get done while I can still focus on the game, bro. Because I don't know how long I'm going to make it.
listen. If you're gonna get that way, get off the stream. We're trying to promote the product here.
The Bears
All
need
right.
to build a new stadium.
All right, gentlemen, the pick is in for the Green Bay Packers.
I'm going Matthew Golden. That's what I think.
They're bringing in. It looks like the Packers.
I think
Brian
it's gonna be Will
Gutekunst?
Johnson.
Could be. I forgot he was out there still.
They
Oh,
also
my God.
Mike Green.
I'm
Mike
going
Green.
with Shador.
Mike
Yeah.
Green. Green Bay. Mike Green.
Jordan Love's out.
That'd be 2 on the nose, Mark. That'd be 2 on the nose.
Also, Mark, John Burton has a question for you.
You sing the Simpsons theme. Listen, I do believe when Matt Groening was truly making the Simpsons, he thought of Springfield, Illinois. I really do think that. We have the CWLP on Lake Springfield, the giant smokestacks that very much resemble. Also, Illinois is like the home of nuclear energy and the power plants up by like Rockford and all that. I think I do believe John. He was believing of us.
You convinced me. I agree.
All right, Mark Murphy, the Packers president. His hands are a little shaky here. I'll say
Just
that.
drafted Shador, bro. Jordan Love's out.
Jordan Love is.
They're gonna do
no,
Aaron
bro.
Rodgers 2.0.
We need more
Jordan Love
Jordan
traded.
Love. We need more Jordan Love. He's not good. So let's keep that.
I agree with that. I don't think he's very good.
The Green Bay Packers select do.
Well, I got some weird reverb there. That was interesting.
Oh,
I'm so behind, dude. I just saw Mark
so
Murphy
hard.
come out.
Oh wow, jeez.
He can't even tie his tie. What are we doing here, Mark?
And this is through my Fire Stick on the NFL Network stream. Like it's just brutal.
Rabbit ears, dude. Rabbit.
You got to get Sling TV.
Well, I do have. I tried out Sling TV. I wasn't. That was the years ago. I went to YouTube TV instead. But then now I'm
Green
totally
Bay Packers.
streaming only right now.
Dude, he's hyping this crowd.
This
Come
is one of
on.
those moments I wish I had Twitter in my and not just my phone.
Matthew
But I-
Golden, wide receiver.
Oh,
There you
Packers.
go.
yes.
All right, good call. Good
Dawson,
call.
Nice pull.
How many
son.
wide receivers? So which wide
Two-
receivers
three,
are
three.
They all
are
suck.
3 have
so
gone.
can I say which wide receivers are not on like did they lose wide receivers in this offseason? I didn't pay attention enough to their offseason. So
no, I don't think
Golden,
so. No.
Christian,
Yep.
Dude,
They have-
Watson
they have-
got hurt.
Dobbs.
Watson
got-
got hurt.
Jaden
Bench
Reed.
towards the end of the year though, they didn't like Dobbs. I don't think they like Dobbs.
So
Jaden
Reed,
Reed.
Dobbs, Christian Watson,
And Watson got hurt.
and now Matthew Golden.
Yep.
I don't think they trust any of the receivers. And
No.
even this, I think Matthew Golden's just a better version of Jaden Reed.
I agree. It's interesting.
Matthew Golden is
Look
better
at
than
him
any
watching,
receiver they have.
walking out. That's got to be really cool for him because you're going to walk out to a crowd that's like
Guys.
automatically in love with you. But he's
Right.
also like, wait a minute. I drove through this town on my way here. There's an Applebee's.
Did you see Ashton Genty's comment? He's like, not much to do here.
Yeah, he's like, I went from Austin, Texas, where Joe Rogan is like throwing celebrities every night. We got bars, we got 6th Street, and now I'm in Green Bay. The most people that have ever been in Green Bay, Wisconsin are here tonight.
Literally.
That's true.
He's a very
no doubt.
slight, small guy. He's a very slight guy.
Dude,
But he's
there's
wearing
no
gold,
way.
and he looks legit cool right now, walking out on the stage. I gotta be honest.
Can I ask you guys a question? Do you really think this guy wants to go to Green Bay, dude? Like,
Well, dude, honestly,
I mean,
think
it's
about it.
Everybody's
Vikings-
gotta
the
stay.
No,
Vikings-
honestly, Steven, think about it. Would you want to go to an organization that historically is very well run?
yeah, but they're like historically not known for paying people.
What? No, they pay their draft picks. That's like what they do. They draft and then they just keep you.
But
yeah,
the
but
big
not their
bucks,
skill guys. That's
They
the
never
thing.
break
Like,
the bank though for anybody, bro. Like
Yeah,
they did for-
Devontae Adams got a very nice contract.
Yeah, and if
Jordan
this guy's
Nelson got
Devontae Adams,
multiple
I'll bend
nice
the knee.
contracts.
I will bend the knee if he's Devontae Adams.
I'm just saying that's
I will bow down and be like,
I,
okay.
I can't believe I'm defending Green Bay here, but I
I'm
think
not
that's
hating
a-
on Green Bay. I'm just saying, like, I don't know how many.
the
like,
Vikings,
people
by the
want
way,
to
the
go there.
Vikings pick is already in. Like they're like,
Oh,
we're ready to go.
dude,
Dude, is this Will Johnson?
Could
they
be.
also need.
they need it. Yeah, I would say Will Johnson. but
I'll be right back. Quick potty break.
These guys also should
hey,
have went with Rodgers. The Vikings
it's
should not
Will
be-
Johnson or Mike Green, because if you want a premier pass rusher too, like he's still
But
one
their
of the
pass
top.
rush is good.
Yeah, but I mean, you can never have it's
I mean,
like
that's true.
it's like offensive line. Like honestly,
You never have enough.
Steelers have T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith, and I wouldn't like if Abdul Carter was available to them, I'd be like, yeah, you take Abdul Carter. You know, like
That's what the Eagles won with 9 pass
Yeah.
rush. Both Super Bowls they won, they had great D line.
yeah,
Him and
I
got Josh
think-
Sweat paid. That's for sure.
It's ridiculous.
I think Minnesota here. They're first off, they're in a great position because they can take whoever they feel is the best available player. They could take Josh Simmons. I could see them going O-line easily, like help give JJ McCarthy a little more help.
I still can't believe they're rolling McCarthy, guys. I still can't believe that.
I think here's what I think. And
We don't
and
know anything about him though. That's the
Dan,
thing. I mean,
you're gonna hate this, Dan. Though I think Aaron Rodgers is literally gonna hold till camp and wants the Vikings to look at JJ, and if they go, Aaron, we need you for a year, he'll pounce. Like that is why he's not signed. It's literally
Agree.
because he wants Minnesota,
Tyler, I agree with you.
which would be
I don't-
hilarious because he would just fulfill the Favre prophecy, and I'd laugh so hard.
well, I don't hate it from the fact, like, I mean, that certainly seems like something that could be in play. I just more so think like,
Oh, it's on the board.
if you're Pittsburgh, how like you can't go into camp without Rodgers. So you know, I would clearly at this point they are either Rodgers or Mason Rudolph. Like that's what's going to happen, because even if they draft Jackson Dart, like that guy's not starting week 1. I really don't think so. Like
can't
even if
go-
they somehow get
Or
Jackson
Mason
Dart.
Rudolph to the Wolves.
can't go with
You can't waste the roster that Pittsburgh has right now with Mason Rudolph and Jackson Dart.
I'd trade for Cousins at that point. If
I
that's-
agree, but like
I
you
was
have
just
no
saying,
way, dude.
Cousins
No,
or with Levis, maybe give him another scenery under
Yeah.
a good organization.
guys, if you guys are
Not untalented.
I mean, we're talking about scraping the bottom of the barrel as it is. So like,
At
I
that
wouldn't-
point, I would go Shador Sanders over Will Levis.
that's
Cousins,
fair. That's fair.
well, sure, if they could find a way to, like, if they like Shador, just didn't like him at 21, and they want
When
to
is-
trade up into the middle of the second
What is
round. and get him,
Pittsburgh's
like-
next pick? Is Pittsburgh's pick like end
Well,
of
that's the
second round?
problem. They traded their second round pick for DK Metcalf, so they don't have a pick until 89.
Third. Oh,
Could you imagine being an organization that has 2 great receivers and literally no one to throw them the ball? That's crazy to me.
okay, hey, shot out of a cannon. Shador to Jacksonville, bro. Him and Travis Hunter, crappy team, second round.
Crappy team.
Trevor
Yeah,
Lawrence
dude.
is out.
all right.
And then,
Donovan Jackson, the guard, Ohio State is the pick for the Vikings.
Really?
His draft party, very nice. He's in a big recliner. He hugs
Okay.
mom.
okay,
There's some white girls in the
They
background.
catered
I'll
in
just
Olive
say
Garden.
this.
They
There
can't.
are some white girls in the background. I don't know. He's always still just hugging mom.
Stephen Ruffing.
Wait. The IHOP trade alert. The Houston Texans have traded the pick.
Go big.
To New York. Here it
Oh,
is.
Shador.
So this is
Shador. There he
Shador,
is.
right? Or Jackson,
New
or
York.
Jackson Dart. It's
No,
one
Mr.
of the two.
Ruffing, Mr. Ruffing, the New York Giants. It looks like they just got their guy, Shador Sanders.
Yep, absolutely.
Or Jackson Dart. Maybe it is Jackson Dart.
It might be Jackson. It could be Jackson
That-
Dart. I'm just saying.
What
like,
if it's
don't rule it out.
Jackson Dart?
Don't rule it out.
Private workout. Think of that last private workout they had with Shador.
True. Dawson.
Damn.
Not wrong.
Don't
Okay.
forget about that. It's Shador for sure.
So
Can I also just say the guard from Ohio State is a mauler. Holy crap. They're showing his film.
Dude, he's a mauler, baller, shot caller, bro.
The Vikings,
Yeah,
did that.
dude, he's
The
all
Vikings,
four, bro.
They made some nice offseason gains on their offensive line, but getting a guy like him, just like, all right, starting guard, left or right, doesn't matter.
Right.
Maybe they're going to try to do what Houston did, bro. Get the edge rusher and the
Well,
quarterback.
they're doing an overhead shot right now of
Yeah.
Green Bay. People are flooding out of the draft because the Packers have already made their pick. Like that giant area in front of the stage is like people are flooding
That's
out.
you know, they're not real
Oh,
fans. Man. You know, they're not real NFL fans. You know,
Right.
they're-
Wow.
All right, so Giants, we're
How
gonna.
are we in a
I'm gonna
commercial
go-
break right now, NFL Network? This is unbelievable.
Giants.
They got
I'm
to
gonna
fill
go
the
with
quota,
Shador.
Dano.
I'm gonna go Shador.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I go-
they're
it's
doing
Shador,
what
for
Houston
sure.
did, bro. When Houston took Anderson and CJ Stroud in the first round,
Yeah.
like this is what they're trying to do: get the quarterback and the edge rusher, same draft, built for the future. Fire
Bro,
Dave.
That was both picks in the top 5.
So
If
I've
they
heard a
take-
lot
if
of
they take Dart, bro, I'm gonna laugh.
This is more like the
if they-
last
I
time
think he's
Cleveland.
better.
This
I've
is like
heard-
when Cleveland
I've heard a
took,
lot of reports recently about how much the Giants like Dart, but again, that could all be
Ryan Dable
fluff.
likes Dart from what
Which
I heard.
you
He's their
go
coach.
with Brian Dable. He's smart. He didn't like Daniel Jones. Shane did, and that's why they.
Well, and okay,
signed him.
who
It was the
who
dumbest
more?
thing they did.
Well, you know what's all this? The crazy thing I
Neither
heard
of
is
them is
John
Josh Allen,
Mara.
but who more
But
closely
John
resembles?
Mara apparently wanted Josh Allen. John Mara apparently, there's reports that that's one of the things he's been most frustrated by is that then Joe Shane sold him on Daniel Jones is the next Josh Allen. You like Josh Allen so much, and look, we got like a kind of a mix between Josh Allen and Eli Manning and Daniel Jones, and he was like, "All right, I trust you." And from what I've heard, that's one of the big frustrations that the Giants have dealt with is that he was ready to take Josh Allen in the final year of Eli Manning's career and build it that way.
That'd have been dirty.
bro.
But that's where I think Jackson Dart is more of a Josh Allen. The dude has a cannon of an arm attached to his shoulder.
Dude,
He's get somebody to teach him how to read defense.
He's just
better.
more than he's more Zach Wilson. He's Zach Wilson.
Well, let's hope
He
not.
went to the same high school as Zach Wilson.
Well,
That
yeah, that's
doesn't
what I was
mean
gonna
anything,
say.
Mark.
I
Come
mean,
on.
Is he hooking up with his best friend's mom?
Check
more-
how long is his underwear? How
Wait.
long is his underwear?
Steven, who do you think the best friend's
Soaking.
mom was? It was
Ever heard of
Jackson Dart.
soaking?
Oh,
Have you heard of soaking?
That's good stuff.
Soaking, yes.
Quick shout
Yeah.
out though. Can we talk about the fact that our alma mater high school, Chris Lake South, has 2 NFL players currently?
Yeah.
Shout
Shout out to
Yeah,
Dennis
pretty
Gardick
impressive.
and Trevor Keegan.
Yeah.
And one won the Super Bowl.
Was Keegan on the Eagles?
He was
Yeah.
on. He didn't
Yeah.
dress for the
But
game,
he was
on
not dressed. He was injured. He was injured.
and they won it. So
His
he's got a-
rookie year. He's got a ring.
Yeah,
I never thought Gardex was going to be what he like as solid of a role
Well,
player.
he-
We,
He's
well,
like-
we were
he's
too
like
old
the-
for Gardick.
the
I didn't even know
prototypical-
that kid at all.
Dennis is a year older than Austin, so I saw him play.
Yeah, he's a year younger than me.
He didn't he get hurt this year? Didn't he get out like tore his knee or something?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. He got hurt, I think, in like week 4. He was hurt last year too. I think the injury bug's starting to get him.
Well, he's 30.
He's
bro.
a guy
We're
one of
all
the
30
Bears
years old now.
as a special teams are with a good edge rotational guy. Like I wish they would have got him because I don't think he's in Arizona anymore. I think he went somewhere else.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Dennis has been in the league now for like 6 years, and he's pushing 30.
Yeah.
Roughing, you're right. A QB room of Shador, Jameis, and Mr. Unlimited.
Would be
That would be-
hilarious.
That is going to be very odd. They should automatically have ESPN sources, Giants get number 25, Texans get 34, 99, and next year's 3rd round. That's good
Okay.
haul for the Texans.
That's a
So-
haul.
So the Texans go back 9 spots. They pick up
Early
a third
in the
and then
third.
pick up another third for next year. That's not bad. That's solid.
I hope they don't get the Oregon left tackle because I want the Bears to get him. I can't remember Connerly.
Hey, is that the midriff guy?
Yeah,
Oh,
Josh,
yeah.
Josh Connerly. Yeah, I would imagine. I kind of feel like the Chiefs are going to get him though. Like the Chiefs are getting a tackle. I would think if one of him or Simmons fall to them, I think
Do you think
they're getting one of those tackles.
Do you think that tackle from Oregon's that big?
He's prototypical size?
Is he that big? I don't know. Maybe because he's always wearing that midriff shirt. I think he's smaller than he is. I don't know.
I mean, what is let me look. 6'5", 311. 33 and a half arms. That's okay. And 10, yeah.
6'5", 311 is the same size as that guy that's going to play guard that went to the Cowboys.
Tyler
That's
Booker?
Small. I just was curious. The guy from North Dakota State, whoever they drafted.
What's
When
his-
are we gonna
Oh.
get? When are we gonna get a quarterback like the Giants' former quarterback from like 2010? You know that like 325-pound
Taylor
guy who
Lorenz, R.I.P. Taylor Lorenz.
played- He died.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wait, really? Because he
Oh,
like
yeah.
dominated
R.I.P. Taylor
Arena League
Lorenz.
football after that
Yeah,
for like a
R.I.P.
long time.
Kentucky product, Taylor Lorenz, R.I.P.
Okay, he actually died? Am I missing
Oh
something?
yeah. No, yeah, he had a drug issue.
Oh, God.
The New York Giants have selected quarterback Jackson Dart.
Oh my God! Such a smart move. Surprisingly,
my
Giants.
Okay,
made a
Jackson
smart move.
Jackson Dart hugs
Dude,
mom.
John Burns on it. Dude,
Jackson
another
Dart-
trade. Another
Jackson
trade.
Jackson Dart.
Dude, they're just trying to do Eli
Falcons,
Manning
Falcons are coming
3.0.
back.
Who do the
Falcons are-
Falcons want?
The Falcons
Will
want Shador
Johnson.
so that him and Michael Penix can just switch off drives.
Hold on a second, though, guys. Like, are they really doing the Eli Manning 3.0 thing here? Like,
Okay. Jackson Dart is wearing all black. His buddy's wearing like pajamas. He has not kissed a girlfriend
Dude.
yet, though, so that's a good sign. But
That
he
dude.
looks, it's very it's very white, rich room. I'll just say that.
How embarrassed is Shador right now?
honestly,
Hotel.
like this is if he falls out of the first round, boys, that's gonna be the talk of tomorrow. Not who everybody picked.
The
There's only-
Rams,
Absolutely.
the Rams trade the pick to the
Yeah.
Atlanta Falcons, as John has said. So that
They're
is
not-
official.
Why did? Yeah, dude, he still might get drafted in the first round. Like maybe he'll be the next
Yeah.
Lamar.
What do the Falcons? The Falcons must really want one of the offensive
Corner.
linemen.
Will
Can I
Johnson.
just say this is a quality tweet. The Cardinals pick is in. We have a new Pope.
That's funny.
That was pretty good.
That was funny. Was he
This
Italian?
did, can I just say this? This is the least I have been on Twitter for like something like this in a long time because I've been here doing the show live
True.
for 3 hours and 12 minutes, and I've really kind of enjoyed it. I
How's
have.
it feel? The free.
No,
range.
it's been
it
nice
kinda
to
feels nice.
kind of react in real time.
So
and-
Jackson Dart obviously can make all the throws. He's more. We would argue he's more mobile than Shador. I think he's got a bigger arm than Shador. Shador's more accurate, more pro type system.
Yeah.
But you'd say to yourself, you have Russell Wilson and Jameis. So we do not have to start Jackson Dart at all. But I think it'll be very similar to the Bears, Andy Dalton, Justin Fields situation. Coach and GM
Guys,
are desperate. They need to make this work. You're going to see Russell Wilson probably start the year. The Giants are 0-4, 0-5. And then it's like Brian Dable goes,
they're
"All
not
right,
going to go 0-5.
they have to just bench this
Well,
kid.
what I'm saying is like Brian Dable says, okay, I have to save my job now. I
By
have to show
bringing the
ownership.
to lose it.
I have to show the ownership that, look, I'm the right guy to coach this guy forward.
Mark, what
You
do
know
you
what I
think
mean?
about like they just got to let Russell Wilson take all the shots, win or lose? It's good. If it sucks, they can just sell hope for next year.
Well, that's fine if you're the ownership, but if you're Brian Dable and you're the GM, you go, no, we're getting fucking fired if we're
Russ is going to win them some games though.
So
But
the
Mark-
Giants did the Giants trade next year's first to get back in here?
I don't think so. I don't know.
The Giants get pick 25. They give the Texans it's all next year's third.
Yeah.
So
This
Giants
year's third.
You don't trade a first for this late. Another.
So
first.
the Giants still have their first next year.
Yep.
Well,
And
that's
second.
then maybe you're fair to say the tank is on, because then we say, hey, you can kind of be like, if they end up with the number 1 pick, you can say we trust Jackson Dart.
But you don't have to fully tank because you got the quarterback this year. You can be a mid.
Yeah,
But
and you
here's
can
the
say
other-
we're going to take best player available.
You
Here's
just
the
take
other flip.
just be a
What if
top
you-
10 pick and get whatever best available player, get an offensive
Oh,
lineman.
dude, they
that's
showed Phillip
amazing.
Rivers being drafted by the Giants. I forgot he was drafted and traded.
Dawson,
Here's,
what were you saying?
here's the argument too, though, in terms of the fit. Okay, Brian Dable obviously
Josh Allen
was a big part of working with Josh Allen. It was a big part of making Josh Allen who he was,
Or
an
was it the-
improviser with a huge arm and all the tools, and refining those tools and making it work within a system. Shedeur is kind of the opposite, a guy who's really good already in just a manufactured system that can get the ball to where it needs to go, but isn't going to create and improvise. Brian Dable, this
Gentlemen,
does seem like much more of a Brian Dable quarterback.
hold on. The Atlanta Falcons pick is in. They traded into the back end of the first round. They take another edge, James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee.
Ooh, he got a lot
So
of
they
good
have
stuff.
2 of the top edge rushers in this
Okay.
draft.
That's epic.
JP. Blang, blang.
Baker
I
Mayfield.
mean-
Baker Mayfield is in some trouble next year,
They want the
boys.
quarterback.
Dude, that's
Bryce Young just pooped his Pampers.
Hey, if you're Morris, man, I mean he's a defensive guy. He's got to be creaming his pants right now.
So let's just ask here now. Does anyone trade back in to get Shedeur?
Uh,
27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32.
Nah, because you can wait. You can hold out. Nobody needs them. None of these
True,
teams
unless
can
you're
really need 'em.
worried someone else is calling and trying to trade
the
in.
only thing, Tyler,
Get out vibes
Hold
coming
on.
from the Dart household.
No.
That's great.
Stephen
have
Ruffing, I agree with you. That was wild.
the only reason you trade up to get him is because you get that extra guaranteed year of control. if you go.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
The fifth year
that
option.
fifth year. Sir
But-
Bongs a lot. Welcome. Thank you.
Who knows? Also,
Well,
Mark said earlier, I didn't know I'd be on for the rest of the stream, but like you said, dude, I don't even have a Twitter, so like you guys are my Twitter right now, and this is clear.
Right? We're
It's
just
I
providing.
Hour, I've been on for 2. It's like, no, I'll stick it out.
This has got to be the best.
What a great draft from Atlanta. You say, screw it. We're going to go get 2 elite pass rushers from Tennessee and Georgia.
And they got Penix last year. They're kind of zigging. They know what they're doing. Trying to make it
And
change.
they already have skill position players up the
Oh,
All right.
wazoo.
In fairness to the people leaving the draft in Green Bay, it is now pouring rain.
Okay, and that's
That's fair. They're supposed to be tough. Lambeau Field, rave the winner.
So
But
wait,
not
I wanna-
everyone there is a Packer, fan. You know what I mean? A lot of fans from other places like Miami come in.
I want to
Yeah, I
bring
mean,
up this point
John,
back to the Giants real quick.
yeah,
Do you think Mara is going to give Dable and Shane an extension due to the Jackson Dart if they can convince him that they can do it?
They
Well,
have
listen, that's what the Bears tried with Justin Fields, and then Matt Nagy literally threw Justin Fields to the wolves against 9 sacks against Cleveland.
hey, you're talking
As
about
long as they show the owner that we can develop the quarterback. So when Jackson Dart plays this year, he will play this year. When he plays, if it's fantastic play and he's balling out, then I would say, all right, let's roll it back. I want to keep at least Brian Dable with Jackson Dart.
you can't.
If it's bad and it's ugly, then hell no.
But Mara can get convinced of crazy things, like simply, oh, Jackson Dart's Ole Miss, and Eli was Ole Miss, and you love Eli. We should do this. And he'd be like, oh, okay. Like their whole offseason thing in Hard Knocks, where they were like,
Caleb
I
Neal.
love Saquon. We shouldn't get rid of him. And
I
he
mean,
could've gotten rid of him.
I'm kind of shocked that Joe Shane kept his job after what happened with Saquon and the Eagles. this year.
Crazy.
They can't keep
Like,
guys.
Everything Mara said was his worst nightmare came to
Literally. everything. If he goes to the Eagles, I'm gonna cry. And
They
He-
survived
Saquon,
the
even
hard
for
knock,
added
bro.
measure, created the most mosaic and poetic play in the history of the league with the backwards hurdle, just
Oh,
for
yeah.
added measure.
And the hard knocks, by the way, them going to win the Super Bowl and him running for the most yards in the season through the playoffs, that's like gonna put Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Right?
Never-
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, exactly. He's going to go into the Hall as a Philadelphia Eagle.
Yeah.
It's
Oh.
wild.
He could still go as a Giant.
Do the
He won't.
do the Ravens?
Well,
I'm
he's gonna
surprised Will
have to ball
Johnson's
with the
lasted this
Eagles.
long.
He's gonna have to ball
Now,
with the Eagles.
I agree with you, Tyler. Will Johnson is a really, really good
He's a
player.
Big DB too, like good
I-
for man coverage.
I mean,
definitely think-
John brings up a good point though. Like what happens now with Shador, because the only teams, obviously the
like top
Steelers
of the
are still a
first.
team that could use a quarterback, but like Cleveland has an early second round pick. Like, are they just hoping now? You think they're just hoping for him to fall? To them?
I don't know if they're
Because-
hoping. I think they're saying to themselves, if he falls, it's fun, and
Yeah,
we can
because
let's
who
take him.
else? The
But
Raiders.
if he doesn't fall, I think Cleveland's in a great spot to also just know that I think the Cleveland Browns ownership group knows that we have our coach. Like Kevin Stefanski is our coach. So if we lose a bunch of games next year again because our quarterback play is bad because we're going with Joe Flacco, I don't think they're going to
really-
bail on Stefanski and rebuild.
Okay,
I
are they
think
really
they-
going with him?
That's what it sounds like. I mean, he's the QB
He's
one.
the only quarterback roster, and then Deshaun's
Well,
hurt.
him and Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, they got Pickett.
They
Oh,
gotta go
yeah.
they cannot go with Flacco.
But you know what I mean? Either way, whatever they go with of those two guys, you're not going to blame Stefanski for that
No.
not working.
No.
And so I think if I was Cleveland, I wouldn't force myself to take Shador just because. If they like him and Kevin Stefanski says this is my guy going forward, sure. But again,
Second round pick
if
ain't bad.
I'm also Kevin Stefanski, if I have any doubt about it, I would just say he's not my guy. I think Kevin Stefanski has job security. And let's be honest, if Kevin Stefanski gets fired by the Browns next year, he's getting a head coach job that year.
Oh,
Oh,
instantly.
absolutely.
Instantly.
First one hired. He'll be the first one hired.
So if I'm Kevin Stefanski, to me, it's all me. I would go, listen, if I believed in Shador and I thought Shador's my guy, I would say, let's take him in the second round. If I had any doubt, I'd say, nah, he's not my guy.
Then they got to trade for Cousins or something, man. But they can't.
No,
because
they
Deshaun's-
just lose, and they have the chance with 2 first-round picks next year to say, hey, we're gonna dominate the draft next year, and we're gonna get our guy next year.
But Mark, when I say that, they don't have to give up much to get Cousins. Like, what's he going to command at this age off
Yeah,
of the
but
kid?
why get Cousins when you have Joe Flacco? That's why you got Joe Flacco for nothing.
Literally.
You
No,
have to
but
trade
you
for Joe. You have to
get-
trade for Kirk Cousins. Why am I getting Kirk Cousins? I have Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett.
Well, in the room,
I'm
the
starting-
report, the latest reports are that the Falcons are looking for a team to. They don't care about trade draft pick compensation.
Ravens
they
have
want teams to
selected-
pick up $20 million.
The
Oh, yeah, they
Ravens,
want him to pay the money.
The Ravens have selected Malachi Stark, safety, Georgia.
Ooh.
That'll help them.
I'm actually shocked that the Ravens go with safety again after taking Kyle Hamilton.
Got that, bro.
I trust the Ravens.
Go
This
with
is
the
a
Seahawks.
The
stud
Ravens always
from
draft
Georgia.
incredibly well.
Hey,
A
who was it?
stud
Earl
from
Thomas?
Georgia.
Earl Thomas, and who was the other safety in Seattle when they had the two of them?
Cam Chancellor.
Yeah.
Boom.
Boom.
I mean, listen, this is
I
a
mean,
Georgia safety going to
Mike
the
Green is
Baltimore
still
Ravens.
out there. I'm surprised Mike Green has fallen this far.
The
Isn't
Lions,
it character issues?
the
with
Lions
him?
need an edge. The Lions need an edge to go with Hutchison. This
No,
could be
who did they
perfect.
get? The Lions signed somebody, didn't they? That was an edge.
I know, but
You can never
I
have too
don't-
much, like Dan said earlier.
Yeah, I actually can't remember who the Lions signed.
The Lions need a DB, don't
let's
they?
Google it.
They
Lions.
did they sign Marcus Davenport and
I thought they signed somebody big. I could be wrong.
Lions free.
oh, they
agent
got
off
Zadarius
season
Smith.
draft.
They got
Yeah,
Zadarius Smith.
totally.
Yeah.
No, that was last. I thought they let him go. I thought they signed somebody in this year's free agency.
This was March 9th, 2020. Oh, they released him. They released
Yeah.
him. My bad.
They got linebacker Derek Barnes. They got Marcus Davenport. DN,
Okay,
1
what's
year,
Davenport?
$4.75 million.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of a different team. I thought they got a big edge this offseason.
Miles
Robert
Adams, DN, on a 1-year deal.
I can't believe we're doing the full first round. I'm impressed. Shout out to
I'm gonna be
everyone
paid.
here on the panel.
Dude, I'm gonna watch the whole second round if they started tonight. So
Oh, well, it's tomorrow.
no, I know
6
tomorrow.
o'clock.
You're saying if they did,
if
you
they did,
would,
well,
yeah.
I would.
Looks like the rain has stopped.
And the fans are still gone.
Evan Wari could go to the Lions. I
The
could
Lions
see
pick
that.
is in.
Dude, sometimes I wish they didn't do this stuff on a school night, man. I wish they just did it on like a normal Friday. Why does it always gotta be on a Thursday?
Well, it's always it's only one round. That's the beauty of it, I guess.
I know, but E round, dude.
Yeah, they should do first round on a Friday. They should do second and third on Saturday, and then 4th through 7th on Sunday.
How do they do it? 1, 2, 3. And then what do they do?
Yeah, they do 1 today, 2 and 3 tomorrow, and then
they're
4 through 7 on
Remember,
Saturday.
it used to only be Saturday and Sunday.
I thought it used to be only Friday and Saturday because they did 1 and 2 Friday. I could be wrong.
I think. it was
Whoa,
always
wait a
Saturday
minute. John
and
Burton's got
Sunday.
2 days of Savannah Bananas at him. That's
Whoa!
What the
I
heck?
tried to get tickets for Savannah
Jealous as
Bananas
hell,
when they
man.
came to St. Louis, and I couldn't get them.
dude, talk about like business 101. Those guys have like they're so
They're
smart.
selling out stadiums.
Yeah. They're crushing it.
They're
That's
the new Harlem Globetrotters.
Tyler.
Yeah.
They've created
What?
a whole league.
That's why the Bears need to build their stadium. They'll make bank if they get a new one.
Oh,
yeah,
gosh.
they do.
When they were talking
Yeah,
lakefront, I was like, it doesn't make any sense.
Not
You
accessible.
lose money. Like it just Arlington made all the sense in the world. I think it was just 100% political tactic to get a tax break.
But you got to think about it, though, dude. If you build a new stadium in an area that can actually be accessed by the people with the money that could fund that thing, like,
Well, there's
also,
a train.
it's-
You can get into it from the city and you can get into it from the suburbs.
Yeah.
The train is right across the street. It makes all the
There's-
sense in the world.
there's a lot that makes sense to Arlington. The other thing with Arlington is you
where all the
already
fans-
own the space. Like
Right.
you just can control what happens there, and you get to determine it. And let's be honest, the city of Chicago, I think the Bears are smart enough to look at what's going on in Chicago right now and be like, we got leadership that doesn't know what they're doing.
guys, historical guys.
Chicago will always be Chicago, but
Mark,
like, why
What?
not get the hell out of there?
like real
Right.
talk. Boston Garden, all these other sports, like everybody's changed locations. Like the Bears haven't won a Super Bowl in 40 years. It's like it's okay. The Bears will never be forgotten. You can build a new stadium.
Well, and the Bears will be closer to Chicago than a lot of teams. Like they're not. The Niners are way farther away from
New York's
San
in a
Francisco than
different. The
Chicago.
Giants and Jets are in different states. They're
Yeah.
still called New York.
The Dallas Cowboys are in
Vegas-
Arlington, Texas.
The
You know what I
Patriots
mean?
are like 40 minutes outside of Boston.
Yes. And
The
when you
Cardinals are still Chicago Cardinals, guys. Come on.
when you
Yeah.
when you do the dome, when you do the shots, like peel out from the dome, the skyline's right there.
And you're
It's
still going to do
right-
skyline shots. Like that's not going to go away.
have you
They're
been
still going to show the freaking skyline.
Tyler? Have you gone up to Minnesota's new stadium, US Bank?
I haven't.
I have
gone
not.
super close
Oh,
to it. But my
guys.
buddy lived
Oh,
up there,
God.
so I've
We
seen
went
it.
to the Bears Vikings games a couple years ago when they lost, when they made that comeback and blew it. That stadium is so nice. It's so new. It's so awesome. It's like the Bears would just inspire you.
Well, the Bears have already hired the architecture firm that built SoFi in Los Angeles.
That
I
would
thought
be-
I thought it was a Legion in Vegas.
No, I don't know if they did both, but I know for a
Either
fact
way, it's gonna be beautiful.
the original renderings done on the Arlington property were done by the people who did SoFi. They hired those people. All right, here we go. The Lions have selected defensive tackle Tyleek Williams from Ohio State.
Spell that.
Tyleik. Tyleek Williams.
I feel like this is how I felt with Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, really? This person? And
Yeah, he
Oh,
was under
proven
my
that
radar.
they know.
Gibbs was
Yeah,
good.
I mean, in Dan Campbell, I trust, you know.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Washington is on the clock.
They're biting kneecaps over there.
Washington better take Mike Green here.
They need a receiver though too, don't they?
They
With
need
They
the
a
Bears?
definitely need
rusher.
a receiver, a
They-
number 2 receiver, but I just
Are you guys?
Well, they
in the
have
camp that
Debo now.
Debo's
They do
not
have
gonna do
Debo
anything?
now.
yeah.
Which
But
Debo's
Luther
good.
Burden, Luther Burden is there if they like him a lot.
I don't love. I don't love that they have to pay Debo that money, but they didn't give up a ton to get him, so it's kind of like a.
Shout out.
And I like it better now. Now hindsight's 2020, but I did not like originally when Houston traded for Stephon Diggs, because I'm like, you're bringing in a Devo who's past his prime, and
Right.
it's like, oh, this is the piece that gets us over the hump. I knew that was faulty.
Yeah, and then he got hurt.
I don't think this gets them over the hump, but I do think it helps the growth and development, and it brings another weapon in for a guy like offensive coordinator. It's late. Offensive coordinator
Cliff Kingsbury.
Cliff Kingsbury, thank you, to mess with and to get,
Well, and
involved in the offense.
Jane Daniels had success with quick passes, and Debo is the definition of get the ball out quick because he's right there. Like, so that'll only help him too. Because,
Yeah.
I gotta just say, watching the highlights of a lot of these defensive linemen and trying to figure out how a player can get tackled and fallen on with their full weight of a defensive lineman in the NFL is beyond me. I don't understand how your ribs don't cave in on themselves. Like,
I will say a cool tweet from Adam Schefter. For the first time since 2002, the Packers have drafted a wide receiver in the first round.
True.
Aaron Rodgers is probably like, what the heck?
Yeah.
wait, just wait for the announcement, man. He's coming back.
Oh God, I'd laugh.
Dude is coming back. There's only two things
He
that
loves
word you hear: what's coming out of the Oval Office and what Aaron Rodgers says on the media. That's the only thing.
Peter Schrager, my favorite pick of the draft, Colston Loveland to the Bears.
Nice. Traeger, bro, is a legend. He's a legend.
He's great, man. Dude, Good Morning Football is
Hey, Kyle
Not
Brandt.
the same without
kind
him.
of fall apart now.
Kyle
Kyle
Brandt
Brandt and Peter Schrager are two of the greatest things to grace NFL football coverage. And
yeah, because he was a running back at Stevenson, bro. He's from
did you
Illinois.
see Kyle Brandt did a Caleb Williams Dune
It was incredible.
presentation. It was so good. Like
So good.
Jeez. Like the
It's so-
Messiah.
Okay.
yeah, see Lisan Al Gaib. I was like, where'd you guys shoot this? It literally looked like he was in a desert somewhere. I'm like, hell, like
Dan,
how
is
did
he the
you-
one who did the Goodfellas one too?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, Kyle Brandt is incredible. He's great.
yeah, and he also was on MTV Real World.
It is mundane. It's great.
Great. It's Monday. Great. I can't
It's my
believe it, man. I can't believe this crap that Shador's still out there, and they keep trying not to show him now because they don't want to.
I am surprised. I'm really surprised that I didn't think that he was going to fall the first round. I at least didn't think that he was going to be the number 3 quarterback taken.
I will say, I just watched Ben Johnson speak to Colston Loveland for the first time too. The dude is fired up. Ben Johnson is so pumped.
Oh my God,
He said, "You're exactly what we're looking for. Smart, tough, explosive. I know exactly what I'm getting with you." I was like, dude,
It's kind
I'm
of funny
ready.
because he kept saying he wanted a weapon, and everyone was like, "Oh, Tyler Warren, because he can do all these things." And like
I
now,
didn't
clearly, it's
think
Colston
of
Loveland.
Colston Loveland.
I mean, for what it's worth, Daniel Jeremiah put Colston Loveland as the number 7 overall player in the draft.
There's a lot of people who thought Colston Loveland was a better prospect because of what he's done over his career. The Tyler
and the
Warren
fact
has
that he
had
did it
one
with no
explosive
quarterback
year,
play.
and and Colston Loveland did it the last 2 years in a Michigan offense that has just been run the ball. Colston Loveland has been electric. I also like that if you look at Colston Loveland's footage, he looks a lot thinner and quicker. Like Cole Kmet, even coming out of Notre Dame, was like stocky legs, stocky build.
what Ty Warren is.
Yeah, Cole Kmet is going to be the big, beefy, we're going to run the football, power football. Colson Loveland's going to be the guy you see getting split out, cracking back, a lot more in motion stuff like that.
which is
Yeah.
what Florida does. And Brock Bowers.
All right, Washington, the pick is in. I'm losing it, guys. Here, I'm not. My steam is gone. I'm 2.5
Come on,
hours past my
four
bedtime.
picks back. You have four left,
Dear
including
God,
this one.
I think there's just got to be Mike Green. I think Washington needs an edge.
I think so too. Dan Quinn loves himself some pass rushers.
You got to get after. You got to get after Dak. You got to get after Jalen Hurts.
How
If
dumb
Will Johnson's still there, in
Josh
round two,
Cornley Jr., offensive tackle, Oregon. They needed a tackle.
Okay,
dang.
that's not bad either.
is this the guy you wanted, Tyler?
Yeah,
He's a hog.
So that now I'm wondering if the Chiefs are freaking out.
The Chiefs are going,
Because-
hey, who wants Shador? We'll trade out.
I mean, the Chiefs
Only
gotta
allowed
go
2
Josh
sacks
Simmons
in
now.
2 seasons as a starter.
I mean, the Bills can use a tackle too, right?
His favorite player growing up was Marshawn Lynch. He's from
The
Seattle.
Bills were one tush push away, bro, from winning the Super Bowl. So you never know.
Who are?
Dude, the Rams were
Wait.
one slight mistake away in the snow on the road away from winning the Super Bowl.
You're right. 100%.
Yeah.
They letting Stafford go. I'm like, what? He's like one of the best quarterbacks in the league still. So dumb. This dude's a tank, bro. You guys
I
are
honestly don't even know how the next round's gonna. This is kind of. I feel like the analysis of the top talent is just been not as like the first 7. Everyone was like, yeah, these are the guys, and then after that, it's just like. A
Well,
crapshoot.
that's because like everyone was saying, we don't really. There's not any clear-cut blue chip prospects outside of like Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter. So like,
Yeah.
it really is a dart throw,
Oh.
pun intended, with Jackson, of like
He's a
figuring out.
giant, dude. That's wild.
Told
The
you.
Jets make the mistake to go Zach Wilson.
3
years later, the Giants make the mistake and go Jackson Dart. New York
Mark,
can't figure it out.
Who did they Giants draft Daniel Jones over?
Who was it?
What was that draft?
Jones, they traded like they took Daniel
They
Jones.
took him at
They went
11th
with the
overall.
Giants, yeah.
But who
Oh, 6 overall.
he went
Was
six-
he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's 6th. You're right. It was that
He
was
supposed to be, like, the fourth
2021.
quarterback, and he was like the 3rd or 2nd.
but he went earlier than he was projected. He went
Yeah.
before back
It was
then.
2021. I'm looking it up right now.
Is he
2021 NFL. Or no, it wasn't 2021.
It's
When
now
was it?
pouring again.
Was it 2020?
Was it 19? Was it
Yeah, he had
2019?
It might have been 19. I don't remember him being drafted during the COVID year. I don't
No.
know.
Dang. I didn't think it was that long ago.
He's through 2 contracts almost.
All right, 2019 NFL draft. We've got Daniel Jones, number
Yeah,
6.
he was right before the Justin Fields draft.
He was, oh my God, this was the draft the Steelers traded up to number 10 to get Devin Bush. Dear God.
Don't relive the past, Dan. Don't relive the past.
He was taken 5 picks ahead of Dwayne Haskins, RIP.
Oh my God, that draft. Who was number 1 that year? Was that Trayvon Walker?
No, number
Yeah.
1 that year was Kyler Murray. And then
Oh,
it went
Murray's
Nick
draft.
Bosa, Quinn
Trayvon
and Williams, Cleveland Farrell, which got Mike Mayock fired.
So Quinn Williams, a great player.
Devin
Yeah,
White,
Pretty good too.
and Daniel Jones.
What other
who-
quarterbacks
who's
were
the
that
first
round? So Daniel Jones was the first quarterback. Who else?
The only
Quinn
quarterbacks were
Haskins.
Kyler Murray, Daniel Jones,
Oh, second.
and then Dwayne
Haskins.
Haskins, and that's it.
And
And
that
the next year was Trevor Lawrence.
right.
Round 2 that year, there was Drew Lock.
Hurts? Was that Hurts?
No, Hurts was
No.
the year with
Drew Lock was the only quarterback taken in the second round.
so the next year then was Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, and all that.
Yeah, that was the big year.
What you're
Will
saying,
Greer.
though, that 2019 draft is very similar to this one, where none of those guys pop. None of those names sound any good. You're just hopeful.
2018 must have been the. Wait, when was Joe Burrow then? 2020.
2020. Fields was 2021.
So 2021. So Daniel Jones was
Burrow's-
2019.
yeah,
Burrow
Burrow
was
was
2020.
2018 was Baker.
So 2020 then was Joe Burrow, and that's Jalen Hurts went second round that year.
Yeah.
Because the 2020 draft is a historic draft because it's Joe Burrow. Everyone's got contracts. Jalen Hurts, Lamar, Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Keep going.
That's Phil's brother.
Exactly.
Exactly.
On the phone, I'm like,
Mark, my wife just recognized your voice. She's like, "It sounds like he's from a podcast." I was like, "Yeah, that's Phil's brother, Mark." And she's like, "Oh, yeah."
I'm so sorry.
Let's go.
I apologize. So, all right, the Bills picks in. They have a person in a wheelchair coming out with Roger Goodell. This is delaying me getting to sleep, but we will respect it because respect.
me and you
Did you see that stat that said the Bills won 78 games and haven't made the Super Bowl?
Wait, say that again. You cut out.
Most in a 6-year span without reaching a Super Bowl.
78 games in 6 years without reaching a Super Bowl. That hurts.
Why is the Bills the notorious for doing things without winning Super Bowls?
Yeah, they're so good at winning games. They're really good at winning a lot of games, but not the game.
And you know what? I will say this for Josh Allen. Let's be honest. He's got to be pretty bleeping happy that Taylor Swift is dating Travis Kelce, because otherwise, he just got engaged / married. I can't remember if they were married or engaged already to a giant star in Haley Steinfeld. I think they're engaged now.
They're not married
Yeah,
yet. I'm following.
Like, he's engaged to a giant star and no one talks about it because everyone just talks about Taylor Swift.
Center's #1 movie at the box office. Next.
Yeah.
question.
Like, if Taylor Swift was not dating an NFL player, like, that would be ginormous news. Oh, Maxwell Harrison, cornerback, Kentucky for the Bills. Will Johnson still on the board.
That box group still?
Yeah, Stoops.
Do you go Will Johnson second round at 39 or 41 if he's still there, even with the DBs we got? Because he's such a big man coverage guy. And Dennis Allen loves it.
Available, I would.
What are these teams seeing that we're not?
I can't imagine he's still there.
They're just taking shots, Danny. Because there's no
Kansas City, Philly, and then Cleveland is on the clock to start round 2. Wow. Cleveland's taking Shedeur Sanders at 33.
They trade up.
What if they go
just have 33?
What if Shedeur falls past Milrow?
Because remember,
world.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
I mean,
you know what? And honestly,
it's not inconceivable at
could
this
take
point.
Milrow because they have Joe Flacco. No, Stefanski doesn't like a mobile quarterback. Stefanski's more of a pocket guy.
You really think he's going to be their day one starter?
Who?
I guarantee.
Joe?
I will bet you. I'll bet you $10 right now.
I mean,
Deshaun Watson tore his Achilles again.
Who do you think is going to be there? Do you think Kenny is?
I'm just saying, like, if those two are the options, it's like flip a coin. Like, I
feel like
Flacco is
Flacco's
the
better
day
than
one
Kenny.
starter.
Flacco has the experience in the system already,
does.
and
40.
He won Comeback Player of the Year.
I know he did. It was a hell of a run. It was a run.
Playoffs.
hey,
Real
Kenny
talk. I
Pickett's-
thought they put
Kenny
him in the
Pickett's
box.
not a very good quarterback.
Did Howard Roseman just play chess with the Chiefs, though, real quick? There was a trade. Philly traded up one pick.
Oh,
Howie Roseman loves to play chess.
He loves doing this. He loves making them and then being like, oh, and then we play the Super Bowl. It's like, you let the Chiefs get that and you traded?
Wait, who was this? Who was pick 31? The Chiefs and
Mike
Philly
Green?
just swapped. Okay, yeah.
I wonder what the Chiefs got out of that.
So the Eagles
Probably,
traded,
I'm going to guess a fourth
the Eagles
round.
traded 32 and 164 to the Chiefs to just get 31.
So they want somebody.
What's 164? Fifth?
So that would be a sixth,
Fifth round.
fifth round.
Or is it? start of the 6th. 30. There's
4.
compensatory picks, so it could be the 3rd or 5th round. Depending on what it is.
The Chiefs must have the Chiefs must have multiple players they like then too.
Or
Dan
Eagles
Wright,
are
they're
going to
paying
draft
because
another
they
edge.
don't have any
Do you think
tackles.
the Eagles are going Mike Green here?
That's what I was saying, to replace Sweat.
Yeah, they need to replace Sweat.
Dude, that would be wild if they did that. Also,
I mean-
the Eagles draft well. The Eagles build rosters.
I don't know, man. They could
Which
go
is funny 'cause you could
Emanwari.
argue the Chiefs
They could
should
go
Mike Green,
Emanwari.
too.
They should draft Shador. Sorry, controversy. See what happens.
Draft Shador. You're everyone's drafting.
Hey,
Shador is it's
going-
official unless the Chiefs trade again. It's official. Shador is not a first round pick.
I don't think that's why. I think that's why he didn't go, because he was invited and he did this whole make my own thing in my house thing. I don't think he. I think he knew he wasn't.
Oh, he knew. You're
Whoa,
right.
whoa! Happy birthday,
That could
Dawson.
be-
What was that?
I don't know.
Dawson had the balloons up. You did some sort of thing, and it
I
created.
know.
Oh wait,
Like,
that is like a thing. That happened.
If
to
you
Dan
do a thumbs up,
Orlovsky on
if you do a
ESPN.
thumbs up, does it do?
Yeah, Dan Orlovsky phoned into ESPN and did a phoner,
was
and
wild.
every time he tried to do symbols for the routes, the balloons would start to fly up, and they were like, "Dude, what is going on?" He's like, "I honestly have no idea what's happening."
I didn't know I did that.
That's
So
great.
the Eagles trade up a spot. They must have been. What's a need that both the Eagles and Chiefs need? You know what I mean? Because
Well,
like
the
they
Eagles
must be
don't
like,
really
we want to
have-
get ahead of you,
Edge.
dude. There's no one at this draft anymore. It's wild how it's thinned out.
Hey,
So I think the Eagles are either going Emanwari or they're going some sort of offensive lineman that
Can I
we
ask
just
you
don't
guys a
know
question?
about.
Who was that linebacker for the Eagles that like totally popped that wasn't supposed to? That they might not.
Oh, yeah.
Last
Bond.
year?
Zach Bond.
Yeah, the one guy that they signed for nothing, who like damn near helped
Zach
him.
Bond.
Yeah, Zach Bond.
Yeah, he's worth like $15 million a year. They can't pay that. So
Did somebody take
you-
Jahad Campbell?
Are you thinking?
John Burton, who does work in
We
the
heard
local media
Emanwari
out
really
here for
liked by
South
the Eagles. All
Carolina,
right. John
said that
John,
they heard Emanwari was really in favor with the Eagles, so that very well
But
could be
this?
it.
But does Kansas City need a safety? Why trade up?
Well, maybe. I mean, who knows? If all they had to give up was a late 5th or 6th,
Yeah.
But
I'm
did
also
the Eagles
surprised-
need a safety?
Super Bowl
maybe it was also about trying to avoid other people from trading up. You don't know. Like maybe other people were trying to
True. Other people
So-
could have been calling Kansas City.
You just traded with the Super Bowl champs, so
Did somebody take Jahad Campbell? Is he still on the board or no?
Jihad.
No,
Campbell
yeah,
is
you're right. He is
still
available. The linebacker for Alabama is available.
his name is Jihad.
Yeah, his name's Jahad. Everyone's like they wanted to make his first name out of
Jihad.
his last
Yeah.
name.
Yeah, Jihad.
Oh, Jahad.
Jahad.
Sorry.
Got drafted. You might wreck some shit.
You can't say you could say Team America World Place Durka Muhammad Jihad.
I was like, what's his name? I promise I'll never die.
And Pearl Harbor sucked just a little bit more than I did to you.
Like,
My favorite line. That's my favorite. Well, I have a lot of favorite lines from that movie.
that movie's all time.
I got a Saquon
I've
Barkley
only seen it
commercial
once. I
here.
gotta rewatch it.
It's all time, Danny.
Dan, it's great.
Yeah.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
He's a well. So when I was in college, getting my degree in acting, in my acting program, a couple buddies and I used to say, anytime someone would finish like a scene, we'd be in class, they did like a really good scene, I would look over and be like, "You're a Top Gun actor," because that's what they know. You know, you're Gary, you're a Top Gun actor, Gary.
It's hilarious. All time funny.
All right, what are we doing, Eagles? We got these commercials. They're trying to stuff a bunch of commercials in here now. Come on.
It's
Dude, the
10:35.
Eagles
How
go
is the
Josh
Eagles supposed to
Simmons.
go?
Dude, how was the Raisin Canes? Did you even have it?
Oh, I snacked on it. Yeah, it's good. What
He's
about it?
Don't worry about Steve.
How'd you sneak eat the Raisin Canes? I didn't even see you eat any of it.
I just ate it.
That was,
That was
2
epic.
hours ago.
That was epic.
It was 2 hours ago.
I've been thinking for 2 hours.
I finished
what
that
did
Reese's
Steven Rogers
Bunny
do with that
an
race?
hour in. That was 2 hours and 48 minutes ago. I finished the Reese's.
I also ate some of it in the car ride. It wasn't like just like I wasn't gonna wait 20 minutes to like.
Oh
True.
yeah, fair
True.
enough.
That's
Fair
why the
point.
phone was at that angle doing 360.
Yeah, dude, I was all over the place. I had one hand on the chicken finger, two hands on the wheel, drinking. I
I
don't
got
know.
one hand in my pocket. and the
Steven
other
Rogers is
snacking
our
on the
Steven
racing
Rogers is our Pat McAfee, where it's like you bring him on, you don't know what's gonna happen.
I don't know,
Just
bro.
say-
I don't know. I don't know, bro. We're gonna talk.
He doesn't care about what angle he holds the phone at.
No, I got to stand when I do my podcast and always go. I don't know, bro. You got to do it.
We are tougher. We are tougher. We
Of
are
course
going the whole first
we're
round.
tougher than Joe. Come on, for frequency's sake. We are for frequency's sake
Dude,
We
podcast.
go
you
strong.
are
We go
the
strong.
Go-Look Purple Cobras, and you.
All right,
will.
here we go. Roger Goodell. The Kansas City Chiefs have traded the 31st pick to the Philadelphia
Fifth.
Eagles. With the 31st pick, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihad Campbell, Alabama linebacker, Dawson.
That's somewhat
Good
too
call.
extreme.
He's
Oh.
at the draft. Jihad is at the draft, so that works.
Tyler,
Listen, you had to
That's
wait.
2
You
in
had
a
to
row,
wait.
bro.
Dude, he's going to a defense with like 7 Georgia guys, and he's the Alabama guy. That defense is loaded with talent.
They're just trying
I'm
to-
telling you,
Yeah.
Howie Roseman gets credit for like, oh, he built a Super Bowl roster.
Look
Yeah,
how
just draft
big that
Georgia
dude
and
is.
Alabama guys.
Look how
Uh,
big that guy is for a linebacker.
Dude, what are you gonna do? Like,
That's a big
if
man.
that guy, if they're like pitch me the ball, I'd be like, I'd go to the ground, I'd fall.
No,
I'm out. I'm done.
I'd be like, I have a
he's the
herniated
guy
disc.
that they're gonna draft to
He's
replace
bigger
the
than
guy.
Mason Graham. And Mason Graham's a
Dude,
defensive
that's
tackle.
awesome. That's really exciting for him. Like, dude, you're waiting 3
Dude.
hours and 50 minutes.
Hey,
You're
they
in
got
Green
that
Bay,
guy on a
and
5-year
you just got drafted by the Super Bowl champs with a loaded roster. You're
Who can
getting the city of brotherly love.
He's going
That's a
to
hell of a
replace
pick.
that guy. He's going to replace the dude who hit. 'Cause
But they
don't have to pay him.
signed Bond.
They did. They signed him for a
Bond.
4-year deal, right? Something like that.
Yeah,
40
Rogers.
both
They
of them?
signed him. Yeah.
40 for 60 or something like that. They got honestly.
Yeah,
they
get
got
off
a
the
good
stream,
price for
dude.
how well he played.
Get off the stream. This
You're
is
fine.
So they
it's
did. So
unacceptable.
they're going to have both
So-
these guys and the D line. They're never going to
Yeah.
get that point.
Well, they're not paying Saquon anything.
Wait, Rogers.
They
Also,
get-
you'll appreciate this, and I'm sure you guys will too.
They did give Saquon a raise.
You
I
said
know.
something like 2 minutes ago that made me think of Ben Stiller as the character
global
of
champ.
heavyweights for some
Yeah.
reason. Yeah.
Tony
And
Perkins.
Yeah, Tony Perkins. He just went on a podcast and talked with the Kelsey brothers and talked
Ben
about his
Stiller.
role in that movie. And it was hilarious. Like
Step
just-
on the
you gotta
scale.
go.
Step off the scale.
Step
Get
off
the hell off the scale.
and they dude, and Jason was talking about his like his favorite scene was when like he would Ben Stiller would go up to the camera and be like, okay, Tony, what's the problem? It's not you. It's not your fault. You've done everything you can. Yeah, it's on them. You have failed. And then he just like turns around
Yeah.
and just, like, starts yelling at the kids like, you are the problem.
Dude, Disney turned down that
Gerald
movie
Gardner,
on it.
5'11", 142 pounds, which was so funny because me and my brothers watched that. I was 12. I was like 6'1", 280. And it's like, dude, I was fatter than Sims. I was the fattest boy in camp.
Mark,
Congratulations, Mr. Sims.
That
You're the
movie was
fattest
deemed
boy
too
here.
dark. They were deemed too dark for Disney. They're like, we're making fun of overweight, obese kids.
Dude,
it's like,
no,
yeah, but that movie's
movie was
awesome.
great. Where he's like, lunch is canceled due to the lack of hustle.
Dude,
And
Austin,
then they
my
eat their,
brother
he's like,
Austin and
Goldberg is gutting the rat and he's like
Oh,
eating the
God.
rat.
Oh,
That
my
character,
God.
Tony Perkins, is the same character in an
As like-
earlier years as his character in Dodgeball. It's all
Yes,
they're-
the same
yeah.
guy.
they're
I
the
will
same
say-
guy.
I'll say this too. What's so great about that movie is when they are all when you look back at it all and they're like the quotes about Pat where it's like Pat, report to the men's room and bring a plunger. It's like we have all those so funny quotes where they're just hating on Pat.
The number
Yeah.
one quote that we quote is "Lunch is canceled due to lack of hustle."
Yeah, due to lack of hustle.
It's just so funny.
I say a lot like
Never let them sign
congratulations,
your
Mr.
checks.
Sims. Yeah,
Or-
congratulations. Oh, yeah. The parents.
Yeah. Jerry Stiller is like, never let them sign your checks.
No, and he
Yeah.
comes out of there. I don't want to give you the light. I want to show you the light. There's a lot of energy in this place. When he just comes in there, the fat kids are all just pissed off, and all the other-
when he's searching for all the food and he
Oh,
grabs things, he's like deli meat.
God.
No one's seen more butts than you, Uncle Tony.
Lars is doing. I'm feeling
Lars.
skinny, Tony, when they're doing.
I have a deviated septum. Do not be alarmed. I have a deviated septum. No, and then when he goes, we're gonna play a game to learn each other's names. We already know each other's names.
We already know each other's names.
And then the next day, Goldberg's gone.
oh
Dude,
yeah,
the stream went away. The stream went away for
Oh, you're off stream, dude. Well, you know what? My rabbit ears at News Channel 20, rocking.
Okay, no, we're back. The pick is in.
he bros
Yeah.
I'm
left.
going Josh Simmons real quick. I'm making a prediction again. Josh Simmons.
Yeah, I agree.
Ooh.
I agree with you.
Shador.
Sorry,
I'm
real
gonna
quick.
make the prediction. Mike Green,
Oh, let me show
other
my
side
pregnant,
of Carl
Hey.
Loftus.
I
my
mean,
pregnant Chiefs
could
fan
they go
wife,
Luther
she agrees
Burden?
Josh Simmons.
Jeez.
hi.
Say hi.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Could
We
they
already
go
know
Luther
each
Burden
other's
here?
names. Oh yeah, Luther Burden on
Wide
on the
receiver's
board.
not out of question.
Well, I brought you in.
Josh Simmons, Dawson to close it out. Offensive tackle, Ohio State.
There we go. 3 for 3.
You know what? Good pick. Good
bro.
pick by them to wrap it
It
up.
is.
They need someone to come in and compete to say, hey, I want to protect Patrick Mahomes.
Everyone's a
I
little
see.
worried though that his injury is much more severe than just a regular knee injury.
You know who wasn't worried about that? Dan Vasco when he picked him 25th to the Texans. in the mock draft.
That's for sure.
Well, in his defense, the Texans traded out of the spot, so it very well could have happened still if they didn't trade.
We didn't get a single pick correct after pick number
3.
3. Not one. Not one
Bat-
pick.
I will say the guy who picked the even numbers, though, shout out to him. He did way better. Malachi
Tyler-
Starks go. Wait, didn't Malachi Starks go to the? No, he
The
went to
Ravens.
You and the Ravens.
the other purple team. I was close.
You got the right color.
I was close. I didn't even get 4 right. I tried to make a ballsy choice there. I just swapped that with Mason Graham over Will Campbell.
Put that back up. I want to see who's still on the board even after you
So,
guys.
like Luther Burden is
Right.
still on the board. Omarion Hampton did go in this round, so shout out.
Yep.
Wait,
And
didn't
Nick
you get
and
that right?
Monwari.
Didn't he go to Denver?
No, he went to Chargers.
Oh shit. Okay, we were close though.
Mike Green's still around, isn't he? Will Johnson,
Yeah, Mike Green.
Emanar.
We did have James Pierce going almost to the right spot.
The top available, according to NFL.com, is Will Johnson, Mike Green, Luther Burden, Nick Emanwari, Donovan Ezurake, Nick Scorton, the edge from Texas
And
A&M.
Oh, I liked him in the Senior
Mason
Bowl.
Taylor, the tight end from LSU, is really good. Travion Henderson,
Yeah.
Demetrius
Did you guys
Knight,
watch?
and so on.
Did you watch Gordon in the Senior Bowl? Any of his highlights?
Yeah, he was very good. Very
looked-
good.
He looked dirty. I'm surprised he didn't get more hype. So there must be something.
Hey, shout out to you guys for sticking with us. Dawson, thanks for joining us late.
We
giving
did
us
4
a minute to
hours.
Here late. Multiple
Absolutely.
picks. I didn't know how this was going to go, Dan, and we had stretches where it was quite the odd crew and awesome analysis.
Yeah,
this was
I
a
love
blast.
it.
I think we
Great.
got to try to make this some sort of a tradition. This was an
No,
absolute
Mark,
blast.
that was what I was gonna say. I was gonna tell you guys this. This is the first time you've done this.
Yeah.
This was a lot of fun, and I joined not thinking I'd stay for 3 hours. I thought I'd just join for like an hour. Like this was fun. And
Hey John, thank
honestly,
you
dude,
too, John. John, we
great.
got to get John on sometime. He was a comment.
Yeah,
machine.
no,
We
John,
appreciate it.
really
A lot of
appreciate
good
it.
insight from John there too. I'll say partially I think the reason it worked out this year is because I'm in my own space where I can yell for 4 hours straight without my wife going, "What the hell are you doing?" Certainly not as calm as Dawson's wife being like, "Wait, who's that guy's voice? I know
He
that."
was asleep the whole time. It was
Yeah,
great.
my wife would be like, "Shut up, you dumb idiot." And so I think hopefully it's something we can keep up. I'll say this. I think this leaves day 2 tomorrow is going to be, I think, just as electric to see what happens at the top of this draft, the movement.
We'll see you guys at 7 a.m. here on YouTube.
I feel like though it's gonna drop on the 3rd real quick.
Yeah, it'll get boring quick because there's
Yeah.
there's a couple names left and there's a couple guys left, but then it does certainly dip off. But shout out to you guys, appreciate it. And Dan, I don't even know when we're gonna do our next episode at this point.
Thank you for the
sometime
invite.
next week, maybe. To
Next week
recap
we
the
should
draft.
look out. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I want to say one thing before I sign off. It was a great time, Tyler. It's good to see you, man. Congrats
see
on
you.
the baby, the other baby, all the stuff.
Thank you.
Trailwood, always one love.
That's right.
And then Danny, Mark, I had a hell of a time. Thank you for the
Yes,
invite.
it's great, man.
what?
Shout out
I
to
would
sponsor
join
Raising Canes.
every year. If you guys do a first round draft pick thing like this, I would join it every year if you invite me because this was the most fun I've had watching the first round.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun,
was
man.
fun.
It was just
I'm
a
sure.
virtual hangout sesh, man.
Love it.
Way better way to enjoy the draft.
Love it, love it.
No,
All right.
Talk to you boys. Good night.
Have a good one. We'll check in. We'll check in soon. And Dan, we'll figure out when we'll go live next week. All right.
Absolutely. All right. Appreciate it, guys.
All right.
We'll
See
see
ya.
you.